Chapter 1 Coming from Krypton. The origin of the universe is unpredictable, and there is only endless darkness in front of all life, which is so deep that it makes people's hearts chill. Looking up at the starry sky, the ignorant feels its beauty, the explorer is in awe and tires of asking. The universe is deep, empty, and lonely, boundless, and infinitely vast. In the depths of this beautiful starry sky dotted with bright stars, a comet dragged a long tail flame, pulled out a streamer, and pierced into the solar system. Destination: Earth. Krypton separation capsule. Sleeping, his eyelids throbbed, and under his long, densely curled eyelashes, he has a sturdy and handsome appearance of Fuchsia and Western mixed blood, special beauty of mixed blood, well-defined and deep facial features, a sharp face, a high nose and a wide forehead. There is an intoxicating, tough sense of security. Especially on the left cheek, the vertical knife mark was Fiora's grief trying to kill him. The knife mark left behind gave him a somewhat speechless charm of coldness. He slowly opened his eyes. The pupils with black holes are generally attractive, that is, with such an excellent appearance and attractive pupils, he can capture all kinds of women on Krypton, exhausting conspiracy, deception, betrayal, and threats. Kill, become the most wanted criminal on Krypton, and seize the opportunity to come to Earth for himself. The relationship from the rebirth of the Earth to Krypton may also be due to the fact that the souls of the original people on the Earth made a mistake in the embryo incubator of Krypton, which caused the appearance to be different from that of everyone on Krypton. At one time, he was considered to be an inferior warrior preparation with a genetic error, and was almost destroyed. In the end, he showed his full vitality, plus a look different from everyone on Krypton, making him want to destroy him. The gene deployment staff felt reluctant for a while and left him, so they survived. Pamelo de Contretesco. The name may be a little weird. This is already dead in his hands. The tyrannical adopter simply clicked on the dictionary and clicked on the name of the characters. According to the translation, the name is the name. It is a string of words in Kryptonian language. Characters that have no meaning. It is neither a name that bears the glory of the predecessors, nor a name that represents the high hopes of loved ones. It is just a rubbish formed by scattered characters. His adopters think so. People familiar with him call him Batty. He used to be one of the sharpest and most promising warriors on Krypton. With the hard work of grown-up thinking since he was a child, he shed blood and tears, and grew up to a future double star called Krypton. At that time, Krypton everyone appreciates seeing's outstanding personality. He is the most outstanding warrior and military commander on Krypton. It is precisely because of this that he was able to get close to the high levels of Krypton and betray all of them. There is so much love, there is so much hatred. At that time, Fiora really wanted to kill him, leaving a deep scar on his face, making him always remember her disappointed and sad expression at that time. Batty never regretted his actions. On Krypton, the pattern is too small. At the center of the future universe, various wars across the infinite multiverse erupted, all centered on the Earth, battles between various gods. Old gods and new gods, various gods, and all kinds of miracles. Ability. Only on the Earth can radiation go out and affect the universe. Only on the Earth can the Kryptonians exert their strongest power, destroying the world with one hand, squeezing the stars, and blowing out the sun. But there will be no good results on Krypton, and there is only a dead end on Krypton that is about to be destroyed. For this he will come to the Earth at any price. His pupils focused and his consciousness gradually awoke. He lay in the Krypton separator and came back to life. The body is slightly heavier, a sequelae of waking up from deep sleep, and the muscles and blood begin to rejuvenate from the plump of lead and mercury. Through real-time holographic projection technology, he saw the starry sky projected in front of him, the bright starry sky, the orange sun, and the small blue planet that revolves around the sun. Virtual imaging technology is a technology that uses the principles of interference and diffraction to record and reproduce real three-dimensional images of objects. It synchronizes with the outside world in real time, that is to say, he has indeed come to the solar system. His body froze for a moment, a huge heart sound echoed in his ears, blood surged, and even his breath stopped holding his breath because of excitement, and he exhaled a long breath deeply. The blood in his body was rushing like a river turbulent Pumby. Unstoppable excitement surged to his heart. He clenched his fist tightly, suppressing the excitement caused by the violent heart twitching, whistling with the turbulent mood, wishing to shout for a long time. Howl! Earth! Finally came to the earth. His pupils were dilated, his excitement was beyond renewed, his heartbeat strengthened and accelerated, and his metabolism was hyperactive, which made him wish to stand up now and declare his existence. Announcing the world, his arrival. Declare the world, his desires. But not right now, I have not yet reached the earth, set foot on that piece of land, that planet. The sun has not yet been shining, powerful enough to burst the planet and occupy everything. After he got excited, he gently calmed down the rush of heart and blood, meditated silently and learned the meditation ideas from the Kryptonian Meditation Association, controlled his emotions and body, and calmed down his emotions and body. For a long time, the Krypton separator was still sailing towards the earth. He calmed down, his face expressionless, his lips pressed tightly, and his eyes gleaming, lying on his back in the Krypton separator, looking at the solar system where the holographic projection appeared. He stretched out his hand and dived into the solar system, as if touching a real object. The solar system shrank and whirled slightly in the palm of his hand. He is like the Kun master who dominates the galaxy. The solar system is in the palm of his hand, and he is playing with him wantonly, destroying the galaxy with only one hand. Soon, I will dominate the world. His eyes flashed with fanatical ambition, the corner of his mouth was outlined with an arrogant grin, and the vertical knife scar moved along with it. Under his cold appearance of mixed Hyuxia and Western blood, he showed the spirit of looking down at the world and crisscrossing the starry sky. Suddenly, he held his palm, and the solar system was scattered by him. In the darkness, he gradually calmed down. And he fell asleep again, still some distance from the earth. Nevada. Speaking of Nevada, we have to say that it is well known in the world in the future or now. It is located in an area of Lincolnshire in southern Nevada, the famous Area 51 Air Force military base. In 1950, when the military established a nuclear weapons test site in Nevada, it was included again. At that time, its division number on the map was Zone 51. Later, due to the frequent occurrence of mysterious and abnormal incidents here, the folks have the term 51 restricted area. Regardless of whether there are real aliens, UFOs appear in this Area 51. Speaking of Nevada, it must be the most famous Area 51. Compared with the world's focus on this famous military base in Area 51, other military bases in Nevada appear to be unheard of and unattended. Reconnaissance and Shooting Satellite Application Military Base, here is named the 18th Military Base. Nowadays. In 1980, the satellite detected a small spacecraft from space. Chapter 2 Discovery. Military base in the 18th District of Nevada. In the Shooting Application Reconnaissance Satellite Control Room, the photos arranged on several large screens made the operating control room silent. A white object was faintly displayed on the screen, and it was flying straight down toward the Earth, such as a meteorite thruster with a strong flame. The photo looks very fuzzy because of the strong flames, but according to the outline and the long tail flames, it is still enough to restore a bit of its original appearance. Several staff members in white coats of Jinjian Aviation stared, pressing their hands on the control desk and stood up. This is a spaceship. A small white spaceship. Science fiction spaceship. A spacecraft that can travel in space. Where does it come from? A spaceship with an interstellar civilization came to Earth. There is more than one race of humans in the universe. There are races that have developed the technology of interstellar navigation. They are now coming to the Earth. Suddenly, a fiery mood arose in the vast control room, and the heart was surging. Everyone was excited in their hearts, staring at the screen intently, clenching their fists in their hands. This is unprecedented and a great discovery of the century. In the vast expanse of the universe, there is not only one intelligent life of human beings, there are other lives. Now they are coming to Earth. A staff member in a white coat blushed and directed excitedly. Calculating where the spacecraft falls is a great discovery. The contact between humans and the interstellar will be opened by us. A discovery sufficient to go into the annals of history. A discovery that is famous for the ages. Everyone and the staff are so passionate and generous that they can even see their excitement as pioneers to discover the unknown starry sky race for mankind. The endless starry sky took the first step through their exploration. The contact between the alien races in the starry sky is the first step for them to explore. Like the words Armstrong said when he landed on the moon on July 20, 1969, this is a small step taken by individuals, but it is a big step taken by mankind. The dazzling starry sky is waiting for them to touch, and the unknown realm moves their hearts like a devil, making them desperately moths to fight the fire. According to the trajectory of the spacecraft's fall, the staff enthusiastically concluded that the spacecraft will soon fall in a giant cedar forest 300 kilometers away. Nevada is the driest state in the United States. More than half of the state has a desert-type climate, and there are not many places with large forests. Coincidentally, the spacecraft is about to fall in the giant cedar forest here. It was only 300 kilometers away. This was a blow to happiness. The staff in the control room cheered loudly. If there were no accidents, they would be able to see the spacecraft for a few hours at most. Aliens can even study the aerospace technology of alien spacecraft. It's simply overwhelming, wanting to see everything. When the control room was hot, a majestic voice stopped their momentum. Deleted it. General Vic, who has been in the control room, standing tall, looking at the big screen and many staff members, said majestically. General Vic was over 40 years old, white, upright, and mature, with eagle nose, and Camui's strict eyes with fierceness. Just by looking at the majestic atmosphere on the outside, he knew that he was a strong and uncompromising person. The cheers in the control room stopped abruptly, the needle drop was audible, the voices of many staff members stopped, and their heads couldn't turn their heads. This is a great discovery, why should it be deleted? There are a few researchers with bright brains and their faces are a bit ugly. General Vic is a hardline hawkish general. His tyranny is also famous in the United States. The most famous is that he was dissatisfied with the victory of North Vietnam in the Vietnam War that ended in 1975, 5 years ago, and he passed by when he left. The village, ordered the massacre of tens of thousands of people in several villages, once went to a military court, but in the end it was punished by a superficial essay, and gave other countries an explanation. According to reason, this is the right process to report to the National Defense, the Ministry of Information of the state, and the President for the discovery of an alien spacecraft. This is the correct process. Now, General Vic has asked to delete the information here, which can be imagined. He wants to swallow any information about this alien spacecraft. The needle drop in the control room is audible, and there is no doubt that General Vic is the supreme controller here. In this military base, he is talking about the unique existence. Many staff members also looked at each other, not knowing what to do. General Vic, this is not suitable. No, a middle-aged researcher wearing a white coat and wrinkles on his forehead, said that General Vic was so majestic that he sweated on his forehead. This tyrannical general seemed to want to cover up this discovery. The needle drop in the control room was audible, and it calmed down, not finding the heat of the alien spacecraft. Execute the order, soldier. Delete Observer 14's record. Among the two colonels behind General Vic, a man and a woman, the man stepped forward, his eyes flashing fiercely, and he swept across all the staff and gave orders in a deep voice. He is tall and mighty, with the deep facial features of European and American features, a tough face, calm eyes, and his tall figure in military uniform is half a head taller than General Vic in front of him. He looks very strong, fierce, and oppressive. Colonel Slade Joseph Wilson, a murderer, also followed General Vic during the Vietnam War and slaughtered the entire village. His eyes swept across the people in the control room, like a knife in the cold wind, blowing straight into the bottom of people's hearts, making people feel chilly. Some people with poor psychological quality have already begun to feel sore in their legs and shivering. They have no doubt that if there is any behavior that does not follow the order, there will be any terrible consequences. I got it, General Vic. The staff tremblingly obeyed General Vic's order and deleted the record of the discovery of the alien spacecraft. At the same time, in General Vic's order, the previous record was slightly changed, replacing today's time record. Everyone, please relax, you will be part of the research on alien spacecraft. General Vic said, turning around and taking the two colonels out of the control room. Hearing what General Vic said, the faces of the staff in the white coats were as grey as death, and they had no freedom. Then, soldiers with guns rushed in and stood, making the atmosphere even more heavy and depressing. General Vic took heavy steps and left the control room. Colonel Slade was behind him, followed by another female colonel with blonde hair. He somewhat puzzled the behavior of General Vic. As his confidant, he would lose all his glory. Of course, he would support his actions. However, the fact that he found an alien spaceship without permission was really frightening. A slight accident will be the result of being dealt with by the state. The general and his status as a colonel will be regarded as acts of treason. There is no place for them in the entire United States. General Vic slowed down, seeming to perceive his focus, and his majestic voice said again, "There will be no problem. There are not many satellites that transmit information in real time. Other orbits are not in this direction. Shooting and reconnaissance satellites back and forth, after which I can deal with meteorites." Colonel Slade had no objection, and replied firmly, "The general's instructions are my unwavering direction of action. He is just a subordinate, he only needs to act." General Vic nodded in satisfaction, pondered for a moment, and his eyes sharply said, "What I am talking to you now needs to be kept secret." Colonel Slade raised his eyebrows slightly. "This is not the first alien to come to Earth," General Vic said. "Area 51 lives up to its name." Colonel Slade froze, woke up before catching up with General Vic. This is really shocking. Intelligent life other than humans has already set foot on the Earth, and even more surprising is that the alien creatures that can cross the starry sky and navigate the starry sky did not destroy and enslave mankind. No matter what you think, all surprised him. Chapter 3: The Disappearance of the Pulitzer Prize. Nevada, the town of Stone. The town here is ordinary, and like many other towns, there are no outstanding buildings, scenery, historical sites. The giant cedar forest in the distance of the town can be regarded as a unique scenery. Giant sequoias are the thickest of all trees, and even have a record height of 110 meters. In the giant cedar forest not far from the town here, there is no 100-meter-high giant cedar, but there are as many stars as 6 or 70 meters tall, standing continuously among the trees. Most of the houses in the town are also made and reinforced by giant cedar trees. The tide of logging that has been rising in the small town never recedes. Whenever a family's house needs to be reinforced, to make fences, and to burn firewood for heating, a group of energetic middle-aged people will make appointments to cut timber. Cut down the huge giant cedar trees that are up to 60 meters high and surrounded by 4 or 5 talents and fell into the ground. The giant trees that dumped from the sky, the splashed mud, and the magnitude of the ground shaking will make them trip over giants. Great sense of success. The wood of giant sequoias is resistant to decay, but it is easy to crack and brittle, so it is actually not suitable for construction materials. Looking through the window, watching the sawn wooden slats pull past his door, Mike silently despised these little scene country guys. Although they helped build his own house, this does not hinder him. He thought to look down on these people in his heart. But he didn't know that the wood of the giant sequoia was crushed into pulp and then synthesized into wood, which was not easy to rot and had strong resistance to pressure. After all the sawnwood strips passed through his door, he opened the door and walked out with a sigh of relief. These loggers are not newsworthy in the slightest, and every time they see them they will be familiar with driving. Some Mikes have grown up. Mike is promising. Mike is a news reporter. Mike, you should interview the town, there is warmth in the ordinary. So Mike didn't want to say hello to them, Mike didn't want to understand their enthusiasm. The ghost knows in their minds, what is there to interview and report about the plainness of this small town of Stone? If he hadn't come back to visit relatives during the holiday, he would not set foot in this small town which is not newsworthy. I should interview business tycoons, celebrity singers, and people who wrote the Pulitzer Prize in National City. After all, I graduated from National City University and entered the National City Daily to become an official reporter. A shining star of tomorrow. He expected that this moment would not be too far away, looking forward to it with fiery fantasy in his heart. It seems that God is perfecting him. When the sun is falling to the west, the sunset gradually turns into a dark night, and the stars begin to shine. A stream of light traversed an arc in the night sky. Meteor. Mike put his hands in his black sweater pockets, and looked at the streamer with his head up. The meteor seemed to be very close. His eyes seemed to see the fuzzy outline, and the front end was rushing down with the red heat. Suddenly, the meteorite he thought was a meteor made an explosion in the next blink of his eye. This sound shook Mike's body and was startled. Immediately, thick black smoke came out from the tail of the meteor, and it was in front of Mike's eyes, slanting black smoke into the giant cedar forest. Mike's staring gaze followed the direction of the meteor, and intense black smoke came out of the giant cedar forest. The meteor apparently plunged into the giant cedar forest, rubbing the giant cedar tree and hitting it down, and the teeth were sore. He could imagine how intense the sound was. The booming explosion awakened the town at night. That's a meteor. A meteor burst into the giant cedar forest. Call the fire brigade and notify the police station. Notify all people in all small towns that there is a possibility of wildfires. The giant cedar forest is not far from the town, and the fire may spread. All the town staff are ready to stay away at any time. The experienced middle-aged man shouted loudly, directing the people who came out of the house to avoid possible wildfires. Giant sequoias themselves are flame-resistant and not easy to burn, but this kind of mountain fire often burns from the plants next to the giant sequoias and spreads to most small towns with wooden houses, which is an extinction disaster. The black smoke rising from the giant cedar forest made the town panic. Mike's body is agitated. It is definitely not a meteorite. As for what it is unknown. This is very likely a new thing, he has the feeling, from the tentacles of a new reporter from the National Daily. The Pulitzer Prize was calling to himself, and his heart heated up. His skin got lumps and trembling with excitement, and his body was heated with fiery excitement in his heart. He took his hands out of his sweater pockets and ran back towards his home, ignoring the crowds who were preparing to start evacuation and the middle-aged people who yelled him to hurry up and inform others. The giant cedar forest with black smoke was very likely not burning. The black smoke was the dense smoke caused by the mechanical explosion, not the smoke from burning plants. He panted and opened the door, ran to his room, took out his baby Pentax K1000 camera from the closet, and quickly put it into the film and hung it around his neck. Before he could say goodbye to his parents, he jumped in anxious steps. Stairs, pull the mountain bike from the garage. The sour footsteps could not stop his excitement. He desperately stepped on this new mountain bike, exhaled, and excitedly watched the smoky giant cedar forest rush past, panic behind him. The town was thrown away by his flushed face with excitement. The closer he got to the giant cedar forest, the more sure he was that the mountain fire had not spread. The thick black smoke was just the smoke produced by the mechanical explosion. Approaching the destination, on the hillside where mountain bikes are difficult to reach, he directly abandons the mountain bike. The soreness of his hands and feet has been stimulated by the adrenaline generated by his excitement, and he burst out of endless power when he usually doesn't exercise much. The palms and knees were worn and bleeding and climbed up the hill, and he almost shoveled down, all of which were climbed up abruptly by his excitement. I ran deep into the soft mud road until my hands and feet felt unconscious. That was the result of excessive exercise beyond the upper limit of fatigue. Tomorrow must be a backache in the waist, and people can't wait to just lie on the bed. The last time he was in this situation was when he refused to admit defeat in a football comparison at National City University and was beaten up and down. And this time, he did not disappoint. As he expected, the Pulitzer Prize for Journalism was already beckoning him, and it was a discovery that was sufficient to win the Pulitzer Prize for Journalism. The trunk bark of the huge giant cedar was scraped in a large piece, revealing the deep flesh inside. He held his breath and stared at the white spaceship violently emitting black smoke. It had the beauty of future science fiction. Half of it was scorched black, exuding billowing black smoke, and there were scattered sparks in the turbid surroundings, and there was no wildfire. A person was half hung on the sci-fi spacecraft, and the rough landing of the spacecraft caused him to fall into a coma. His mixed Fuchsia and Western appearance gave him a different kind of beauty, and the deep knife marks on his left cheek showed a cold temperament. This is a tough man with a different kind of charm. I am afraid that the group of elves at National City University will be fascinated. Mike stepped forward, trying to save people, but he was backed by a continuous cough with heavy smoke, covering his mouth with tears from the corners of his eyes, and only realized when he touched the camera hanging on his chest. Save someone. I'm talking about taking pictures first. He quickly held the camera close to his eyes, and began to take pictures. Every sound of the film turning made him immersed in Pulitzer's fantasy. The sound of the camera taking pictures made him complain. He knew that he would not go on a date, and he should buy a new Canon A1 camera. The new photographer Pentax K1000 camera now has no automatic metering and automatic focusing. I am really sorry. Winner of his own Pulitzer Prize in Journalism. Until the last film was taken, he licked his chapped lips intently. At this time, he remembered to save people. A lot of thick smoke dissipated. He walked to a corner, fanning the black smoke, and wanted to pull out the man hanging on the spaceship. Good weight. Mike took his hand, and when he pulled it hard, he realized that he couldn't pull him. He was as heavy as a piece of iron. It wasn't something stuck, but the man's body was as heavy as iron. Mike was surprised to find that he had the power to suckle, holding him still. This is definitely not the weight of an earthling. He is not an earthling. Mike looked at the man hanging on the spaceship in shock. Suddenly, quietly, dark figures emerged from the woods, surrounding this area. Mike was startled when he saw a tall and sturdy man in the uniform of an army colonel. Seeing that it was a soldier guarding the country, Mac let out a sigh of relief, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted loudly, "Come here and help, he is heavy, he doesn't look like an earthling." Colonel Slade narrowed his eyes and looked at the man hanging on the alien spaceship. "Is this an alien? It looks exactly like a human being." He stepped forward, but in the blink of an eye, he stepped in front of Mike. In Mike's unbelievable and shocked pupils, the knife in his right hand was extremely swift, flashing a vague phantom in the night, hitting his aorta, and forcefully just right knocked him out. Chapter 4: The Worst Start. General Vic emerged from the dark night, stepping out of the giant cedar woods under the bright moonlight, the black shadows surrounding the alien spacecraft. The eyes on his hooked nose lit up with desire for ambition, and his thin figure had an aura of standing at the top for a long time. The black smoke of the spacecraft is gradually dwindling, and sporadic sparks hit some full and moist emerald green leaves, and there is no second explosion or wildfire. Colonel Slade, his confidant, warned him, removed the threat, and nodded slightly to indicate safety. The pupils of ambitious desire stared wide in the dark night, and General Vic swept across the half-destroyed spaceship. His gaze stayed on Batty's face. He slightly motioned to Slade to come forward and check. Colonel Slade received the order and approached Batty. Through the extinguishing flames, he saw Batty's face. He felt a little bit awe-inspiring in his heart, always feeling that this alien with a high nose and a wide forehead was not as sunny as the surface, and the knife marks on his deep cheeks had an outrageous and cold feeling, as if he was like his kind, the sharpest. A warrior who has experienced many battles. Or he is also an elite fighter. Colonel Slade guessed in his mind that he approached Batty and clasped his arm with his big hands, trying to get him out of the spaceship. Batty's strong arm was as strong as steel, which surprised him. He exerted force with both arms, bursting into blue veins, and pulling the arm that caught Batty. It turned out to be only a little pulled, making his face change on the spot. "It's heavy." Mike, who was stunned by him, did not exaggerate. The alien was as heavy as human-shaped steel. "This body weighs up to 400 kilograms, he asks that his strong body strength is no worse than any human being. As the most elite soldier in the army, the human body that exercises to the limit will pull 400 kilograms of weight at once. It is also somewhat difficult. The human limit can pick up about 450 kilograms of weight at most, and it will reach the limit all at once. Drink." He gave a heavy drink. His feet, waist, and arms were all vigorously, and he lifted Batty out of the half-destroyed spacecraft. It didn't last long. After a while, his arms shook, and sweat appeared on his face. He staggered and knelt down, put Batty on the ground, exhaled a breath of air from his nose, and reported, "General, he is indeed an alien, weighing 400 kilograms. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help being a little surprised. They seemed to be about the same height as Colonel Yamato Slade, but he weighed 400 kilograms. Could it be that the muscles and internal organs of the body are made of steel, and the iron is flowing?" General Vic's eyes showed surprise, but it was more ambitious. The more magical the alien, the better. He hardly had to hide the wildness in his eyes. "Good." General Vic gave a compliment and beckoned back with his right hand. "Take him." Following him all the time, another female colonel with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked exactly like a porcelain doll, answered with a blank face, and stepped out. She came to Colonel Slade, squatted, and inserted her arms into the gap between the Queen's neck and knees, and she was about to hug him in the manner of a princess, the alien weighing nearly 400 kilograms. Colonel Slade turned his eyes slightly, preparing to stop Violet's actions. The weight of 400 kilograms is definitely not the existence that a woman can easily hold. Even a strong man like himself felt strenuous to pick up this 400-kilogram alien, and his arms trembled. Violet is just a woman, does he still want to pick up the alien? It's hard to believe that, for this confidant who is also General Vic, Colonel Violet, he doesn't know much. He just knows that after the Vietnam War, she suddenly appeared one day and became General Vic's confidant. Slade had never exchanged a word with him. From the beginning, she was blonde and blue-eyed, and Zhuoyu appeared next to General Vic and became General Vic's confidant. Slade did not know more information. He used to talk to Violet, but Violet, except for General Vic's order, no matter who communicated with her, she would not respond and ignore it. Over time, Slade ignored the lifeless Colonel Violet. But the next scene refreshed Slade's understanding of human beings. I saw that the soft soil was stepped down to the top of the boots by Violet's army boots. Her waist was straight, and she was still the expressionless face. The upright princess hugged Batty, turned and walked towards General Vic's step on the sunken soft soil. Slade was speechless, staring in shock as she watched Violet lift up the alien expressionlessly and turn to leave. Slade didn't know how powerful Violet was, but if she wanted to hug the 400-kilogram alien like her, and walk freely, at least he had to have nearly 1,000 kilograms of strength to be able to hold and walk. Slade's worldview felt smashed, and his colleagues who had been silent and expressionless had nearly 1,000 kilograms of power, which was stronger than himself, a man bathed in the flames of war. Colonel Slade was so stupefied that he had always wondered what was going on in this world. Aliens arrived in a spaceship, and his colleague was a monster with a strength of nearly 1,000 kilograms and surpassed the limit of human beings. It wasn't until General Vic ordered him to transport half of the alien spacecraft back to the underground base, and report to him after processing this place, that Colonel Slade recovered and dealt with the scene, but he still couldn't avoid all kinds of doubts in his heart. As for the baddie held by Violet, he and General Vic took a step ahead of time and went back to the underground base first. Colonel Slade finished dealing with the scene and smashed Mike's camera. He didn't know what he felt. He just pondered for a moment and put away the film in the camera by himself. The half of the alien spacecraft was transported back to the underground base. After all this was handled, Colonel Slade descended to the deepest level of the underground base, and only a few people could pass through, the most confidential underground place. Cast iron and cold metal walls in the Institute. Inside the high-strength tempered single-sided glass, there is a 40-square-meter white room. The large aliens are bound by steel handcuffs and shackles, and are attached to the steel wall. A place for scientific research like many movies. General Vic raised his hand to intercept Slade's report, and wanted to listen carefully to a little old man who had glasses on his face in front of him. He was over 60 years old, his eyes flashed and his face flushed. The director of the Institute here, Bori. Slade nodded, his eyes swept towards Violet, who was standing on the left side behind General Vic as always. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He returned to his position on the right side of General Vic. It is unbelievable. Our staff wanted to draw some blood with the needle. The needle was bent and couldn't enter. In the end, it was very difficult to draw a little blood out of the test with a steel needle. We initially tested his body strength, muscle tightening, fiber and cell activation, bone density, and heart pulse. Draw a conclusion: his original planet has a gravity index 10 times that of the Earth. Dean Boley said with excitement. General Vic stared awe-inspiringly into the one-way glass, who was imprisoned by fetters and pasted on the wall. In other words, he has at least 4,000 or 5,000 kilograms of power. 10 times stronger than a human being on Earth. General Vic asked briefly. Slade couldn't help but secretly startled, his eyes also turned to the aliens. The elder bully supported the glasses that were about to slide down on the bridge of his nose, and replied, "It is not calculated like this. It involves the Earth's gravity, body muscle stretching, bone strength, and his strength. Starting with at least 10,000 kilograms, it is about 10 times stronger than Violet behind you." General Vic and Colonel Slade couldn't help but take a breath. 10,000 kilograms of power, 10 tons of power, this is completely the existence of humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Is this still a human? General Vic was shocked, and couldn't help but secretly excited that he had picked up the treasure. With the suppression of the threat of nuclear bombs between countries, large-scale wars will become rarer and may not occur. He felt this more after the Vietnam War. In the future, single-soldier combat or small squad combat will be the main focus. At that time, the combat effectiveness of the country's individual main body will be indispensable. This kind of power, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, can anyone stop it? No army was dispatched, completely fearless. If after the serum is made, the human warriors will be mass-produced, it will be an invincible existence. 17 hours later. Bade felt as if his body had a high fever, all of them were weak, and his eyelids were as heavy as metal. He opened his eyelids with difficulty, and the white environment in front of him made him feel like he was in heaven. When I see myself reflected in that piece of one-way glass. His mood fell to the bottom. He ushered in the worst start. I was caught by humans and studied it. Chapter 5 3 months. General Vic, a tyrannical and ambitious soldier. The elder of Bully, the highest person in charge of researching himself, presiding over the underground base, and researching his own body. Dr. Jenny, a PhD in biology, looks rather cold and beautiful, and looks like a cold scholar. In underground research, apart from the elder of the Boley Institute, he is the highest researcher. The authority is under the authority of the elder of the Boley Institute. Violet, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty with no emotion on her face, General Vic's bodyguard, often stood behind General Vic on the left side. Batty felt that this woman was not like a human being. Colonel Slade, Colonel Vic's confidant, is responsible for the security of this underground base. All of the above have been sorted out a little bit clearly from their little words in the past 3 months. He has been trapped for 3 months, and at the beginning, every time he wakes up, he becomes frantic and irritated, trapped frantically and dissatisfied. Some of them are acting, and they are also more real. From the beginning, they were crazy, and they performed crazy every day. Until now, they gradually accept reality and express the acceptance state of being born without love. The perfect concealment goes from falling into a desperate struggle to a level of despair. Otherwise, Batty is afraid that he will be too calm when he wakes up, and I can hold the whole audience, even if I am hung up, I can kill them. If they scare them to raise their alert 10 times, then it will be over, and now he has enough to eat. The pot is out. The room was still white, and only a single-sided glass sunken in the white wall reflected his figure. One can imagine that a group of white coats would always observe themselves on the other side of the glass. His body was still affixed to the wall in large fonts, his feet were off the ground, and his hands were shackled by stainless steel. There was nowhere to exert any force on his body. Under the downward force of gravity, his wrists and ankles were blood red, rubbing and struggling congestion. Mark of. Even if he has a million jin of power, he has no way to break free of the shackles forcibly. Batty lowered his head, his eyes closed, he was so tired that he was exhausted from torture. In fact, he closed his eyes, feeling the pain from bleeding from his wrist, and his head kept thinking. Way to escape here. He only learned that this was an underground base, and that he could not see the sun, and that the few people's information made him feel extremely irritated. I came to the Earth from Krypton with great hardships. Just give yourself this start? Bada secretly gritted his teeth. He has ambitious ambitions and has the ability to travel through the sky. From Krypton to the Earth, how can he come to the Earth to send vegetables and biological samples, and to send science and technology? No. You must go out to bask in the sun, step on the Earth, hold the stars in your hand, and blow out the sun. It's just that the current scene is simply desperate for Barty. An anesthetic that is 10 times heavier than an elephant's weight every day. The muscle relaxant injected to prevent excessive strength made his muscles sore. After 3 consecutive months, he was originally strong, his muscles exploded, and his body fat rate only 5% of the strong body is slack in their muscles, sore and weak, and they can't lift their strength. Before the physique of Krypton is activated by the sun, it is nothing, and he can still be killed easily. Sunday. As long as he shines on the sun and activates his Krypton gene, he will have the ability to leave this underground base. Of course, it does not mean that as long as you bask in the sun, you have the power of the movie Commander and Fiora, but it can activate his Krypton gene, so that he has the energy to absorb solar energy, and for sight and smell, hearing, thinking nerves, and cell vitality have a rapid change. Just like in evolution, the change to oneself is unparalleled. Although he is Krypton's lowest fighter cannon fodder template, it may even be incomplete. But the main body of Krypton's genes is still there, so it can absorb solar energy and become stronger gradually. What can I use? His drooping head kept thinking, trying to change his situation as much as possible. You must not be willing to be passively researched in this way, waiting for an accident in the underground base research room, and then luckily have a chance to escape. Batty did not believe that there would be such a movie-like thing. With such good luck, the spacecraft would not have an accident and would be caught when it fell. What's worse was that I was hit by the spacecraft explosion too much and went into a coma. Otherwise, relying on the huge power of 10,000 kilograms that came to Earth, and the fighting power of his own Kryptonian's most elite fighters, how could he be captured and fall like this? Luck has been used up from the moment of crossing. After crossing, he is also the lowest genetic warrior. To be able to come to the Earth, he will do everything he can to make every effort. Lucky? Non-existent. Everything depends on yourself, no matter what you give, or betrayal, or use any conspiracy, you have to go out. General Vic, Old Dean Borey, Dr. Jenny, Vi Alive, Colonel Slade. Batty lowered his head, the will trained by the elite Krypton soldiers, and the meditation thoughts tricked by the Krypton Meditations Guild kept running, focusing on his thinking ability and supporting his constant thinking. What can get out of this dilemma? I shouldn't be killed. Whether it is a biological or scientific answer, various factors add up to the degree of alien civilization and the reasons for coming to Earth. The living self is much more valuable than the dead. The information collected in the past 3 months flashed in his mind. He first eliminated General Vic and Violet from his mind. The former was obviously ambitious, and he was so happy when he picked it up, and laughed to death in dreams. Violet was like a robot that took orders, obeying Vic the General's order is hopeless. As for Colonel Slade, Batty feels that this name is a bit familiar, and the death knell is also called this name. Is this guy called Slade Wilson? However, whether or not he is currently a prisoner, he will not receive much help. Dean Borey, if you get help from this guy, or agree to give some biological genetic research, no. This old man was always a thief, and Batty felt that he was slick and treacherous, and I was afraid that he would only empty his head of knowledge and imprison himself forever. Batty's drooping head opened his eyes slightly, and the hair was hanging down in front of his eyes, and the whole person looked desolate and dead. Dr. Jenny, about 25 or 16 years old, too young, in this research base. Only the authoritative biological expert of the elder of the Bully Academy. A young woman with rich knowledge, a doctorate at a young age, and able to work in this underground base research institute under the elder of Dean Bully. Batty intends to use her as a gap. To be able to become a PhD expert in biology at the age of 25 or 60, and to be the second-in-chief in such an important base research institute, the knowledge, IQ, and even the backstage must be strong enough. Only in her body did Batty see a trace of gap. Maybe you can use her to see the sun. I hope her emotional intelligence is not too high. Chapter 6 Opportunity. Everything was as expected by Batty, and the underground research base was caught in a research dilemma. Without him, there are too many spacecraft beyond the ages. In 1980, this backward technology wanted to study this spacecraft across the starry sky, but there was really nowhere to start. The IBM 5150, the world's first personal computer, was only available in 1981. Only in 1984 did the motorcycle Laladen Attack 8000X, the world's first mobile phone, look like a big brother. The Windows system was only available in 1985. It can be seen from this that even if it is a research base with advanced technology than the private sector, there is no way to study an alien spacecraft. This is also the reason why General Vic simply abandoned the spacecraft and let the old man Borey study the genes of extraterrestrial organisms. Because in Area 51, there are a lot of talents studying technology, and technological progress is not so easy, not to mention the damage to the spacecraft has left them nowhere to start. However, biological genes can make General Vic strong. Despite this, he did not abandon the plan of the alien spacecraft's achievements. Of course, if there is a person living in an advanced technological atmosphere, come to explain some for them, even some future applications, they will have a flying growth. It happens that Batty is alive again, and I am sorry for this living alien without contact and use. BAD, who has a complete insight into all of this, also officially started the real bio acting. As long as there is contact, there will be real opportunities. And now, the opportunity has appeared in front of him. One day during the 4th month of Batty's imprisonment, the underground research base selected a middle-aged woman with a teacher's qualification to teach baddies English. They need Batty to learn English to communicate and gain more knowledge from him. However, Batty was indifferent in front of the English teacher they chose. He would always have his head down, his eyes gloomy and apathetic, and he had no interest in communicating with them, let alone learning English. This made Bori. The dean's old man made a sad face. In fact, they chose the wrong person to teach. The middle-aged woman in front of him wearing black silk stockings, thick calves, and fattening has a stable career. Children, husband, and family are not his goals at all. This middle-aged woman will not have any use value. Bad is insightful to all of this. What he needs is a woman who will be sympathetic to a prince in trouble under his own language weaving, be bewildered by contact, and even fall in love with his own woman. Although Batty is not a prince, it is not important. He can make up and lie. He is very familiar with this kind of thing. Such women must not be middle-aged women who have children and a stable family. Such people think too much, worry too much, and are not impulsive. What I need is a young, emotional heart. If this middle-aged woman is 20 years younger, maybe Batty will use her feelings to escape her life. But not who she is now. For the target person, Barty even constructed a perfect blueprint in his mind, thinking of countless words and scenes that women should be fascinated by, to deal with or to seduce her with such a high IQ, just to deepen her. Attracted to myself. The biological female doctor of about 25 years old is his target. After facing the middle-aged female teacher indifferently for a month, the target person finally appeared in the longing of Batty. At the beginning of the 5th month, on the 2nd day, Batty had been silently calculating the time he was imprisoned. Dr. Jenny replaced the researcher who had originally come to give him a muscle relaxation shot. Wendy, Dean Bori wants you to teach him some scientific terms first. Drive. Jenny withdrew the steel needle from Batty's arm, and the tiny pinhole formed a red dot on his skin. It was a little difficult to pierce the needle into the strong muscle, and then put the syringe on the tray. Drive. Jenny's face was cold, and she looked at the middle-aged woman Wendy who was unilaterally stuffing English words to Batty. Wendy frowned, put her hand in the pocket of her white coat slightly impatiently, and said, "Old man Bori. I'm already troublesome enough. I taught the students 20 years ago. I have to give it to me. Teach aliens, I just want to hide in the laboratory instead of facing a piece of wood. This alien is not a good student and ignores me." While speaking, she opened her mouth in surprise, paused for her dissatisfaction, and looked at the alien in front of her in disbelief. After waiting for so long, Batty finally looked for the best opportunity to cut into Dr. Jenny's line of sight and make the plan he wanted. The moment he heard "drive" Jenny's voice, he lifted his heavy head, his eyes were dark, revealing surprise, shock, grief, sadness, love and pity, and he did everything he could to provoke all kinds of pupils with deep stories, as if in seeing her here, hearing her voice is a complex relationship that is shocked, sad, and joyful. Oscar is less affectionate than him. Dr. Jenny met these dark eyes, feeling as if something was being passed into her heart, and she was stunned for 10 seconds before she recovered from Wendy's joking words. "Jenny, did aliens fall in love with you at first sight?" Wendy's strange feeling, she has taught the alien for more than a month, and has never seen the alien react in any way. Now Jenny appeared here, but just said a word, which attracted the attention of aliens. It's true that middle-aged women are not as attractive as young girls. Look, even aliens are tempted. Jenny obviously had a very good relationship with Wendy, a middle-aged woman, and Jenny made a few words with some weird doubts, and then walked away in the eyes of Batty that made her uncomfortable. After Batty's gaze left with Jenny's back, he performed a bit of sorrow of painful memories in front of Wendy, and the sad head was heavily hung down. This white room seemed to bring a bit of sadness to Batty's performance. Middle-aged woman Wen Teach looked at Batty strangely, continued her self-taught teaching, and taught for a while, but Batty's reaction really made her annoyed. Without this, you will look affectionately and silently in the face of young girls, and you will look down and ignore the middle-aged women. When you are young, you can be regarded as a rose. Well, Mr. Alien, you learn English with me, how about I help you pick Jenny? Middle-aged woman Wendy tempted, and said a few more words about Jenny's figure. There is D, it is D. How long are the legs? How thin the waist is, it moves like a fairy, it is the best among the best in the world. Batty heard that he wanted to smoke people. In his current situation, even if he looks like a shit, he would have to take a dip. Look for opportunities to leave here, no matter whether it is D or E, legs or legs. Waist. Now Body only hopes that Jenny's EQ is negative and that she is attracted to herself. It wasn't until the end that Wendy patted her head suddenly, remembering that the alien didn't understand English and couldn't communicate, and asked her to say a few words about the BD old man bully and give her such a troublesome task. Chapter 7 Kryptonians teach you to pick up girls. After several days of underground research, nothing has changed. It is still the middle-aged woman Wendy holding a picture with English letters, shaking it in front of Batty for him to see, and matching the sandy voice of the middle-aged woman, tired of it. Reading the English letters on the card. Not only Wendy is bored, but Batty also feels impatient and irritable. To teach themselves English, Barty knew after a little thought, they wanted to explain the various operations of the small spacecraft by themselves, and wanted their own knowledge of their heads, so they couldn't wait, even if it was a cramming-style teaching, they wanted to learn a little by themselves. The only explanation is that with the current technology, they can't research anything. The spacecraft is too advanced, and with the incomplete spacecraft, they have nothing to do and want their own help. Being treated as a prisoner in this way, but also wanting to squeeze out his own brain knowledge, makes Batty's heart full of anger. I swear. One day free, everyone in this base will die. However, he had to deeply suppress the dry fire in his heart, and kept running the mind to calm his heart. He can't express any emotional attitudes. Once they feel that he can communicate with other people besides Jenny, then the calculations he wants to do that put Jenny in a unique position will fail. If she hasn't appeared for too long, the impression score of Batik will gradually decline, and eventually it will not be able to set off the fluctuations in her heart. In love, the heart fluctuates too violently, and the one who cares too much about the other party will die in defeat. He has learned in previous lives and has practiced in this life. Maybe Jenny didn't want to care about how affectionate his story is worth exploring, or maybe it's not enough to attract her to explore her heart. The worst thing is that she is already famous and has no time to pay attention to her performance. Come out and want to discuss the story with her. For more than 7 days, Jenny didn't show up in front of him, making him wonder if the emotional expression revealed by the eyes met that day was wrong, or Jenny was not so emotional, reason was greater than sensibility. Bade thought carefully and discovered that this is indeed possible. Those who were in the secondary authority of the important underground research institute at a young age should have rational thinking occupying the vast majority. He thought about it carefully in his heart and began to plan the next time he had the opportunity to face her, what kind of impression he could make, and stay in her heart. For Batty, the scene at the beginning of his confrontation last time almost failed. On this day, Jenny once again appeared in a white room and gave him a muscle relaxation needle. The recovery ability of the Krypton gene, even if it is not in contact with the sun, is much stronger than ordinary Earthlings. This kind of muscle relaxation needle can relax the proteins between muscles, allowing them to more easily separate the DNA in cells for research. It is not just the study of letting the muscles relax for cell recovery. Jenny stepped on high heels and came in with a crisp da-da-da. Just like the last time, she was going to take a muscle relaxation shot for Batty. She was tall and slender, with a cold and glamorous temperament. After a strange glance at DBA, she moved away. Since the last time Batty's complicated eyes met her, she has been a little caring and weird in her heart. After all, the alien who has never reacted, hearing her own voice is like a memory, seeing something in the past, so that she who loves biological research has a lot of attention. What kind of experience and past does this alien have? Men with stories are always particularly easy to attract women. Not to mention, the alien only reacted to herself, which made her a little curious. Bad's head hung down, and the slender legs suddenly fell into view, and his heart moved involuntarily, but he did not look up. What he set for himself was the alien prince who would react only when he heard Jenny's voice. It was the first time he heard Jenny's voice last time and he was shocked. After Jenny greeted the middle-aged woman Wendy, Batty heard Jenny's voice and her figure was shocked, and then looked up at Jenny. His eyes seemed to see the shadow of his former lover, with compassion, sadness, and sadness. I also found that the woman in front of me was not the lover I wanted to see, that kind of disappointed eyes. Jenny greeted her, as if she felt the sadness in her heart, and the mood revealed by the eyes of Batty passed to her heart. There were too many stories in this eyes. Jenny was shocked to stare at it. After the middle-aged woman Wendy called, she recovered, and tremblingly gave Batty an injection. After Jenny retracted the needle, some subtle thoughts were placed on the tray. After looking at Batty for a while, he concealed his thoughts and prepared to turn around and go out. "Can I listen to your voice more?" Batty's voice suddenly sounded. There was a bit of harshness and mystery in this white space. This sentence was spoken in Kryptonian language, so Jenny and the middle-aged woman Wendy didn't understand what it meant, but just felt it. Mystery. Both Jenny and Wendy, the middle-aged woman, were shocked and looked at him blankly. This sentence was obviously addressed to Jenny, and it went deep into her heart. Wendy brought some surprises, the kind of surprises that belonged to studying and seeing new things. This alien could talk before, but the method used by herself and others was wrong. Then Bad looked sad and disappointed, and the information revealed in his eyes seemed to say, "You're not her." He lowered his head in an ashen look again, revealing a deep disappointment. Seeing this look in Batty's eyes, normal women will feel a kind of emotional shock, and feel a little strange, and they will feel very uncomfortable with Batty's confession in their hearts. There is a kind of "you that is not my fault," and there is "I am sorry for you why this woman is not what I think, but at the same time I am eager to understand what kind of past this man has, how can he be so deeply sad?" Oftentimes, women fall into the trap just by learning about men's past. Batty also uses this method. The innate requirement of this method is that you need to pay attention to women and be attractive. Batty is a Kryptonian, an alien. In this underground base, he is the biggest attraction. The emotions expressed by his excellent appearance make it easier for him to attract women's attention and capture women. That's why he carried out this method. If this does not have the effect that it should have, Batty will give up this method, so as to find an excuse that they will not doubt, learn English in front of them, and then help them solve the technology of alien spacecraft and get more a little freedom and autonomy. As long as they want technology, then they have a plan. As long as they didn't notice that they could become stronger by basking in the sun, all their plans would have opportunities. Batty thought calmly in his heart. With a little information, Batty can guess the individual. Using Ultimate's plan is his specialty. Barty's plan, when Dr. Jenny walked out of the room door in a daze, the old man of Dean Borey's orders began, and it began to succeed. "Jenny, starting from tomorrow, you will teach alien English." The old man of Dean Borey looked at the glass wall with his head hanging down, and his eyes thoughtfully analyzed. Since falling to the earth and being imprisoned and losing his freedom, he has struggled, been crazy, unwilling to pass, and finally his heart is ashamed. He has a reaction only when he hears your voice. Jenny, your voice reminds him of familiar people, and he has such a big reaction. Through you, we can learn about his past, the culture on his planet and technology. Jenny feels a little uncomfortable, want to use such a affectionate man? Chapter 8. The next day. Seeing Dr. Jenny teaching herself English instead of Wendy, a middle-aged woman, Bart knew that freedom is possible, and she kept smiling coldly in her heart. In tight confinement, it can't reach people's hearts. As long as there are people's desires, this kind of imprisonment is regarded as a white mouse research, and how can you really trap yourself? The extraterrestrial spacecraft technology they longed for, Barty naturally informed them bit by bit over time, fearing that they would not be destined to witness the rise of technology in the future. At first, Dr. Jenny was still like the middle-aged woman Wendy, holding a picture, accompanied by English cardboard for him to watch, and read it out in a cold voice, so that Batty remembered it. Every time Dr. Jenny reads a word, Batty made a light response, which seemed to be vibrated by her voice, revealing emotions. Either the eyes are tender, or the grief flashes faintly, or the memories have been thought, or things are wrong. Of course, this is all false. However, Chi Bukwan is false. After all, he has been deeply affectionate and unfeeling. Everything that he performed in his eyes is well-founded and deeply moved. At the beginning, Jenny was still correcting her cold teaching, but seeing the emotions revealed by the alien who made her curious before her, she unconsciously felt a little bit of an itch to understand everything. Originally, she was an expert in biology, and she had a fanatical research spirit in the physical genes of aliens and Earthlings. In addition, the extraterrestrial sentimentality showed her distinctive emotions, which made her unconsciously sink into the constructions of Palestine. In the virtual emotions, it is gentle and heartwarming for Bad, sad, and painful for memories. She has been interested in biology students since she was a child, and plunged into the ocean of magical creatures. Whether in high school or university, whether she is engaged in research, Ishan threw herself in it, and has never experienced any affair. To this day, she is still a PhD among her university classmates who has never experienced S*X, and she has suffered deliberate jokes. In a country where SX is open to Europe and the United States, people who have never experienced SX are being ridiculed. Without much emotional experience, she is being attracted by the extraterrestrial creatures of Batty, gradually changing from research to understanding Batty's blueprint carefully constructed for her step by step, and gradually sinking into decline. Even if she has a very high IQ, there is no way to understand that Batty is playing a trick to get rid of, weaving a big net to capture her heart, and using her feelings in her mind with thousands of twists and turns. Outside of single-sided glass, Dean Bully wears a white coat, smiles at the corners of his mouth, puts his hands in his pockets, and nods with satisfaction, as if seeing that soon, Batty will help himself overcome the difficulties in science and lead the Earth to a new one. The field of science. Recently, Jenny's process of teaching aliens made him very satisfied. The aliens finally accepted the reality, accepted Jenny's teaching, learned a lot of English vocabulary, grammar, etc. I must be able to communicate within a month or two. That's it. Standing next to him, Colonel Slade, who was observing Batty through the one-sided glass with him, fixed his eyes on Batty's expressions from time to time, making him sometimes narrowed vigilantly. His keen intuition always felt that Batty was like a lonely, cunning, cruel, and violent beast, unwilling to bear it. This came from the keen instinct of surviving countless bullets from the battlefield. This alien is very dangerous. Dr. Jenny really loves alien research. Colonel Slade shifted his sight from Batty to Dr. Jenny's figure. Since Drive, Jenny has been in this underground base, Ishan has devoted himself to biological research. Most of them are cold-faced and show no excuses. But now, Drive. Jenny's cold face is always expecting. With gentle eyes, every time he holds a card, he teaches a sentence of English to Paldi. If Paldi responds, a smile will appear at the corner of his mouth. If there is no response, he will pull out the next card in anticipation, looking forward to his response. Dr. Jenny's love for aliens, too much. Isn't this great? We need his cooperation. It not only creates some fetters, but also can be used as a threat. It will serve multiple purposes. Dean Bully put his hands in the pockets of the white coat, and watched the interaction between Jenny and Batty with a smile. "I'm just worried that the aliens will have an accident," Colonel Slade said coldly, and looked obliquely at the old man of Dean Bully beside him, feeling a bit of chill. This is a researcher who can only research, just want to research, and simply, regardless of the life or death of his students. I am afraid that Dr. Jenny has established a certain relationship with the aliens. Once the aliens do not cooperate, Dr. Jenny will probably be tortured and threaten the aliens. Do you have no feelings for your students? Real researchers are really ruthless, ruthless for the sake of science. Aren't you the arranger of defense facilities here? We believe in you," the old man of Dean Bully said, taking the lead in the front and heading towards the depths of the tunnel. Colonel Slade was silent, his eyes flickered, and he drew across Batty's face. Following the departure of the elder bully, Dr. Jenny holding the card in the single-sided glass room was left. "I don't know, she has become the middleman in the game of wisdom between the two parties." After being in contact with Jenny for 5 months and being imprisoned for 9 months, Batty's desire to capture her completely captured her heart. When the exchanges with Jenny seemed to be gradually enriched, Batty seemed to be asking about Jenny's past deliberately. Based on the information leaked by Jenny, he determined part of the information about many underground research bases. For example, it is necessary to know that the underground base got into a dilemma after studying some semi-finished products of magnetic field pulses from the stable magnetic field azimuth changer left by the half-cut spacecraft. Research on genes is also gradually being understood. I also learned from Jenny that it is 1980 and some external affairs. Batty estimated that he would come to Earth earlier than Superman, and now it seems that it is only 1 or 2 in the morning, but fortunately, when Superman arrives, he is a baby, and he is an adult, but he will not leave too much time for himself. What I want to do is not a casual rescue hero like Superman. Batty's heart was filled with impatient thoughts. When he felt that the time was almost ripe, he intentionally or unintentionally guided Jenny to a peaceful life, walking hand in hand with her under the moon, bathing in the warmth of the sun. For her, she can provide some research directions and knowledge for underground research bases, and gain greater freedom. Being imprisoned on the wall, she can only use Jenny's feelings and her acting skills, which is too passive. Batty is willing to provide and assist our scientific and technological research. When Jenny brought this information to the old man of Dean Bully, he couldn't help being overjoyed. He finally succeeded in getting the aliens to donate the knowledge of his head for Jenny. This kind of scientific knowledge spanning the interstellar age, of course, is firmly in the hands of the master. Imprisoned in an underground base for 9 months, one day, Jenny walked into the white room with a wretched look, looking sadly at Batty. Her feet in high heels were heavy and anxious, with tears in the eye sockets, feet paddled, slender hands holding Batty's big hand, and her body leaning against his shoulders are full of tenderness, and his voice is hoarse. "I won't let them treat you like this, Batty." After speaking, the small beads on her face dripped onto Batty's body, tears penetrated into the white fiber clothing, and it was a bit cold. Batty's heart sank. Could it be that any accident happened suddenly? They should fully meet their expectations. Maybe they just deliberately let Jenny have feelings with them and control them. In the final analysis, they all want technology, so what are they missing? Batty appeared to be silent, and asked tenderly with a bit of compassion. "What's wrong, Jenny?" Jenny sipped for a while, gritted her teeth and said, "Slade will cut your hamstrings before allowing you to leave this room." Batty's face stiffened, his heart was cold, and his inner anger rose like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 9 If I am free, you will die. Batty's face stiffened, his heart was cold, and his inner anger rose like a volcanic eruption. He promised that Jenny would help them research technology, and also to leave this room to have a little freedom, but not at the cost of being disabled. This price is too great. They don't need their own ability to act at all, this is to squeeze the knowledge in their minds. They don't want to have any accidents at all. Cruel and merciless. but it has to be said to be an excellent method. Hand tendons and hamstrings are the tendons of the human body. It is the lower part of the muscles on the human calf and arm. It is connected to the calcaneus of a person and plays an important role in a person's walking. If it is damaged or broken, one cannot walk. The tendon is to facilitate the attachment and fixation of the muscle. The tendons of a muscle are attached to two or more different bones. It is because of the traction of the tendons that the contraction of the muscle can drive the movement of the different bones. Once the tendons and hamstrings are severed for more than a period of time, the ligaments retract and the muscles cannot contract to drive the movement of different bones. At that time, the muscles are completely atrophy. At that time, we will still be in a moment of incapacity, and it will be even more dangerous. Batty can imagine what kind of defense Slade has to sever his hamstrings. As different anesthetics gradually developed resistance in his body, the muscle relaxants gradually became ineffective. Even if his human body quality is 10 times stronger than that of the earth, he still has more power than humans. And once the body puts on the walkable hand shackles, just relying on the body's small step movable range, a shoulder hitting thousands of kilograms of force, can dent the facilities of the base, and the facilities of the base are not always available. It is all steel. Such a humanoid Tyrannosaurus is too dangerous. Even wearing mobile hand shackles is not safe. Slade didn't trust Batty's rhetoric to deal with Jenny. In constructing the blueprint to capture Jenny, Batty described himself as the only remaining prince of Krypton. Krypton's civil strife exploded, fleeing to Earth, and being captured by them. Obviously Slade's keen intuition did not believe that as a prince, what strong muscles would he have? As fierce as soldiers in the army of the elite of the 100 Wars, the messy scars on the body and the deep scars on the face will not appear if they have not participated in a real life and death struggle. The prince of a planet will have such a moment of life and death? This is simply unimaginable in a technological planet that is developed with high technology and can travel between stars. Even after Bart's personal bravery was added as Krypton's tradition and honor, as a prince to lead by example, and so on, Slade still held the utmost caution and had to cut off Bart's tendons and hamstrings before letting him out of this imprisonment's room. Anyway, General Vic must have told him, no matter what the aliens are, as long as they don't die, they can do valuable research. Therefore, Slade was unburdened to warn Palti so much. Batty focused on seduce Jenny, but ignored the observation of some outsiders, which made him feel a fatal threat. My own situation is more severe and dangerous than imagined in the various situations performed in movies. Batty suppressed the most violent anger in his heart, turned his head to the side, like a cat, rubbed the face of Jenny who was leaning on his shoulder and sipping, smiling, and gently saying, "Jenny, I know you are right, the vigilance of outsiders, as long as you are by my side, I am willing to bear it." Batty spoke the touching words without hesitation and showed a sad smile. He deliberately said to bear, which made Jenny's heart more burdened, blamed herself. How can this be? Jenny held Batty's hand tightly, her heart cramping beyond renewed. Batty has paid too much for himself, he is willing to pay science and technology for himself, willing to abandon all the past, the Prince of Krypton, just to live peacefully and himself on the Earth. She could expect to know that once Batty's tendons and hamstrings were cut off, and after a long period of wound healing, the ligaments had retracted and healed, it would be impossible to act again, because the growth has been set. You can't cut it off for a period of time, and then connect it, cut it off, and connect it again. Sooner or later, it will be abolished. It takes a long time, even 5 or 10 years, for Batty to show tameness, cooperation, non-aggressiveness, and willingness to integrate with humans in order to live in humans. 5 years later, coupled with the strong healing speed of Batty's body, he will basically be disabled by that time, and will only be disabled and incompetent forever. Jenny definitely didn't want Batty to be so painful and suffering. Why treat Batty like this? He just wants to survive peacefully on this planet, and he has to walk hand in hand with him under the moon, bathing in the warmth of the sun. He once said that on Krypton, two people in true love will form a marriage that will protect their lives in the sun. He would kneel and propose to himself in the sun, representing a fiery heart. The pain in Jenny's heart was cut like a knife, and the alien who fell in love for the first time made her feel unbearable. She has been imagining that there will be good results with Batty in the future, and how can she expect that Batty will suffer disability, pain, and imprisonment for the rest of her life? This is desperate. Batty lightly sighed helplessly in Jenny's ear. I also want to walk with you on the street, visit the Harvard University Academic Library where you studied, walk with you through the Museum of Comparative Zoology, those stadiums that you hate, favorite biological specimen. Maybe we can still take our children, go down. Batty's soft sigh sounded, and the heat breathed in her ears, causing Jenny to stop her heart and suffocate her breathing. In this case, love words were especially lethal. Jenny clenched her teeth, leaned her head under Batty's neck, shrugged her shoulders, weeping wet his white medical suit. She even gave birth to a mentality of even if you sacrifice yourself, you must be safe and sound. As soon as this kind of thought was born, it firmly filled her thoughts, making her gritted her teeth and sobbed even more tears. People in love, IQ is occupied by the surge of phenylethylamine in the brain, at the same time the endorphin decreases, and the dopamine increases, making love occupy the thinking. The more crazy, Jenny's thinking completely rushes to Batty's body. Batty is like a devil, and his words construct the future that Jenny desires, as if the two are really going to start walking hand in hand. Touring Harvard University, walking the road Jenny has experienced since childhood, and eventually the two will be at the edge of a lake. Build a small nest of love and have an infinitely bright future. The bright future seemed to be right in front of him, making Jenny more determined to dedicate anything to Batty. The teeth were clenched tighter, and the body trembled from sobbing, and he couldn't help clinging to Batty's hand vigorously. Seeing that the timing is almost the same, and the emotional brewing is enough, Batty finally sighed and regretted with a bit of sadness, if you have a way to block the spinal nerves, it would be great. Spinal nerves are emitted from the spinal cord and mainly control the sensation, movement, and reflexes of the body and limbs. As long as a slight pulse is used to maintain microwave pulse fluctuations in the back of the cervical spine, which affects the movement fibers of the nerve fiber bundles, a person with a sound limb can be paralyzed. At that time, Batty will be paralyzed, unable to move his limbs, and not threatening. Only when he can speak above the neck, there is no threat at all. The other cranial nerves and autonomic nerves are still intact, only blocking the impulse transmission of the movement ability of the limbs. This way, even if Batty has no way to move for a long time, it will not be disabled in the future because the tendons and hamstrings have been severed. It only needs to be removed in the future. Nerve block, after a little time of recovery, it is enough to return to normal. Simply put, it is to temporarily cut off the brain's signal to the limbs. But it is very dangerous, and if you are not careful, you are truly paralyzed. Batty has worked hard under Krypton to learn about genetic biology, and has a deep understanding of his body. As long as he has the opportunity to shine on the sun, the evolution, change, and powerful nerve impulse of genes will burst out instantly, and action potentials will break through that point. Pulse limit. Therefore, this method is much better than severing the tendons and hamstrings, and this method must also be carried out. The danger of paralysis is not a big deal. It is best to let them lower their vigilance. Is there such a way? They have newly developed a semi-finished product of magnetic field pulses, which can be used to adjust the pulse fluctuations of small clusters, which can be a perfect tool to control Batty. Jenny heard Batty's sigh, and the clever brain immediately thought that they have all the conditions to do this to Batty. She herself is an expert in biology. Of course, she knows the benefits of doing this. It is more useless than cutting off the tendons and hamstrings. It must come well, but the same carelessness will make Batty a true paralyzed person. Jenny covered her mouth in shock and was unacceptable. Both methods were unacceptable. She didn't know that even if she was paralyzed for a while, under the shining of the Kryptonian gene and the yellow sun, that kind of strong nerve information transmission was enough to arouse Batty's control of the body. Barty softly tempted, and once again constructed a fascinating blueprint in Jenny's ear. Severed hand tendons and hamstrings are useless, and risking paralysis is also useless. Jenny's face changes and tears hurt. My dear, wait for me, I won't let you become a useless person. She paused sobbing, biting her teeth, and resolutely said. She kissed Batty's lips affectionately, stepped on the rapid sound of high heels, and left the white room. Batty watched her leave gently, and bowed her head in a more comfortable posture, feeling extremely cold in her heart. If I am free, you will die. Chapter 10. Underground Base Research Room. In the office of Dean Bully, the transparent glass display cabinet is full of various documents. Although the desk is tidy, there are still many written materials stacked neatly. The elder Bully wears a pair of round glasses on his nose, and his forehead is wrinkled with 4 deep wrinkles. He lowered his head and opened the documents in his hands. He looked upward at the 2 people in front of him. The Venetian blinds were pulled down, revealing the upward refracted light, and there was a quiet atmosphere before the explosion in the office. Boom! Dr. Jenny's face was cold, her eyes burst into anger, and she slapped her white and slender slap heavily on the desk. The neat documents on the desk were all startled and shook. Enough! Slade, you have no right to stop our actions. Dr. Jenny burst into anger, like an irritated female leopard, staring at Slade angrily. Dr. Jenny is advocating to operate on herself, using magnetic field pulse clusters to connect to Batty's cervical spine and spinal cord, allowing him to temporarily amputate and terminate the sensation, movement, and reflex of the limbs. In this way, Batty will sit in a wheelchair without threats and help them explain various technologies. After a period of time, after really gaining trust, after a period of rehabilitation training, you can live and act like normal people, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, Slade tyrannically rejected him as the defensive supervisor of the underground base, and insisted on severing Batty's tendons and hamstrings on a large scale to get him out of the imprisoned white room. Slade had a calm and tough face, and the standard soldier sat in a chair with his spine upright. I am the chief of defense here, and I have enough rights to take care of this alien, and I can't cause any accidents. Slade's words are tyrannical. Drive. Jenny is really getting too close to Batty and caring too much about the alien. This has already poured too much affection on an object under study, and it is inevitable that he will face the alien. From the standpoint of people, do something that creates potential safety hazards. Slade had no doubt about the degree of danger of Batty, although he had never seen Batty take action, but under that keen intuition of danger, the imprisoned Batty still gave him a sense of deterrence. No matter whether Batty is asleep or awake, Slade always feels that he is like an unwilling beast king, lowering his head, exuding the danger of a king's domain. If you want to describe it, it's like the execution of one piece, even with his hands clasped up and his head hung down. In the seemingly desolate hair, he possesses the supremely determined will and the spirit of the sky. Frightened, eye-catching. It's just that all of this was deeply hidden by Batty, but Slade's keen tentacles were still aware of 1 or 2, seeing him as a scourge, and never dared to underestimate this alien. He was not familiar with the method Dr. Jenny said, he would only use the method he was familiar with. Therefore, only by severing the tendons and hamstrings and restricting the movement of Paul Dye in a simple and rude method that he thinks can ensure safety. Drive. Jenny's intention is to want aliens to live in harmony with us. To treat aliens too cruelly will make him refuse to help us research technology. Drive. Jenny has been able to persuade him to agree to explain scientific and technological problems to us. It shouldn't make him too cold. Using magnetic field pulse radio frequency to temporarily amputate and terminate the sensation, movement, and reflex of the limbs can also ensure our safety and peace of mind. In the future, he will gain our trust and may still be able to interact with him. Drive. Jenny formed a family and became a part of our humanity. The old man of Deanbury explained drive. Jenny's intention to Slade, pushing the glasses on the wing of the nose onto the bridge of the nose and looking at drive. Jenny's gaze. With a somewhat relieved smile, it seemed that the child was at ease when he found his belongings. Dr. Jenny's anger was somewhat relieved by the words of the elder bully, but she still had a cold face. The old man of Deanbury can see clearly. All this is for Jenny to have a good ending for herself and Barty in the future. This time it's Slade's turn to coldly shout, "Dr. Jenny, are you stupid doing research? He is an alien. You fall in love with an alien. You want him to be free, and you want to form with him. Family, I have to say, you are really crazy about biology. Wishful thinking, he can only be imprisoned here forever. Do you think General Vic will let this alien be? Do you think human society can accommodate such a monster? Is this alien beast?" Hearing Slade's insult to the person he fell in love with, Dr. Jenny's anger just eased up again. She snatched the documents in the hands of the elder bully, and with a pop, she patted the documents on the chest of Slade's uniform, and scolded in angrily, "General Vic has agreed, and I will help." The Emperor performed this operation and implanted a pulsed radio frequency blocking steel needle into the back of his neck to eliminate his threat. Speaking of this, Jenny couldn't help but feel heartbroken for her lover. Barty just wanted to find a peaceful place to live and live with herself in this beautiful world, soaking in the sun, welcoming the moon, and living together in the future. Why should he suffer this kind of pain? Blocking the spinal nerves made him unable to move his limbs is too much. Slade has been tyrannically demanding to cut off Barty's tendons and hamstrings, wanting to make him a useless person. This really made Jenny angrily. Jenny couldn't help being angry anymore. Her eyes were red and red, her cold face turned into an angry roar. "Slade Wilson! You are just a beast wrapped in human flesh, you don't have with a little value. Every breath of oxygen you breathe on the earth is wasting the life of the earth. Barty can provide us with more than hundreds of years of scientific and technological knowledge to change the world and promote the evolution of earth science and technology. Barty can help us study the genes of his biological samples and make mankind greater. He has inexplicable biological treasures. Barty can help us understand the entire starry sky and universe, step out of the universe, and understand the vastness of the universe. Slade Wilson. Compared to Barty, you are worthless, like the mud under the soles of your shoes, which will only hinder everything and is disgusting. I have reported all this to General Vic, and General Vic has approved all this. Colonel Slade. Carry out the order. You. No. Tolerate. Reject. Absolutely. Jenny roared and vented like a torrent of anger. And the continuous roar shook the air in the room trembling. She took a deep breath, her angry flushed face was cold, her eyes squinted at Slade coldly, and the unquestionable determined expression made Colonel Slade's face change. Slade picked up the document that had fallen on his thigh and looked at it. It took only a few seconds to look at it. His fingers stiffly pressed on the document, pressing the document tightly and crooked, his face became unusually ugly. He has a feeling of a brutal beast about to wander out of its cage, about to cause killing. Paul Murati. This alien is definitely not as simple as it is seen. Jenny snorted coldly, her eyes swept across Slade, walked out of the office, and went to the White Room where Barty was imprisoned, telling him the good news. After Jenny left the office, Slade's fingers relaxed from stiffness, closed the file, his face returned to normal, still sitting with his spine straight, and said calmly, "Next, please, Deanbury." Chapter 11. Deanbury took over the document in Slade's hands, the report that General Vic approved of Jenny's proposal. He opened the file, placed it on the table, and supported the side of the glasses with his hand, so that the glasses were firmly attached to the bridge of his nose, and said in a sentimental tone, "I didn't expect Jenny to think of this method. She is in biology. He is indeed a genius." Deanbury flipped through the document gently, and this report, written by Jenny over him, to General Vic, suggested. The document details how to restrict the actions of Batty's spinal nerves and spinal cord. Of course, this large amount of academic detailed explanations can't actually impress General Vic. Dean Borey knows that General Vic is a person who only seeks to achieve his goals, and the process is not important. There is no way to impress him with this kind of detailed academic explanation. For him, as long as Batty does not die and is still being studied here, it will be enough for you to produce results, and he will simply understand the others. As for the trivial matter of severing Batty's tendons and hamstrings, he simply ignored it. General Vic was concerned about whether he had used Batty's body to create something useful to him. But the following documents were enough to impress General Vic's heart. In the document report, Jenny proposed to study a semi-finished drug that promotes the speed of human nerve reception. Although it can only temporarily increase about 1.5 times, it is very likely that the body will adapt to this high-speed neural reflex after long-term use. To put it simply, your body's reflex speed and ability to react will be 1.5 times faster than the average person. The reaction time of people who are not engaged in specialized training is usually between 0.2 and 0.3 seconds, while a well-trained athlete can only reach 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. And after long-term use of this medicine researched by Jenny, the reaction time can reach the level of well-trained athletes without people engaged in specialized training. This is a great addition to the soldiers. At the end of the report, Jenny also stated that she and Batty fell in love. Under her persuasion, Batty was willing to share and teach scientific and technological knowledge and study biological genes with her. And to ensure that Batty does not have the ability to act, and has Batty's guidance by the side to solve problems, whether it is technology or biological genes, it should be able to get results more quickly. General Vic only focused on 3 points. Jenny's research results. The alien has no ability to move, is still alive and valuable, and this value is still infinite, not only the value of his own body, but the value of the knowledge in his head. Aliens are willing to contribute technology and study biological genes. As for the earth-shaking love that Jenny felt unilaterally, it was skipped in the eyes of General Vic. General Vic readily approved, and then went to Slade's hands. That's right, in fact, after the approval of General Vic, he was transferred to the hands of the first person. It was Colonel Slade, the defender of the Underground Base Research Institute, his confidant. Colonel Slade, I'm sorry for my wrong perception of you in the past. I thought you were an executioner who only knew how to kill. I didn't expect that acting was also very good. My students are too stupid. The old man of Dean Borey exclaimed apologetically. There is no doubt that Jenny has made achievements that surpass the current human beings in biology and other fields involving biology. Compared with this, the communication between people seems to be. It's not enough. Dean Borey, I'm not joking, do you have a heartache for your students? Slade's tall body sits steadily, with a solemn atmosphere in his gaze, which brings a trace of pressure to Dean Borey. The air seems to be condensed. His stern eyes are too sharp and stern, so that the atmosphere in the office is a bit urgent. If it is an ordinary person, facing him, he will panic. Of course I don't feel sorry for her. Jenny has been too close to aliens recently, which has affected the study of alien genes, which has slowed down many of the tasks assigned by General Vic. It must be caused by her personal. The alien is paralyzed forever, and it is a strong mental shock to her. When Dean Borey said this, he paused, then smiled like a sigh, and said, by then, she will be madly studying the body of aliens, and will madly try to make her look like a genius. I can make biogene enhancements, medicines, etc., in order to make the aliens she loves stand up. I have already begun to look forward to that day. Her talent is indeed amazing. The paralyzed alien, for Jenny's future, will also be very willing to cooperate with our work. We can pull out the technology of the next few hundred years from his head. It is really exciting to think about it. I thought I used Jenny to have feelings with aliens, so as to extract the knowledge in his head, it was enough to use them to ultimate. I didn't expect that Colonel Slade, if you change hands, Jenny will personally cause him to be paralyzed forever. They kept giving to us in the midst of guilt and anxiety. For each other, as Colonel Slade expected, they would make a great contribution to General Vic. It's really killing two birds with one stone. It restrains the psychology of the two and makes them full of motivation. Colonel Slade, I admire your resourcefulness. The elder bully closed the document in front of him and exclaimed. Slade remained unmoved and said, I don't care how Dr. Jenny and the aliens will help your research. My mission is to keep the aliens alive. He needs to be controlled. Dean Bully smiled indifferently. Colonel Slade, you are too nervous. Aliens have never escaped our imprisonment. We have always controlled him, whether it is mentally or physically. Captivity. Dean Bully, you need to be more careful to ensure that the aliens can be 100% paralyzed, otherwise I will still stop Dr. Jenny's proposal. Slade reminded him again, his voice was solemn, this was not a joke, but he really wanted Paul Dye to be paralyzed. He was paralyzed that he could not get up in his life. He believed his instincts and survived the danger on the battlefield to the present touch. Pomulodai. This alien is dangerous. Not only is it dangerous to surpass the power of human beings, but perhaps in this case, there is still the mood to fall in love with Jenny. In the drooping hair, you can still smile, showing a sense of danger that is full of confidence in the future. Slade felt it faintly. The old man of Dean Bully couldn't say anything. He didn't believe Slade's so-called intuition. After all, it's just like an adult facing a child. Of course, the child will feel a sense of fear from the instinctive body. Especially Slade is a soldier, who feels a little more sensitive. Facing the power of aliens, of course he will feel scared. It is normal to be afraid of the strong, and it is normal for it to be timid. Physiological response. Slade was too sensitive to guesses that the old man bully didn't care about. I will personally adjust the frequency of the magnetic field pulse radio frequency, let Jenny start, paralyze the alien in the wheelchair, and contribute to us. There will be no accidents, Colonel Slade. Chapter 12 Surgery. In the White Room, it has become an operating room. Jenny and the elder of Dean Bully are wearing light green sterile surgical gowns, sterile latex gloves, disposable sterile caps, and masks. In addition, 2 men were beaten around to assist them, and several tall soldiers were standing by not far away. Anesthetized by the larger amounts of anesthetics in the past, Body has broad shoulders and thick back, and his body is majestic. Even if he is lying on the operating table, the contours of his back muscles give people a sense of stalwart. It is no wonder that Slade intuitively felt him extremely dangerous. The green, slightly close-fitting, sterile surgical gown perfectly set off Jenny's slender and graceful figure. It's just that the exposed beautiful eyes on the face, with bloodshot eyes, widened, causing her to fall into a state of mental tension and rigidity. She hasn't slept for 2 days, and every moment of her nerves replayed in her head. It was all about Batty's operation. She was too concerned, too nervous, and too attached to this operation. It was about Batty's future. She really didn't want Batty to sit in a wheelchair for a lifetime. She wanted to walk hand in hand with him for the rest of her life. The blueprint for the future constructed by Barty completely fascinated her, leaving her heart full of Barty's words and emotions, unable to extricate herself. Jenny bit her lower lip hard, the pain irritated her nerves. Batty leaned on the operating table and waited for her, believing her. "Jenny, are you okay?" The old man of Dean Bully pretended to ask a caring word, and he could see that Jenny attached great importance to the operation. But it was useless. The result was already in the hands of Slade and Dean Bully, and it would not change. In fact, whether it's Slade, the old man of Dean Bully, or Barty, they all understand that Jenny is really just a pawn in their hands, acting in the way they expected. The difference is that the elder of Dean Bully didn't know that Batty was also a chess player, waiting for the day when he saw the sun. Slade is wary, so he is strictly forbidden. Batty lurked silently, showing what they wanted as they wanted. Jenny shook her head lightly, holding a scalpel in her hand, holding her breath, and began to perform surgery on Batty's generous back. The cold and sharp scalpel in her hand cuts the muscle fibers of Batty's back like a cow leather. It is somewhat difficult to see the flesh and blood and the deep white spine. Jenny was calm and focused. At this moment, she forgot the tiredness that had not been rested for 2 days. Her focus improved. Seeing the spine, she took the pulse that could release the pulse from the hand of Dean Borey next to her as she thought. Pass the steel needle to stabilize the nerve fibers near the spine and connect to the bone marrow nerve. After more than half an hour of focused fine-tuning, finally, she closed the cut back flesh. The final shape is like a needle inserted into the spine of Batty's back. A guide wire is connected to the back of the needle. It is very long and connected to a reclining metal wheelchair with a controllable screen on the back of the wheelchair. You can monitor Batty's heart rate and polygraph at any time. These are what Jenny knows. What Jenny didn't know was that the wheelchair could also use electric shocks and release toxins to control the life of Patty. Pulsed radio frequency acupuncture can cut off the action response of the limbs below the neck of Batty. The reflex nerves of the limbs will not be transmitted to the neurons in the brain, but are directly derived from the pulsed radio frequency acupuncture, so that Batty cannot issue commands from the head and control the body. The elder of Dean Borey ordered several soldiers on standby to lift Batty onto a metal wheelchair, and the guide wire connected to the magnetic field pulse radio frequency needle was condensed into the wheelchair hole with step by step. The back seat of the wheelchair lay down, and Batty lay down. On the metal wheelchair, a metal circle appeared from the wheelchair to imprison his legs, waist, and wrists. Jenny sweated finely on her forehead, took off her mask, and looked at Batty's resolute, masculine face. She couldn't help exhaling and smiled warmly. The degree of completion has been carried out for the most part, and the rest is waiting for Batty's awakening and turning on the pulse radio frequency to block the pulse information. On the contrary, it is the most critical at that time. It needs her to fine-tune it. I have probed with an instrument, but I am still afraid that if I am not careful, it will be easy to permanently paralyze Batty, and he will not be able to recover. After she turned and walked to the wheelchair, she clicked on the control keyboard on the back of the wheelchair with her hand, and finally checked the settings of the pulsed radio frequency, so all of this was done by her hands. The operation can be considered difficult, but it is not difficult to complete in her hands. More of it is that she cares and messes up. She breathed a sigh of relief until all the settings were completed. Her legs were sore and weak, and her internal organs seemed to be hollowed out, and her face was filled with fatigue. She pressed her fingers on the wheelchair, looked at Batty's face carefully, remembering the story of the deep knife mark, his past, and her hopes for his future. After everyone had left the white room, Jenny's tired face gently kissed Batty's cheek and stroked his hair. "Don't worry, turn off the light." The white room plunged into darkness. She left here, rested, and waited for the awakening of Batty tomorrow. At night, it's dark. A thin body entered the white room grandiosely. Behind the Batty wheelchair, his fingers kept readjusting the impulse information, and the real impulse fluctuations were concealed under the nerve impulse information set by Jenny. Tisk. The disdainful voice seemed to snorted casually, and his steps gradually moved away from the white room. Batty's eyelids seemed to tremble, and they sank again. The next day, Batty's eyelids quivered, and his eyes slowly opened. The sequelae of a large number of anesthetics made his body difficult to move and respond, but Wei Wei could still feel that his body was still there. Feeling that he was lying in a wheelchair, the back of his neck was cold like a needle inserted into his spine, and his heart was calm. He knew that this wheelchair could detect his heartbeat and test lies on himself. To deal with it, we need to be more careful. But at the same time, Batty also knew that he had a chance to act. No longer being imprisoned forever in the white room, this step is a leapfrog journey, although his freedom and actions are driven by others from behind with the help of electricity. Seeing Batty awakening, Jenny, who had been waiting for a long time, showed a smile on her face. "You are awake." Batty smiled slightly and didn't wait to speak. Slade stood upright in his military uniform and said coldly, "Let's start, the anesthetic is about to expire." There were soldiers standing with guns behind him, and there were also soldiers arranged outside the door. It was a deep guard. The old man of Deanbury has checked everything and made sure that Batty cannot move in this situation, but Slade is still on guard in his own way. Jenny ignored Slade. She disgusted the soldier who was against the Batty. She only felt that he was an ugly and annoying soldier, and she didn't even want to answer the answer. Jenny clasped Batty's big hand tightly, her beautiful eyes with tenderness and concern, until Batty nodded gently and gave her great support and confidence. She ignored Slade's stern dog food. The black face left the hand of Batty, came to the back of the wheelchair, and started the pulse radio frequency blocking. Chapter 13 Fishing Nets. The wheelchair leaned back slightly. Batty's head was attached to the metal back of the wheelchair, and the back of his head felt a cold metal texture, and the pulsed radio frequency acupuncture felt a faint chill in his spine and spinal cord. With the gradual volatilization of the anesthetic, he slightly felt his body's reaction for the first time in nearly 10 months. It's just that this reaction is too weak, and the skin feels the touch of the metal wheelchair handle with the hand, but there is no way to convey the command of action. Batty's eyes lightly and gently glanced at Slade and the old man of Deanbury beside him, passing by the gun, and would point the dark muzzle at his soldier at any time. In the white environment, they seemed particularly eye-catching. Bade breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, calculating the conspiracy to use Jenny for so long. Jenny lived up to what he expected, and came to this step at the pace he expected. It succeeded. Even if it is really paralyzed this time, it doesn't matter, because Bart originally intended to trade the true paralysis for a little bit of freedom. In other words, only true paralysis can make them feel at ease. Batty is mentally prepared. After this time, he can have a little freedom. Although he is restricted from being able to get up from the wheelchair, it also allows him to partially understand the facilities of this underground base. The level of science and technology they research can also let him know more information. For Paul Dye, it is almost possible to see the future. The most feared is the imprisonment that never sees the sun. As long as a little bit of freedom, the Batty grants them, they can expand their greed infinitely, and they can get infinite opportunities to expand and make themselves truly free. He secretly had joy in his heart, and at the same time he was actively thinking about planning the next step, so that he could get in touch with the broken spaceship, and there was even more available. For example, the artificial intelligence on the spacecraft is enough for them to drink a pot. Maybe the Batty can make this base wipe out without basking in the sun. But this is impossible for the time being, because they have never discovered that the key on the spacecraft is artificial intelligence. This is a fact derived from the analysis of information from Jenny's mouth. For now, take your time and take care of Jenny's emotions first. How could they give themselves a chance to stand up? The safest way is to never use their mobility. In the end, they just want the knowledge of their own heads. Jenny's unmanned innocence was dazzled by love. Presumably, once Jenny activates the pulsed radio frequency acupuncture, she will be truly paralyzed instantly and unable to move. At that time, she was the sinner who caused the paralysis of her lover's life. I need to take care of Jenny's mood. In his heart, Batty silently figured out how to take care of Jenny's collapse and despair in the future, especially the blow that caused his lover to become useless. It's not only that Paul Dye succeeded. Slade, the old man of Deanbury, and even General Vic, all succeeded in getting what they wanted. Slade wanted Paul Dye to be truly paralyzed, without the ability to move, and as he expected, he succeeded in leaving Paul Dye without the ability to move. The old man of Deanbury wanted the knowledge in his head. After the paralyzed, he must help them. He will also successfully obtain the knowledge he wants in the future. General Vic also obtained research results from Jenny. At first glance, it seems that what everyone wants will be achieved successfully. The connection between people is like the dots on a fishing net, tangibly connecting everything, spread out, and it is the entire underground base research institute. But Batty, using Jenny who had not succeeded in obtaining anything, jumped out of the knot and became a person holding a fishing net. "I'm starting, Batty, tell me in time if you have any reaction." Jenny's voice came from behind Batty, with tension and worry, her beautiful eyes fixed on Batty's face. Even if she carefully checked the pulse radio frequency needle output settings again and confirmed that there was no problem, she still couldn't help but worry and nervous. Batty smiled peacefully and gave her a shot in her uneasy heart. Colonel Slade held his face solemnly and silently looked at the peaceful and calm smile of Batty. In his eyes, this smile seemed to be amidst all strategizing, indifferently watching all the affairs of the world. This alien, doesn't he care if he is paralyzed? He raised his eyebrows vigilantly. Suddenly, there was a thought in my heart, it is better to shoot this alien to death, lest there will be accidents in the future. But he couldn't. Slade was only a point on the fishing net after all, connected and restrained by other points, and he couldn't really kill Batty in one shot. Unless he wants to give up his status as a colonel, he is given up by General Vic. But how could he give up, go to the colonel, and become General Vic's confidant? He also paid a lot, how can he ruin himself with inexplicable vigilance? Giving up at this moment will always be a regret in his life and despair in his nightmare in the future. Jenny trembled in her heart, gritted her teeth and pressed her trembling finger down, then held her breath tightly and stared at Batty's reaction. Suddenly, the moment Jenny pressed it on, Batty's face was sweaty like rain, and his body seemed to be pierced into the sole of the foot by an electric drill. The nerves were stretched from the soles of the feet, and the nerves were madly torn and drilled. It took almost no time to spread the currents on the legs, hands, waist, and spine nerves. As the bone marrow rushed up, Masuna hit his brain, making him feel more painful than cutting his body apart. At the same time, apart from the pain, Batty felt his body and felt that he had not been imprisoned before, the tearing pain of every muscle of his body, the surging power gushing out of his muscles, and the veins swelled like strips. The dragon-like blue veins, like a struggling angry dragon roaring to break free from the cage, burst out with earth-shaking power. With this kind of power, as long as you stand up and punch Slade to death, moving can prevent the soldier with a gun from aiming at him, making a bloody path. Batty gritted his teeth and grimace. The intense pain and sudden master's body strength made him painful and at the same time gave birth to a violent desire for destruction. Destroy all this. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill everyone who dared to imprison him. The pain of extreme tearing of nerves and the feeling of controlling the power of the body are intertwined, mixed in his head, and he has violent thoughts. His painful eyes flashed through Slade's guard on the pistol in his right hand, and several other soldiers who held guns and used black hole-like muzzles at his behavior. His head was running with meditation ideas from the Kryptonian Meditations Guild, calming himself in pain. All the plans flashed in my mind, and it must not be at this time, because a thought caused a mistake. The violent thoughts that Batty flashed in a flash were abandoned by him. He was still sitting in the wheelchair, and the sudden burst of force with his hands pinched the handle of the wheelchair made of stainless steel into a depression, and fingerprints appeared. His face was sweating profusely, and his painful and ferocious face began to gasp tiredly and weakly. Fortunately, Batty suppressed the riot. The moment he can control his body in pain, his control perception of the body disappears, the cervical spine bone marrow nerves are disordered, and the impulse emitted by the body's reflex disappears. Just like Kaika Suijutsu, it seemed that he had never felt his own body. The time is short enough for only one person to stand up from a chair. Once he stands up and acts violently against them, the identity of the Prince of Krypton, who only wants to live peacefully on the earth, will be shattered, making them think that they have strong aggressiveness is not so non-aggressive. Barty can almost imagine that all previous efforts have turned into fly ash, making Slade more vigilant and more precautions. Chapter 14, The Broken Jenny. Batty. Dr. Jenny screamed nervously. According to the reflex nerve flow guided by the pulsed radio frequency needle she calculated, it was impossible for pain to occur at all. Batty should temporarily amputate the nerve response of his limbs without any pain, and it is impossible to appear to be convulsed. Jenny looked at Batty's face full of sweat, weak and tired, and couldn't help reaching out in a panic to touch the sweat stains on his face, panicking. "Jenny, check what's going on." Dean Bully calmly stopped Jenny's behavior and ordered. A meaningful look swept across Slade, and he stepped forward to check with Jenny. Slade received the look in the eyes of the elder of the Bully Academy, and he was a little relaxed from his nervous state, but his hand did not leave the position of the pistol at the waist, and he still stared at Batty sharply. Just now, Batty's savage pain, his hands protruding from blue veins, like a violent beast, pinched the steel handles to sink, causing his chills to blow up. Now that he saw that Batty's hands and feet were weak, and he looked up and gasped unresponsively, he was slightly relieved. Jenny heard the words of the elder bully, woke up, clenched her heart, and hurriedly tapped the keyboard nervously, her eyes lost, looking crazy at the data displayed by the pulse radio frequency needle on the screen. "How can it be? It won't be like this. Impossible, how could this happen?" Jenny's face was bloodless, her eyes lost her look, and she kept shaking her head stiffly, still not believing that such a thing would happen. It is clear that everything is done by her personally, repeating and repeating the confirmation, "Why does this still happen?" The screen is showing Batty's body. Below the neck, there is no nerve response transmitted up. In other words, he is truly paralyzed at the moment. This paralysis is permanent and there is no possibility of recovery. The pulsed radio frequency acupuncture in his body did not cut off the signal transmission, but accidentally disturbed the nerve signal transmission in his body, causing the nerve signal in his body to be disordered, so that Batty seemed abnormally painful. After the confusion, the nerve receiving system of his body was completely destroyed, making him paralyzed in a wheelchair and becoming a useless person. "Jenny, haven't you calculated the pulse value of the action potential? Batty's body is stronger than the value of an ordinary Earth person, and the value of the action potential cannot be seen as 10 times that of an ordinary person." The old man of Dean Bully looked at the screen, his face changed, and he guided him in a yelling tone. "Jenny has already taken all the responsibilities of her own blame, and said to herself with a bloody face, 'Is it because I made a calculation mistake? My calculation was wrong. The difference between low and high action potentials. The nerve fiber's signal transmission is wrong. The pulsed radio frequency needle guided by the response is wrong with the nerve signal in the body. Unable to complete the connection, but because the nerve signal is blocked from returning, it causes the nerve signal to collide.'" Feelings of guilt, pain, regret, self-blame, and despair flooded Jenny's heart, making her more pessimistic and desperate. Her hands dropped from the keyboard, her eyes looked blankly at Batty. It seemed that Batty in front of her became more and more blurred, the surroundings of her vision were gradually covered by darkness, and her legs became weaker and weaker. The whole person does not have a trace of strength. It was himself who caused Paul Dye to never walk. It's my own selfishness. It is oneself who desires to have a future with Batty. I want to join hands with him in the future. All this is my own fault. The abyss seemed to stretch out a big hand, pulling Jenny's heart down, her eyes became more and more absurd, and she muttered to blame herself. When the darkness filled her sight, her inner self-blame was shrouded in despair. "Jenny." Batty's voice was like the straw of a drowning man, awakening Jenny whose body was shaking and her eyes darkened. "The power of love is great." In this call, a strong Bardo's clam appeared on Jenny's head, and violently pulled her awake when she was about to pass into a coma from the transition to self-blame. In an instant, the darkness in her eyes was completely dissipated, and her eyes focused on Batty. Hearing Batty's voice, she quickly took steps, but because of the weakness of her calf, she fell to the ground staggeringly, and quickly climbed to the side of Batty's wheelchair in embarrassment. She grabbed Batty's big hand, and the back of her hand still had the wet sweat that burst out of the pores and the blue veins just violently. Jenny felt the sweaty sticky sensation in her delicate hands. One can imagine what kind of pain Batty had experienced just now. The pain in her heart was cut like a knife, and tears flowed down like a spring. "Batty, I am here." Jenny sobbed with a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Jenny knelt beside Batty's hand, her delicate hand tightly grasped Batty's unconscious palm, tears of self-blame pain. The wet sweat on Batty's face made him itchy and he wanted to wipe it dry. Through the uncomfortable sweat-stained eyelashes, watching Jenny's cold face, crying like a cat abandoned by the owner, Batty was quite pretty. "I want to gently touch the hair on top of her head with my hand. It's a pity that he is already paralyzed like a vegetative." Batty thought with a pity that Jenny had a bigger reaction than he thought, which is a good thing. "Jenny, I believe in you," Batty said, showing weakness after a bit of pain and fatigue. After Barty finished speaking, she didn't expect Jenny to be beside him, crying more desperately, "Batty, I am ashamed of your trust in you, I caused you to be paralyzed." Batty smiled slightly, still saying, "Jenny, I believe in you." Jenny was even more distraught, unable to face the trust of Paldi. "I don't deserve your trust." Jenny almost couldn't breathe, tears dripping on Batty's big hand. Batty said gently and softly, "Jenny, I believe in you. I'm just sitting in a wheelchair for a few days as I always did. This is no different from what I expected. Jenny, I believe in you. You are a biological expert. Sooner or later you can work out a way to make me act. I believe in you. The self-confidence you show in the face of biology is the real you." How can Batty make Jenny, who loves him, cry all the time? There are so many things Jenny can do, and he still needs Jenny to do too many things. In Jenny's guilty remarks that she was afraid of being wrong again, Batty was so good and good, guided her to her professional direction, gave play to her professionalism, and made me stand up. Jenny's crying diminished. Her choking was stopped by gritted teeth, and her mood stabilized by Barty's comfort. She stood up from Batty's big hand and hugged his head between the chest balls. Batty could only feel the fragrance of the tip of her nose penetrating between her soft breasts, and she was held tightly by Jenny. He pursed his lips and kissed deeply between his hair. "I will, Batty." The behavior of Jenny and Batty satisfied Dean Borey and Slade, who had been eating dog food. This scenario is exactly the same as what they expected. Of course, Batty is also very satisfied with their satisfaction. Everyone gets the results they want. Paldi was paralyzed. Contribute the scientific knowledge in your head. Jenny worked harder and harder to study Paldi. Everyone is satisfied. The so-called psychological warfare is nothing more than this, so that everyone is satisfied, so that they can finally win. Even if I am paralyzed. In this silent battle, you will not lose. Chapter 15, 1 year and 3 months. Suddenly, time flies by, and another 6 months have passed. After serious calculation, Batty has been here for a year and 3 months without seeing the sun. Batty's life has changed a lot. If any ordinary person's life has undergone a great change, no matter whether it is bad or bad, there is a kind of passive or forced acceptance of this change. Change is good after all, and what is immutable forever is the despair of intelligent life. Although he only went out from the White Room, passed through a steel tunnel, and came to a large room where he studied his dilapidated spacecraft, or a few workshops, this was a joyful change for Bad. However, this kind of happy change cannot be expressed. The pulsed radio frequency needle on the back of the neck is still in his spine bone marrow, and it has no function of severing the limbs to reflect information. However, there are polygraphs, electric shocks, release of toxins, and control. His effect. The neural reflex system of the limbs is not the same as the autonomic nervous system of the internal organs. Even if Batty has no limb response, they can still use pulsed radio frequency needles to detect his lie. Autonomic nervous system master has vital physiological functions, such as heartbeat, respiration, digestion, blood pressure, metabolism, etc. But how difficult it is to get Batty, learning from the meditation ideas of the Kryptonian Meditation Association, so that he can stay calm at any time, control his heartbeat frequency, show the joy they want, the heartbeat pulse that is emitted when excited. Mr. Batty, Dean Borey invites you to come. The two soldiers knocked on the door of the White Room to show their respect, then opened the door and entered directly. This kind of act of opening the door directly with a few forcible orders is not respectful, it is better than nothing. If it weren't for the fact that Palti had made rapid progress in helping them study the magnetic flux compression of electromagnetic guns, helped their physics center confirm that there were only 3 types of neutrinos, and led them to build the world's first optical information mathematical processor, etc. Project, I am afraid that they do not even have the respect of the husband, they have been squeezing the knowledge in the head of Batty. As mentioned above, Batty even learned from the scattered words of other researchers that they have made a lot of profits by using these advanced science and technology, and even some of them considered unimportant, and they took a few promises. Bell Award. In this regard, Barty just wanted to laugh secretly. The scientific and technological achievements he gave had never been complete, and it was also in line with the behavior of his false identity as the Prince of Krypton. Because there was a time when the elder of the Bully Academy was greedy, he even asked Batty to write down the scientific and technological knowledge in his head once and let them study it. Batty said he was stunned on the spot, very greedy, but very good. As a prince, you can never fully understand the knowledge about science, that is the scope of scientists. If you ask Bad to speak, you really can't tell any detailed knowledge, even if you tell it, based on your opinions, it is still a daunting existence. Is the presence of photons detected? Do you know the concept of superluminal transmission? Do you know what the artificial intelligence brain is? I don't know. Then I will tell you, you can record it, wait for the advancement of science and technology hundreds of years later, you think it is correct or not. Anyway, I said it is probably a very powerful look. I am not a scientist, the real formula, how can I remember this kind of thing? Therefore, what Paul Dye gave them are some general aspects, as well as the correct direction of space navigation for them in the future, as well as some unimportant sporadic things. After that, it included a bunch of difficult problems to overcome. The angry General Vic slapped the elder bully with his slap. Can't he take his time? Are you going to step into space for interstellar voyage? The old man of Dean Bully also woke up. Facing the knowledge of the future, he was overexcited. Earthlings who could not even build a spacecraft would hold the knowledge that they didn't know whether they were true or false, and it was useless. In the future, as long as there are any problems that need to be overcome in science and technology, they will look for Batty to answer. Batty has also answered many scientific problems and provided them with correct ideas and directions. Resolutely, Batty is a scientific and technological consultant to guide here. Batty smiled and nodded at the soldier, okay, I have work. He showed a gentle, beastly, and harmless attitude. The two soldiers took it for granted, and walked behind Batty with their wooden faces, manipulating a wheelchair to walk. In fact, at the beginning, Slade controlled his wheelchair and controlled him to walk every day. Only after being misled by a limited number of chats, Slade also seemed to realize that Batty had really become a paralyzed person, unable to move his limbs. Although Slade still felt the will contained in Batty's gentle eyes and the majestic spirit of Prince Krypton, for him, he was unable to move, his limbs were unable to move, and he was pierced into the bone marrow of the spine by a needle. In the control that can take his life away with electric shocks and toxins at any time, it is not easy to break free. His instinct still felt the extraordinary of Batty, but if he felt threatened, there would be no more. After all, no matter how strong Batty was, he was still a really paralyzed person in a wheelchair. Therefore, in addition to controlling the walking of Batty's wheelchair in the first few weeks, it was directly handed over to the soldiers to be responsible. The rest of the day was confirmed that Batty was in the underground base. This made Batty secretly relieved. The entire underground base, the only thing that made him feel a little trouble was this Colonel Slade. He always felt that Colonel Slade was targeted everywhere, as if he felt that everything was a performance. But Batty's performance was indeed flawless, and Slade gradually reduced the danger to him. The soldiers took him to the room where he was studying the Krypton spacecraft he was riding in. This research room Barty was relatively rare. They seemed to have deliberately kept Barty away from his spacecraft. The old man of Dean Bully was already waiting, and greeted him with a thin face and smiled and took over the control of the wheelchair movement from the soldier. "Mr. Batty, I am calling you this time because I want you to provide us with knowledge of the virtual imaging technology on your spacecraft," the elder of the Bully Academy said politely. For the contribution that you made to them, he no longer thought that Batty could have any thoughts. In his mind, Batty can only contribute his knowledge honestly, letting the flow take its course, and he will pair up with Jenny in the future, and then live in this underground base forever. Do you want to use the interference and diffraction principles of virtual imaging to project and record three-dimensional radar sweeping scenes, or do you want to use interference principles to interfere with enemy satellites? Bad smiled and said that he has a much better relationship with the old man of Dean Borey, and he can often talk a few words, and he is not as cold and guarded as Slade. The old man of Dean Bully was obviously guessed, and said straightforwardly, "Both, but your spaceship is too broken, and we can't get this information. I can't help in this regard. I have only used this kind of thing, and I can provide relatively little information. The information involved is not a small number, at least it needs to have artificial intelligence to be able to really use it," Batty explained. The old man of Dean Bully nodded and agreed, and then he took out a key to the Krypton spacecraft from the pocket of his white lab coat. It's the kind of key that is engraved with an S mark in the Superman movie, and the long cylinder is used to turn on the spacecraft function, except that there is no mark on the back. The shape is the same as that in the Superman movie, and it is also the Bat spacecraft. Artificial intelligence. Excuse me, Mr. Batty, what is this? The eyes of the old man of Dean Bully flickered. Chapter 16 Dean Borey's Greedy. Bad's expression was stunned, and he was desperately running his mind, controlling his heartbeat to a slightly higher level, causing a somewhat stunned mood to see this thing. In fact, Batty was indeed a little stunned. He didn't expect that the key was in the hands of Dean Bully. He had come here several times in the past and didn't see the key. He thought it was lost, which made him secretly regretful. It is a key. After thinking about it in his head, Batty didn't know how much the old man Bully had studied the spacecraft key, but a few half-true lies had been born in his head, even if he knew the function of the key slightly. Batty can also fool him to keep the keys more closely. But he certainly didn't know that his own key was important, and it contained a complete artificial intelligence, which was made by Batty to trick the hacker into cooperation for his own use. The key. Dean Borey obviously didn't think that such a cylinder a few centimeters long would be a key, and he thought it would be a seal. I don't know how much Dean Borey can study this key. Bad smiled and turned his heart slightly, feeling that he could use this to catch the weakness of the old man of the Bully Academy and advance his plan. In this base, everyone has some weaknesses that can be exploited. The old man of Dean Bully is a greedy and slightly vain guy. He feels that what he wants to greedy for himself, at the expense of other people. He is quite greedy and ignores the lives of other people. Slade is obviously a good soldier, and his keen sense of touch makes him extremely cautious, even exaggerated prevention. Batty thinks that the most difficult thing here is him. General Vic is a very ambitious person. Since he was paralyzed, Batty has seen him come to the underground base 2 or 3 times to make a promise to him, and after certain contributions, he can be truly free. Batty Gan has contributed to him like a cat, which made him very satisfied. Dean Borey kept silent, changed the subject with a hula hoop, and replied with a smile, "I have come to some conclusions, so come to ask Mr. Batty." Batty said, "Dean Borey, you don't need to frame my words. You can't study anything with this key. Let me tell you. This key is the source of disaster on Krypton." The elder of Dean Borey raised his brows, feeling as if he was about to hear the conspiracy behind Krypton that Batty said. Batty's face was faintly mocking. He looked at this key and showed disgust, then he looked at the old man of the Borey inexplicably, and whispered, "At the same time, it is the key to unlock the treasure of the Krypton royal family." The treasure of the royal family? The elder Borey's eyebrows jumped wildly. A planet with a long history that can sail between the stars, the treasure that he has collected. What will be stored there? This is simply beyond the imagination of the old man of Dean Borey. The expression of Batty fell into memory, his pupils floated upward slightly, and his delicate expression was impeccable. "Let me speak for you." Batty just made an expression to speak. Dean Borey coughed, and controlled Batty's wheelchair to leave the research room. "Let's talk as we walk." Batty was speechless. Dean Borey seemed very greedy. Very good. Batty felt that his expression was in vain, and it was obvious that Dean Borey did not have the keen intuition and observation power of Slade to observe him. But Batty still subconsciously wants to perform everything well. When he went to a special research room of the Dean of Borey, the old man of the Dean of Borey was brilliant, his eyes were shining, and he held the key and asked, "What's the matter with the treasure?" Batty sighed helplessly, pitying the heavens and humans, and slowly said, "Dean Borey, you know. I have said before that the reason for the explosion of Krypton is because multiple forces are fighting for power and profit, and the transitional use of Krypton. The core energy in, leading to a big explosion caused by the instability of the planet." Dean Borey nodded. He has heard Batty talk about a lot of things on Krypton, history. "Unfortunately, Doctor, many forces are fighting for power, and there is one more thing I didn't say. What they are fighting for is the long-term collection of Krypton, the treasure of the royal family, which contains the complete Krypton civilization and universe. Aeronautical charts, records of multiple alien races, and a complete scientific library are enough for the Earth to reach the level of interstellar navigation." Batty sighed and said, originally he was worried about bragging too much. Who knew that Dean Borey suddenly stopped breathing and his pupils contracted, and he was shocked beyond words. Of course, it is not so simple to deceive a scientific researcher in this way. Dean Borey immediately suspected, "What you said is true." The words of doubt also contained surprises of shock and breath. "I can't lie to you," Batty said indifferently, which means that there is a needle for detecting lies in his back. "If you believe it or not, I just lie to you." Dean Borey jumped up and looked at the screen behind him. It did not look like a lie, but he still shook his head. "This is impossible. How could there be such a thing? If there is such a thing, how could you say it? Young man, you can't fool me." Dean Borey showed a scheming calmness, but his mind was 100 revolutions. According to such a civilization capable of interstellar navigation, it is very possible to preserve his own civilization's seeds, culture, and technology. Believe it or not has nothing to do with me. I suggest you keep this key as a family heirloom. The treasure has exploded anyway. Batty didn't care about the key and said lightly, "The treasure house has exploded. Disappeared. No wonder this alien doesn't care about such an important key at all." Dean Borey's heart is chilled for a while. A subtle thought flashed in his heart, holding the key and swaying in front of Batty. "Don't you need it?" Batty said self-deprecating, "Why do I need him? Do you think the Krypton treasure will fly to the Earth?" Dean Borey relaxed a little. It was a pity. His eyes flickered slightly. "Then I will keep this key first." He felt quite a pity, the key to a treasure house. An interstellar planetary treasure house. Unfortunately, it was destroyed. But even though the treasure house is gone, this key was created by an interstellar race and still has great research value. The cold metal material alone is worth his collection, and maybe some high-tech applications can be analyzed in it. This key has been used as an accessory by him since it entered the underground base research institute, and he has collected it quite curiously. When working in the office, his fingers kept turning and turning, and the cool metal with special texture was sticking to his fingers, which made him feel very comfortable. Therefore, this jewelry is not in the research plan, and General Vic also ignore it. Hearing that Batty said that it was such an important key, Dean Bully was greedy in his heart, and just wanted to continue playing with this jewelry, feeling a little proud in his heart. The key to an interstellar race treasure house was played by him. He seemed a little smug in his heart. "Don't you study it?" Batty teased. The old man of Dean Bully is a bit greedy. As long as he is interested and wants something, he greedily wants to take it for himself, and take it all for himself. The same is true when I asked Batty to write out the knowledge in his head. He was too greedy and wanted to take it all on him. The old man of Dean Bully didn't seem to hear the teasing, but he asked freely, "How are you and Jenny?" He is very satisfied with Jenny's recent biological research, and has successfully researched several results, so that General Vic is very satisfied with his leadership. Even if he knows that he wants to wear a Kryptonian jewelry, it doesn't matter. "Batty, don't tell me this is the key to the treasure of Krypton." Batty's heart stunned. Suddenly the opportunity came at this moment. Here, and only when this old bully Dean wants to embezzle public funds and feel a little bit guilty in his heart, can he help him do something less important. Batty smiled happily. "Very well, every day Jenny will come over to accompany me." The old man of Dean Bully looked at the expression of Batty and nodded in his heart. Batty obviously couldn't say good about this kind of life, but Jenny's existence has been constrained by him, so continue to do so it's fine. It seems that he can gradually improve his material life. The old man of Dean Bully secretly said in his heart that Batty has helped them a lot. In order to avoid any opinions in his heart, it is okay to provide a little material to enjoy life. "Dean Bully, I need your help, I want to marry Jenny," Batty said solemnly to Dean Bully. Dean Bully thought a little bit in his heart, and the two got married, and it seemed that there was no negative effect. Anyway, Batty can only stay in the underground base forever. The so-called marriage is just to make him and Jenny closer together, if it is to give birth to a child. The old man of Dean Bully felt like if he gave birth to a child, what would a child born of these two different genes look like? Thinking about it makes him excited about research. Thinking of this, Dean Bully relaxed. "Yes, you and Jenny will get married sooner or later anyway, maybe I can be your witness, the union of aliens and earthlings." Hearing the consent of Dean Bully, the hanging stone in Batty's heart was put down, and the various contributions nearly half a year later have finally reversed their impressions slightly, and the efforts have been effective, but they are finally not in vain. Batty smiled. "So according to the wedding ceremony of the Earth, Dean Bully, I need a ring." The old man of Dean Bully laughed dumbly and patted his head. "Yes, the ring lets me prepare for you. As the price of this key, the treasure house has exploded anyway, and this key is useless, old man. I like to play with these little things." The elder of the Academy of Bori almost explicitly stated that he wanted Paul Dye to keep the Krypton treasure house secret. He liked this kind of indispensable inner vanity. And he was very interested in playing with the key to a Krypton treasure house. Batty smiled slightly. "Very good." Chapter 17, Tomorrow in the Sun. Taking another crucial step forward a little, Batty thought slightly in his heart. Having a good relationship with the old man of Dean Bully allows him to help him with some smooth things. Next, he even needs a few words from the old man of Dean Bully in front of Slade, or to hold Slade. This is all critical. In the Kryptonian culture constructed by Batty, if you combine to become a lover, you must bask in the sun, bathe in the sun and wash your own past, and then start a life of two people with unswerving ambitions. This kind of belief, like religious culture, is an indispensable process. It is also the easiest link for them to believe, because religious belief is the most insulting. In the West, which respects the freedom of individual belief, there is no doubt that this set is flawless. Batty is so cautious that every language and action has its own deceptiveness, and all it represents is to let himself in the sun. For so long, Batty has been consciously or unconsciously instilling their normal culture on Krypton in order to get a reasonable sun exposure before proposing to Jenny. It all seems to be for Jenny, for love. You need to avoid Colonel Slade as much as possible. Batty whispered in his heart that even Slade, who had relaxed his vigilance, would not allow Jenny to take herself to the ground floor of the underground base to bask in the sun. There are high-strength multi-layer composite glass on the negative floor, which is used to light the sun with electromagnetic waves in the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, ultraviolet and other light bands, as well as spectral rays. The rate of thermal energy conversion and utilization. Simply put, it is a research place used to make ray weapons. It is the only place in the underground base where the sun can still shine, and it is also the place where Batty can shine without going out of the underground base. Through the usual words and the words of Jenny, Batty knew in his heart that the entire underground base research institute had 4 floors. The place where he was locked up was the -4th floor, the bottom tightest floor. At most, Batty was taken to the 3rd floor by Slade twice to conduct leading research on neutrinos. In the limited 2 times, he kept in mind the way of passing the -4 and -3 layers, the pupils who needed to be verified, and some guards on guard. Only Jenny, the old man of Dean Borey, and Slade can pass unimpeded on the negative and 4th floors. He closed his eyes and leaned his head on the ice-cold wheelchair. The pulsed radio frequency needle was still deeply piercing his spinal cord, very cold. Suddenly, a pair of thin white hands protruded from his back and gently rubbed his temples. The cold voice turned into a distressed voice, "Are you tired?" Bad opened his eyes flashed with warmth, feeling the soft hand pressing his temples, and said, "No, I am waiting for you." Knowing that he didn't need to massage his temples, Jenny walked from behind to the wheelchair, pulled Batty's hands out of the handle, and let her hands hang down. Then the graceful figure sits directly on Batty's thigh, the slender legs under the skirt are close together, the back of the knee rests on one handle, and the back of the body rests on the other handle. She lowered her hands again and pulled it up with difficulty. She put her hands on the slender legs of the black silk stockings, her palms almost slipped in, so that one hand was gathered from her neck, and the palms were finally placed on her chest. She was like a small bird, hugged on a chair by Batty, her face pressed against Batty's shoulders, pressed tightly, smelling the masculine scent from Batty's neck. "Is there a reaction?" Jenny asked expectantly. "Unscrupulously show affection in front of the monitoring of the White Room." Bad only felt a scent of fragrance rising from the tip of his nose, and saw that Jenny was already sitting on her thigh again. She couldn't help but reacted in her lower body. This is not the first time Jenny has done this, and Batty doesn't mind getting a wave of benefits. If it is not for not having her own room, Jenny actually wants to do more, such as some kind of intercourse. "Yes, didn't you notice it?" Batty smiled and joked. He just didn't respond to action potentials in his limbs, but he could still respond with congestion in his 5th limbs. Facing a beautiful woman who loves him, he is not a saint, how could there be no response? Jenny patted his chest angrily and complained, "You have helped them so much, why can't you get a room?" Her palm was against Batty's chest, and she slapped him with distress just now. "Rub it with his hands." "Miss Jenny, are you eager to invade the body of the alien?" Batty pretended to be serious, joking. "Yes. Mr. Palmurati," Jenny said forcefully, relying on her hand to straighten her waist, her chest pressed against Batty's chest, and her fragrant lips were on Batty's mouth, actively sucking in every bit of sweetness from her lover. Body fluid. Batty is ready to fight. This situation will be shown every day, every night, after work, no matter what. Jenny will accompany Batty in the White Room until he sleeps and then leave. More of the two talk, flirt, Batty Xiaolingyu took out Jenny's work information for a day and all the 8 trigrams of some staff members. Batty was very satisfied with Jenny's behavior. When she parted, Jenny blushed and took a breath. She fell in love with suffocating enthusiasm. The two of them were getting tired of talking about love, and Jenny's extra enthusiasm today seemed to blend in with Batty. Among the sentimental sentences of Batty's words, he often inadvertently explored her achievements and the information of the entire underground base, and gathered little by little, so that Batty knew the whole underground base clearly. It's just that what Jenny said today was extra shocking to him. Your cells are a little weird. They produce subtle changes under infrared rays. Will the cells change because of the light? Or is it heat? Jenny's head fell on the collarbone of Batty's shoulder, feeling a little strange. Batty's heart was suddenly shocked, and he couldn't help but, because the sun's heat was mainly transmitted to the earth through infrared rays. The infrared rays transmitted from the sun have a certain change to his Kryptonian genes. To put it simply, Superman's so-called thermal sight is almost infrared. Then what did you do? Batty asked quietly, leaning his head slightly on top of Jenny's, feeling a little frightened in his heart. Jenny's talent is indeed shocking, and Paul Dye feels that after a while, I am afraid that Jenny will find that her body can make changes in the sun. I continue to irradiate the infrared rays on the cells. And add the gene serum catalyst made before to see what the reaction will happen tomorrow. Jenny said. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Dean Bori and others will know that there are changes in their cells, so I am afraid they will study in depth, and there will be no chance in the future. Batty's heart is simply cold. I didn't expect that everything went well, but the biggest problem turned out to be that Jenny was too genius. No. Need to act as soon as possible. Once tomorrow, directly other people see the result of the continuous infrared ray, then I am afraid that Batty really has no freedom directly. Although infrared rays are not the real sun, the real sunlight still has orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, ultraviolet, and other light bands. However, if the infrared rays are used to illuminate his cells, there will still be a slight reaction. What's more, Jenny directly used infrared rays to shine all night. Even if the reaction is not violent, Batty can expect that they will continue to test other radiation experiments. The experiment was originally rigorous and bold, not missing any detail. Now let them start to notice this step. It was too frightening for Batty, and Jenny was indeed a genius. He originally planned to use Dean Bori, at least he was prepared, and he decided to act after observing Slade's absence. But now, it seems to be ahead of schedule. I have almost prepared my initial impressions. Act a little earlier, although it's a bit rough, it doesn't hurt. Tomorrow, can you take a day off and accompany me to bathe in the radiance of the sun? Batty asked lovingly, deciding to start action tomorrow. Jenny was stunned. Under the Kryptonian cultural behavior that Barty had instilled so many times, she certainly knew the meaning of bathing in the sun. This is asking for marriage. Tears of surprise flowed from Jenny's lacrimal gland in an instant, and she couldn't stop being moved. Jenny was pleasantly surprised. Fen moved from Batty's thigh to kneeling, holding his head, pressing Batty's head deeply into her chest, and tears dripping onto his hair. I willing. Batty, I am willing. Jenny held Batty's head heavily, couldn't help being excited, and kissed the top of his head affectionately with tears. Batty, I love you. No matter what happens, I love you. Even if it is to exchange my life for you, I am willing. I love you so much. Batty. Batty closed his eyes in the soft chest, the skin on his face rubbed against the texture of the shirt, the underwear lace was slightly rubbed on the face through the shirt, and the fragrance of the female body penetrated from the tip of his nose. His heart was cold. Yet. Chapter 18 Blessings. The next day, in the morning, 9 o'clock. At this time, the sun will rise from the east, spreading golden light. Batty only hopes that today is not a cloudy day, which obscures his hope. No one else wants to see the sun and let the sun shine on himself more than he. The sun is the vitality of all things. It is also his vitality. It is the source of power for the Kryptonians. He hadn't slept all night. After Jenny left the room, he closed his eyes as if to rest, and knew he should rest. But Jenny used infrared rays to shine in her laboratory for one night, and coupled with the reaction that the gene serum catalyst can produce, even he has no way to know what the result is. But there will definitely be no good results. Even a slight reaction is enough to make Batik lose all the game. One night, he closed his eyes and couldn't fall asleep, and forced his thoughts to calm down. The white room lit up with the white reflections of the incandescent lamp. Batty opened his eyes and his eyes were warm like spring. Everyone could see the joy in his eyes, which was the joy and beauty that was about to combine with his favorite woman. Jenny opened the door and walked in, with a spring in her mouth. Of course she knew what Batty wanted to do, and she was full of joy in her heart, making her cold face exuding full of joy. Very rare, she wore a bright red close-fitting dress, and her narrow, close-fitting waist was like a fairy to set off her graceful, plump mountains, alluring and charming. A coquettish stunner who can fascinate men. Seeing Jenny's always cold-toned clothes, she suddenly became passionate and unrestrained, sexy, glamorous, and coquettish beauty, which made Batty breathe. Batty's reaction made Jenny extremely happy, and accompanied by the fragrance of the nasal cavity, she walked to the back of Batty's wheelchair and manipulated the wheelchair to move. Batty did not hesitate to say anything, and praised the glamorous Jenny. The two of them kept talking, and the atmosphere of Suankai was warm. Let's take a look at the results of yesterday's infrared radiation. Jenny controlled the wheelchair and wanted to push it to her laboratory. Regarding the experiment on whether Batty could move, she had always been concerned about Batty's paralysis, which caused this result. Very guilty. Batty's heart sank slightly, but he couldn't let Jenny look at it, so he stopped and said, "Today, it belongs to the two of us. Let someone else first." Jenny just hesitated for a while, and then gave up the past laboratory. Neither her own clothes nor the special significance that Batty wants to carry out today are not suitable. He likes to listen to Batty's words, like to be in the seeds of his heart. "Okay, I will notify Dean Bully to go for the test later." Jenny responded with a smile. But Batty's heart sank even more. The old man of Dean Bully went to test, even more deadly than Jenny's test, but it can be so, after all, someone needs to push him under the sun. Out of the white room, it was just a little passage forward, and unexpectedly ran into the old man of Dean Bully. The old man of Dean Bully looked at Jenny in a glamorous and moving dress, couldn't help but glanced at Batty's face with ambiguous eyes, and smiled at Batty meaningfully. "Dean Bully, in the laboratory, I am using infrared rays to irradiate Batik's cells to synthesize the gene serum catalyst. There may be some changes. And you need to pay attention to it." Jenny said unceremoniously, facing even her leader. She spoke upright, never thought that this was almost a command tone. Dean Bully has long known that Jenny is a person with this kind of personality. Such a talent can concentrate on studying biology, obtain great achievements, and produce extraordinary results. Then the results are on yourself. "Okay, you. Where are you going?" Dean Bully answered, and wondered. It is true that Jenny is dressed more beautifully today than in the past few years. "I will push Barty to get some sundae." Jenny glanced at Barty sweetly and said. The elder of the Bully Academy was a little bit stunned. The only place where he could bask in the sun in the underground base was the lighting glass on the ground floor. Batty's actions have been intentionally or unintentionally banned by them under the negative fourth layer to avoid accidents. Even when he reached the negative third floor, Slade was wary of his peers, and he was reluctant to leave the negative fourth floor. Now, let alone going over the negative second floor and directly reaching the first floor, this is probably not good. The old man of Dean Bully was slightly worried, but in a blink of an eye, he was paralyzed in a wheelchair, and the ground above the first floor was a military base. Army patrols, soldiers armed with guns and sealed, and flies are hard to fly. Enter, let alone want to get out of the underground research institute. Batty's eyes shifted slightly, knowing that the old man of Dean Bully was a little worried. Dean Borey, I don't know what he promised me yesterday. Batty's smile was a bit meaningful and harmless to humans and animals, just like jokingly asking what he had promised. The old man of Dean Bully suddenly seemed ordinary, and he immediately dispelled his worries, took out a small red box from the pocket of his white coat, and put it on the thigh of Batty. I haven't forgotten, here it is. The underground base is tightly guarded, and no flies can fly into the ground military base. He is also paralyzed in a wheelchair, and it is absolutely impossible to escape or cause disturbances to the underground base. Then it's okay to fulfill a little bit of good intentions. Not a threat, not a pleading, but just a subtle grasp of Dean Borey's psychology. Batty hinted at secrecy with the indispensable key to the treasure house, and he would also fulfill a non-dangerous behavior to Batty. It's not a deal, it's just a little bit of friendly and subtle mutual assistance. When a person is hesitant to refuse, you ask him to do what he agreed to before routinely, then he will subconsciously change the hesitant now to agree. Of course, this hesitant thought cannot be too violent, and it should be accompanied by conscious consent. Because there is no danger, and there is still a little help, why not do it? Dean Borey is like that now. Bless you. Dean Bully congratulated him. He also knew that Batty was about to perform rituals such as the Kryptonian religious belief in the sun, and he did not stop it. Because it's just basking in the sun. Can you tell me what can be prevented in the sun? Thank you. Batty smiled and thanked him, sincerely, more than ever before. Jenny stared at the small red box. She was surprised with tears, and she was too honey to speak. She wanted to merge with Batty's body, and loved him too much. Dean Borey separated from them and went straight to Jenny's laboratory to treat Jenny's cells with the infrared chin. Batty was a little impatient in his heart, so he had to press it down hard. I don't know what the strange reaction of Dean Borey will be when he sees that. Even Batty himself didn't know what kind of reaction he would produce. He only hoped that this unexpected situation would make them not think so much. In fact, it would be strengthened by being in the sun. Jenny was happily controlling the wheelchair and drove towards the elevator. The underground base has stairs and elevators to pass up and down, and it is divided into two poles. In the case of Batty, it is absolutely impossible to use stairs. Gun guards passing through several passages, and even soldiers guarding guns in front of the elevator door. Jenny's level is enough to bring him up to the negative floor. As long as it is not on the ground, Jenny has the right to go up and down in the underground base. Although he was dressed to make people look eye-catching and he was controlling the wheelchair, after a few routine questions, the soldiers finally let go, intending to let Jenny take Batty up to the negative floor to bask in the sun. The elevator descended heavily from the ground to the negative fourth floor, but the elevator door opened, and the people who just came out of it made Batty's heart sink. Where are you going? Slade stepped out of the elevator, blocking in front of the two of them, glancing over Jenny's beautiful and bright figure like an eagle, and glanced at Batty. Chapter 19 The Faith of the Sun. Underground Base. At the elevator. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, as Colonel Slade stepped out of the elevator, blocking the direction of Barty's wheelchair. Where are you going? Slade stepped out of the elevator, blocking in front of the two of them, glancing over Jenny's beautiful and bright figure like an eagle, and glanced at Batty. Glancing, this line of sight meant to glance downwards slantingly, and Slade's eyes looked like this, giving him a condescending glance at Batty. The paralyzed person, although he still feels the slightest irritation, but no longer feel threatened or uneasy. There seemed to be a cluster of anger in Batty's heart rising from his heart through his throat, and then being suppressed by him. If it were not unfortunate that the spaceship exploded and fell here and was found, no one would be able to look at him with this kind of eyes. So despised, and did not respect him in the slightest. No matter how much the knowledge in the head of the baddie spent in the underground base, Slade would never respect a prisoner like Dean Borey. This irritated baddie, and Slade was more difficult than anyone else. Of course, what baddie wanted was not his respect, but Slade had blocked him too many times. If he hadn't existed, baddie would have been able to enjoy the sun long ago. Baddie deeply suppressed his anger, unable to express it from any aspect, the blood flow of the heart, the pulse, and even the brain waves just moments ago. Jenny's joyful face sank, she stepped out from behind the wheelchair, and shouted coldly, "Slade, I'm going to push the bar to the sun, do you have an opinion?" She hates Slade quite a bit, and Slade has always had a discriminatory look towards baddie, which made her annoyed and loathed the colonel. Slade's tall and strong body, dressed in military uniform, was like a stone pillar stuck in the elevator entrance, and said in a deep voice, "As the security director of the underground base, I have the right to restrict the movement of this alien. He may still be dangerous. I don't allow him to leave the negative fourth floor." Colonel Slade said decisively. He has read the dossier that tells the various cultures and customs of Krypton from the mouth of baddie, and he also knows why Jenny is wearing an unusually beautiful suit and walking under the sun. But he has no reason to complete any premarital ceremony. He is the security chief and is only responsible for security. You. Jenny's body was trembling, her cold face flushed with anger, and her teeth were pointed at Slade. She really wanted to take off her high heels and nailed it towards his face with a pointed heel. "Jenny, you leave first, and watch the experiment with Dean Borey, and I will talk with Colonel Slade," baddie said gently. Jenny listened to baddie's words very much, stomped her dissatisfied high-heeled heels, gave Slade a fierce look, hummed heavily, turned around and left here to find the elder of the Bully Academy. She doesn't believe that with the addition of Dean Borey, there will be no way for BAD to go up to the sun? Otherwise, she could report to General Vic by leaps and bounds. It was just that he was married to baddie, and General Vic also wished that baddie had a closer connection with the entire underground base. This kind of thing will definitely not be prevented. He has already had several kinds of experimental results appearing. And baddie is also in the period of creating the greatest value for General Vic. Only Slade was blocking his own happiness for unexplained reasons. Jenny hated him to death in her heart. Baddie smiled and watched Jenny leave here as if playing a petty temper, and went to see Dean Borey, hoping that Dean Borey would not be aware of the effect of the sun on him so quickly, and still be able to help herself. Jean Sci-Writer gave up preventing himself from basking in the sun. BAD's pupils floated upward slightly. From his perspective, it can be said that he looked up at Slade's tough chin and calm face. "Colonel Slade, may I ask, why do you fear me like a tiger?" "For a handicapped person, still severely guarded," baddie asked. His eyes were somewhat dissatisfied, and his brows were slightly frowned. Slade looked down and met Barty's sight. Slade's sight seemed to be loaded, opened the insurance, and the firearms whose fingers were already on the trigger, such as the leopard's ready to go, had the aura of power to burst at any time. "Pamela, you are dangerous, and my instinct tells me that you are dangerous." Slade used to "You are dangerous, it is really dangerous to be a Bart." If it weren't for baddie who was paralyzed in a wheelchair and unable to move, Slade would have already controlled the man and used any means to capture or kill him. Because of him, it's really dangerous. Then am I still in danger? I can't move my limbs, I'm a useless person. Baddie ridiculed himself. Slade's expression was stagnant, hesitated, and even a hint of pity in his eyes. This sympathy is sometimes more unbearable than ridicule. Any person with a disability will not like the pity that a normal person gives him, because you are in a superior position and sympathize with the disabled. They need no sympathy. Them is a normal person. Baddie shook his head lightly, self-deprecating, and was not moved by it. Unconscious pity flashed in his eyes, and Slade returned to that tough, composed look. "I don't allow you to leave the negative fourth floor, you still." Before Slade could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "Am I still threatening?" The self-deprecating expression on Batty's face dispersed, and he said in a deep voice. Slade was silent, as he agreed with Barty's words, and he couldn't move his limbs. What threat was there? "Colonel Slade, I finally understand why you are so jealous of me. Beware," Barty said, his tone gradually rising. Slade raised his eyebrows. His jealousy, intuition, had no origin, it was pure sensation. "Because I have faith, and faith makes me firm. You will not understand the will of a race that believes in the Sunday. Life, enthusiasm, vitality, hope, warmth, light, vitality, prosperity, masculinity, robustness, rebirth." Bad's tone was firm and sonorous, and gradually became hot, counting the brilliance of the sun one by one, saying that the last rebirth was even more determined and abnormal. There was a kind of blood that would break through the thorns no matter what blocked him. This is indeed just like his new life, only if he can bask in the sun this time is the real new life. Slade seemed to see his crazy look, his eyes flashing fiercely. He has met religious people and experienced the horror of mad believers whose life and death are beyond their limits. The Batty in front of him seemed to do the same. "Colonel Slade, what you are afraid of is not power, but my will. The supremely determined will, the will you don't have." Batty's eyes condensed with resolute light. Slade seemed to see his eyes gleaming like two suns, radiating radiance, enthusiasm, and supreme will. Maybe he is right. Slade agreed with his words inexplicably. It is the will that makes him feel threatened. It was also something he didn't have, so he felt threatened. "This makes me even more unable to put you on the negative floor. You can marry Jenny here, and I will grant another room as your new house." Slade said coldly, this kind of will would be more terrifying than strength. Once there was any chance, he didn't know what he would want to do. Slade was wary of the alien again. Batty's face returned to normal, and he chuckled, "Let the sun shine, wash my body, wash away the lead, wash away my past. Then, I will propose to Jenny in the sun, and I will marry Jenny. If possible, I hope to have 2 children, a boy and a girl." I said, "No. Yes. Yes." Colonel Slade was already showing a fierce look and was very dissatisfied with him. Batty stared faintly at Slade, as if he had experienced many things. "I don't mind living in this underground base paralyzed. When you have seen the star battleship Star Destroyer destroy the planet with one shot, when you have seen countless races with strange shapes in the starry sky, when you have been in close contact with a black hole and almost torn into pieces, Colonel Slade, you will find, everything you insist on is meaningless. Meeting creatures that look the same as yourself, and being able to fall in love is the greatest luck." Suddenly, Batty's eyes seemed to absorb light like a black hole, and then burst out a resolute and tragic look in amazement. "Colonel Slade, the determination of faith will persist with his life." Slade's eyes were micrometers, and the fierce light like a leopard was really staring at Batty. The line of sight seemed to be hot in the space, and the atmosphere suddenly ignited. "I know I have value, so I give value, let you allow me and Jenny to fall in love. But I will never allow you to stop me from bathing in the radiance of the sun and vent my beliefs. If General Vic can give up my value, I have nothing to say. Once I die, you will finally study the residual value of my corpse. Today, here, I'm going up to the Sunday. Otherwise, even if it's paralyzed, it won't be able to stop my conscious desire to die. The sun is the belief of Krypton and cannot be changed. You have to stop, I only have to die." Batty's mouth burst into the most powerful, tragic tone of indignation, letting people see that in this world, only his faith cannot be deceived. Belief that would rather die than give up. You go and think about the words to report to General Vic, how to kill an alien who can lead you into the interstellar age. Slade's face was blue, and his eyes were fierce. "You threaten me." He never expected that he would be threatened by a prisoner with his own value. In the past 6 months, Batty has undoubtedly demonstrated his great value, so that no one can ignore it. A broad road leading directly to the interstellar is in his brain knowledge. After the results of biological genes were continuously researched by Jenny, Slade could almost know. The importance of Batty in this underground base is unparalleled. What's more, he just wanted to bask in the sun. The importance of himself, and his belief in the sun. No matter who it is. You have to know who is important. It's just to bask in the sun. If Slade stopped this kind of thing and reported it to General Vic with any kind of instinct, no matter what, anyone would call him bloody. Slade couldn't hold back any words to stop him this time. Because even if it was reported to General Vic would definitely call attention at most and let him sunbathe. It is extremely reasonable for a paralyzed person to get some sun in his religious beliefs. To prevent it, there is a hole in his head. Slade. The sound of rapid footsteps came from behind Batty. Jenny and Dean Borey trot to Slade's side with excitement, knowing that Slade was preventing Batty from basking in the sun. Dean Borey held Slade's arm tightly with his hand, and after a few breaths, he said to Batty and Jenny with excitement, "Go up and down." Slade still wanted to stop, but was stopped by Dean Borey. "Let them go, just get some Sunday." Dean Borey immediately said excitedly, "It succeeded, Slade, the gene serum that General Vic wanted, succeeded." Slade's figure was shocked, his pupils widened, and he didn't care that Bad wanted to bask in the sun. After all, it's just a bask in religious beliefs. Will it turn into a powerful, flying monster with eyeline and icy breath? Obviously not. Obviously Slade wouldn't want it, and no one wanted it. Batty has been sunning for a long time, and he really will. Jenny, you and Barty will come back after handling the matter. You still need you for the experiment. Dean Borey winked, in a moment of extreme excitement. Slade didn't have any reason to stop it, or from the beginning to the end, in fact, he had no reason to stop it. When Batty made such a great contribution in this underground base laboratory, no one would be stingy with him in carrying out this harmless religious belief. He looked intently at the pupils of Bad. Bad was firm, and looked at him persistently like a devout believer. Batty is as firm as a rock, which is a manifestation of a believer. Slade's slightly narrowed eyes flickered fiercely, and he couldn't see anything. Considering that Batty is always a paralyzed person, there is no way to act at all. The pulse radio frequency needle has always controlled his life, and because of the aliens, there will be no humans to help him. Slade finally agreed to him to go up to the sun. Sunday. Slade ordered the 2 soldiers to monitor and follow, and also ordered the ground military base and the level of security to be raised on the intercom. It was not until he thought there was no problem that he followed the excited old elder bully into the corridor to see the gene serum that had been successful. With a faint smile on his face, Batty's heart was slightly loose, and Jenny was pushed into the elevator, seeing Slade's back disappear as the elevator door slowly closed. Chapter 20. Colonel Slade, I really don't understand you. Badadu has said many times about his planet's racial beliefs. You still stop it, do you really want him to die? Dean Borey pulled Slade's arms and footsteps quickly led the way forward. His value, from this moment on, is greater than ever before. It's just a little sunbathing request. Even General Vic will be happy to fulfill it. Slade followed the momentum of Dean Borey, broke free from the arm being pulled by Dean Borey, and said coldly, "What he wants to do, I will stop it." This is from Slade's intuition. From the beginning, he felt that Batty was not simple. But I really don't know why, this feeling is irritating, hazy and unconscious. Until the belief that Batty said just now, he was somewhat confused and obscured, so that he had to know why he wanted to stop this alien. Because of Batty's will, he has always felt uneasy instinctively. Dean Borey's face was flushed and he stared with eyes and said, "Do you know how valuable he is when he is alive?" After using his cells, using infrared rays to promote the volatilization of gene catalysts, a tube of real serum was created. Now it's only a clinical experiment, and the results will hardly be worse. He can't die. To fulfill his religious beliefs and keep him alive, a steady stream of blood samples will be taken from him. That's what we should do." Slade's eyes flashed. "I know, that's why I placed a fully equipped brigade on the ground in front of him, fully raised the alert of the underground base, closed down the access channels on the negative floor and the ground, and dispelled any of his idea. Since he wants to live a peaceful life and marry Jenny, there must be no reaction." Sly German was indifferent, and he still only cared about Batty going to the negative level, but he also knew that he had no way to stop it. Even if it was reported to General Vic, it would only tell him to take safety measures, instead will obey his intuition and have been imprisoned by Batty. Because Batty's value is too great, coupled with the success of the gene serum, it is normal to get so much freedom in the sun. Slade, who could not be stopped, could only let them go up in the sun, and he was fully prepared. Of course, in fact, as long as Slade delays the time of Bad's exposure to the sun, it will be enough to make Bad all annihilate. In the same way, the fierceness shown by Batty and the grandeur of the marriage proposal are to be completed today, and no one is so ignorant and tyrannical to stop him, even him. Slade failed to stop once, and he could no longer stop it. Go up to General Vic, this is his fault. This can only be said. Everything is in the plan of Batty. Otherwise, why should he contribute so much knowledge to them? The blushing face of the elder of Dean Borey paused, feeling Slade's defense against Batty, and said, "Colonel Slade is really taking safety measures to do, not leaking." They came to the door of Jenny's biological laboratory and pushed open the white clean door. What caught their eyes was the crystal clear, gem-like genetic serum in the test tube. Everything in the room is white, and the various mechanical facilities for studying biology are all to set off this tube of genetic serum. Let people see at a glance. Dean Boley's expression became even more excited, like an excited monkey, saying, "Jenny is really a genius among geniuses." Bang! 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 Inside a glass cabinet, there is a white mouse with the size of an adult's palm, with red eyes beating the glass desperately, making a strong sound. This made Dean Boley amazed. "This is the gene serum that I gave him before I found you. It works very fast. He is half the size of his body, at least twice the strength, and the effect is very fast." Slade stared at the white mouse with its cracked eyes and frowned. "No side effects? It looks like it's excited. Check now." The elder of Dean Borey put on a mask, held a syringe in his hand, held the white mouse excitedly, and drew out a tube of blood. "It needs to be observed for a period of time. I will test its genetic integrity first." Dean Boley took blood tests after finishing talking. But after a while, Dean Boley exclaimed, "Its genes are completely stable. There is no sign of collapse like before." It was Jenny's gene catalyst that worked and stabilized the collapse of the gene. The old man of Dean Boley was so excited that he trembled and screamed in joy. "We may be able to have a body as strong as Batty, with a huge strength of 10 tons. Slade took a breath and stared at the white mouse who was jumping around, and then turned his eyes to the tube of genetic serum. The red liquid was like the blood of the devil, alluring and fascinating. Strong as the body of Batty. 10 tons of Tyrannosaurus class power. Slade was stunned. If he had the physical fitness and strength of Batty, would he still defend him like this? Will not. Slade asked himself that he would not lose to anyone. And if you can successfully create a gene serum, there is no surprise that there will indeed be a share of him. Slade instantly became hot in his heart. Dean Borey walked to the computer in the laboratory and looked through Jenny's experiment records. The light on the screen was reflected on his round glasses, reflecting a series of data. Dean Borey's smile gradually, it became stronger and stronger, and his entire face was occupied by an excited smile. "This is the record of Jenny's experiment. If I didn't find you just now, I would have started to reproduce Jenny's experiment. All her information is in. Gene catalyst, Batty's cell sample, using infrared light to catalyze the gene catalyst, aggravate the cytoplasm is lysed, and infrared rays can actually have an effect on Batty's cells. Slade saw that the old man of Deanbury had fallen into a madness. He frowned and suppressed his shocked heart. He looked at the tube of gene serum that had been completed by Jenny, his eyes flashed with a different color, and then said, "Deanbury, copy drive. Jenny's experiment, whether this gene serum can be mass-produced." Of course, Jenny's record is detailed to the use of near, mid, and far infrared rays with a wavelength between 760 nm and 1 mm. There are even conjectures between different rays of concentration. There may be various manifestations, and it may even be manufactured. Gene serum has special superpowers. The old man of Deanbury took a breath, and was completely shocked by Jenny's talent. He was able to create superpowered genetic potions. He was so excited that he was full of breath and gasped. The old man of Deanbury stared at Slade, shocked beyond words. Suddenly, Slade's pious face appeared in Slade's mind, his belief in the sun, his eyes flashed with doubts, and he asked, "Batty's cells respond to far infrared rays?" "Yes, in the infrared. The 4 to 14 micron far infrared is helpful to the human body. It will heat from the inside, promote the expansion of capillaries from the body, make blood circulation smooth, achieve the purpose of metabolism, and increase the body's immunity, and the cure rate is obviously more significant for Batty." Deanbury replied, "Infrared rays are just a kind of heat rays from the sun. In addition, there are many kinds of rays such as ultraviolet rays, wavelength bands of light particles, and so on. Does he also react to the rays of the sun?" Slade suddenly developed a kind of fear. Deanbury was taken aback, and said, "This should need experimentation." At this time, the walkie-talkie on Slade's waist suddenly screamed, and a terrible scream. Chapter 21 Finally, you can dominate you. Barty smiled and looked at the elevator doors closing, the backs of Slade and the elder bully leaving in front of him. The elevator doors closed, and the moment they disappeared, Barty thought he would make a loud noise. Even if you don't laugh wildly, you should be excited about the opportunity that you have planned for so long. But he didn't. He is smiling. My heart is like a puddle of well water, and the ancient well is no longer turbulent. After many experiences of Krypton, he came to Earth, and was imprisoned for a year and 3 months, and tried his best to plan to this moment. He only realized that he was terribly quiet. Or the silence at this moment is for the explosion in the next moment. It was quiet before the storm. The elevator lifted up slightly, and the steel cable made a tight sound, pulling the heavy elevator. There are a total of 5 people in the elevator: Batty, Jenny, and 3 soldiers. 2 soldiers came to monitor Batty, and the other was an elevator flight attendant. No matter which floor he went to, he needed to press his palm model. Batty suddenly felt that the flight attendant was not far from death. The atmosphere in the elevator was silent and silent. Jenny stood by the side of Batty's wheelchair. Her slender and beautiful figure would always look at Batty affectionately, not willing to look at it for a moment. Her heart was also nervous and happy, excited. Her palms sweated slightly as the elevator rose, and her heartbeat rose a lot more than usual. However, when she looked at Batty, she would calm down gently. Batty is like Kun Master sitting in the temple, calm and steady, making her fall in love. The elevator door opened, Jenny controlled the wheelchair, and at the back were 2 armed soldiers. After a few turns, I came to a place with daylighting glass, which is similar to a warehouse. Under the irradiation of the composite glass, the sunlight at about 9 o'clock in the morning was refracted. In the slightly dark environment, the light of a flashlight appeared intensely here, and the slightly floating dust was clearly reflected. Anyone who raises their hands under the ray of light will have the feeling of Jesus ascending to heaven. Here, Bad. Jenny said softly. She knew that this was Bad's bathing-like faith and should be solemn. The 2 soldiers have been standing not far behind, armed with guns, watching. Batty hummed slightly, raising his head and looking at the sunlight refracted by the composite glass, the sunlight shining out of the dust in the air swimming slightly. After several hardships and twists and turns. It's finally this moment. Go ahead. Bade said, the more this kind of moment, the more he can stabilize himself, and there is no wave of peace. This even brought a solemn and sacred feeling to Jenny and the two monitoring soldiers, as if basking in the sun was a sacred thing. Jenny responded and manipulated the wheelchair, pushing him forward. The sun finally spread on him. First from the footsteps, the sunlight spread to the knees and thighs. As Jenny pushed the wheelchair, the sunlight stepped into his chest and face. The sun shined all over him. He raised his head, his eyes facing the sunlight. In an instant, it was as if the sky and the earth had exploded. The first change ushered in was the sharp pain in the eyes, the pupils tightened to a small point. Just like the tightening of a person who inhaled too much air in one breath, and the strong sunlight stimulated his eyeballs to start to change. The pupils kept swelling and shrinking, and the stinging pain was like being deeply pierced by a needle. Batty's eyes were so painful that tears flowed from the lacrimal glands. Accompanied by the constant dilation and shrinkage of pupils, the dust in the sky illuminated by the sun suddenly became larger, suddenly smaller, and kept going back and forth. Finally, his eyes passed through the composite glass and saw the white clouds in the sky. Clear. He has the vision of a telescope. His hearing began to change drastically. Zizi cha cha. Chaos, panic, the two soldiers rubbing their fingers slightly, shaking gently, the sound of metal hitting, and the sound of Jenny's heart beating violently. There are also the sound of the military base on the ground, the sound of the wind blowing, the sound of the tank tracks rolling over the road, the sound of heavy wheels, tugs, and guide wheels. The roar of the jeep engine roared in his ears. The voice of the soldiers talking seemed to be yelling in his ears. What did Colonel Slade tell us to do here? I don't know, we can just follow the order. What about that girl last night? Damn, I want to go to the toilet. I will get married next month, and I will be on vacation tomorrow. Countless messy voices yelled in his ears, his eyes were so painful that there was a flash of afterimages. The nose was so sensitive that it was suffocating instantly, and a bunch of no matter what kind of smell poured into his nose, making him clench his teeth. His senses of smell, sight, and hearing suddenly became more sensitive, causing Batty to fall into a scene where his head exploded, and his head kept humming to explode. Too much information made his brain not have time to change, and he couldn't process it for a while, and received it, so that he was stuffed like a firecracker exploded in a small jar. Damn it! Blue veins suddenly appeared on Batty's face, and the blue veins stretched to his neck and his face, which was terrifying and terrifying. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and worked his mind desperately. The so-called meditation is actually just a method of consciousness control that allows people to concentrate and calm down. This method has a special effect in bearing pain and guiding concentration. It was just a little calm, able to concentrate, and reduce the pain of sudden changes in the sun. When his head can slightly reduce the pain, it is not so. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the white fiber hospital gown, and through the tiny gaps in the fibers, the subtle sunlight shone on his body skin. His body caused a comprehensive change. The body's pores were pierced by the sun's needles, and the heat contained in the sun instantly entered his body and spread, and circulated through the blood in his body. His heart is like a big drum, like the strongest engine, rumbling with a loud noise, and his whole body is like a sleeping ancient murderer, about to wake up. Go deeper. Every cell in his body began to change drastically. Sunlight energy penetrates into the cell membrane and enters the cytoplasm, causing earth-shattering changes in the nucleus, and then splitting out cells that have received sunlight. As the old cells die, the new cells that have absorbed the changes in sunlight become stronger and stronger. The body that was originally paralyzed in a wheelchair, and a little fat appeared, turned out to be evaporated by sunlight, regaining his burly, strong, muscular body. Everything. All began to change, or evolve. At this moment, Batty clenched his teeth on his face, and there was a faint halo on the exposed skin. Jenny stared at her, staring at Batty in shock from the side, bathed in the sun, as sacred as a god. She was stunned for a while. The energy of the sun penetrates into his genes and chromosomes. If someone can observe Batty's body, he will find that his genes and chromosomes are slightly bright, and the changes are intensifying and evolving. The active operation of body cells, each cell slightly releases the cellular magnetic field, and the connection and integration make his body weight equal to that of the Earth, giving him a feeling of lightness. The magnetic field of his body cells slightly repels gravity, which is also the reason why Kryptonians will fly in the future. Now he can jump up to 10 to 20 meters in one leap. Nerve cells continuously transmit information currents. Powerful information currents converge from all parts of the body, such as a rushing river, rushing up, powerfully rushing through the dam, and shooting the pulsed radio frequency needle out of his body, that little the wound, under the rapid division of cells, recovers as before. Nerve information goes directly to his central brain control system. Control your body's sensation and come back again. The brain cells irradiated by the sun stimulated the most powerful usage rate, allowing him to control his body with a high speed, flexible thinking, and unprecedented flexibility. All this happened in just a few seconds, only enough to make people surprised that Batty completed the evolution of life genes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, dark and light bursting into them. Thanks to the meditation from Krypton, he has been able to initially control the sharply enhanced vision, hearing, and sense of smell. Batty felt the tension between his body and his muscles grow wildly, and his heart pulse was strong, roaring like a drum, giving him the illusion that he could burst the earth. He certainly doesn't have such a powerful force. He is just a humanoid Tyrannosaurus with super power, far vision, super smell, and super hearing. This exposure has exposed his power. He now has almost 15 tons of power. Finally, you can dominate you. Bad shook his hands, and the stainless steel handle of the wheelchair was dented by him, forming two handprints. He lifted it lightly with both hands, and the steel ring that imprisoned his wrist was twisted and torn off by him. He pulled off the restraint of his waist with both hands, and his feet violently broke free from the steel ring of the ankle. Bad stood up, faced the sun, raised his hands, and cracked the craziest smile. The shocked Jenny and the soldiers stared at his back in amazement. Seeing him under the sun, it seemed like a god descended from the earth. Chapter 22. Hold your head and kneel down. The two soldiers, Jack and Ma Sen, were stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the paralyzed Barty stood up directly and raised his hands to the sun. The light shone on him with a faint halo, like a god descending to the earth. Batty was majestic, and when he was paralyzed in a wheelchair, he hadn't noticed it. This one stood up, the towering and stalwart figure gave the two soldiers a strong impact, and their breathing could not help but suffocate. When Jack and Mason recovered, they couldn't help but feel chills, feeling that they were facing a rising mountain. I told you to hold your head and kneel down. The cold heart made them scream loudly. The two of them were holding M16 rifles, their palms pointed at the back of Batty with sweaty palms, and stretched in front of them under the refraction of sunlight, bringing a trace of anxiety to their hearts. Jenny covered her mouth and cried with joy when she saw Batty stand up. She has been guilty and painful for so many nights, and the self-blame heart that caused Paul's paralysis has been torturing her. Now seeing Bad suddenly stand up again, she didn't think much, only full of happiness and tears of joy. Batty put his hands down, the soldiers feared the threat of sweaty palms, and clenched the friction of the guns. Jenny's heartbeat was so excited that he could hear it clearly in his ears. Everything in his eyes, ears, clearly outlined a world in his mind. He has a majestic figure, a strong chest, and his muscles appear to have broken through the white fiber suit. The sun shining on Batty's face, the outline of the face is still so distinct, especially the outline of his eyes and face, which gives people a more profound impression. His eyes are as deep as a black hole, full of wisdom, with some indifference, some deep madness, but full of irresistible dominance. His face was carved like a knife, the marble-like face, and the indomitable will is engraved on his face. That deep knife mark made him a bit fierce and brutal that no one dared to provoke. Starting today, no one can make me succumb. There was a smile on Barty's face, his domineering and indifferent eyes, and his aggressive vision made people unable to be vigilant. The only thing not vigilant was Jenny, who loved him so much. Jenny wanted to touch Batty with her hand in surprise. Buddy turned around, and in the sun, his left hand held Jenny's slender waist, and the other hand clasped Jenny's fingers tightly. His tough chest muscles pressed Jenny's chest to a round shape. Jenny was pushed down by Batty and leaned back close to 90 degrees. In the sun and the soldiers' screams, the two seemed to have just finished dancing a waltz, and they were watching affectionately for the last time. Batty's hand felt the smoothness of Jenny's waist clothes close to the skin, and he kissed Jenny face to face. Jenny's body did not smell of cosmetics or perfume, and he did not like the artificial smell. The completely carnal fragrance almost made Batty drunk and suffocated. He hugged Jenny fiercely, his big hand on her back explored the place with excellent flexibility, and Jenny's long skirt was slit into the crotch. The close-fitting outlines a thrilling beauty. Jenny was suffocated by the kiss, but the sudden regained strength of Batty strangled her with pain in her waist, as if she was about to break. She feels pain under normal circumstances, she will suffer. But under the kiss of Paldi's invasion, the pain turned into love for Paldi, making him want to deeply drill like Paldi's body and intertwined. The two are like a stage play, under the beam of light, the protagonist is highly anticipated. Jenny Jones. Are you willing? Dedicating everything to your master, flattering me, looking up to me, and believing in me, are you willing to swear allegiance to me, and be my loyal slave for the rest of your life, and serve me with your courage, force, and wisdom? To become a slave of my step-love. Batty left Jenny's lips, and there was a will to refuse in his eyes. This was not a question, but an affirmation. His voice is no longer the gentleness it was before, but a sonorous and indisputable command. Jenny was so confused that she was almost suffocated by the kiss of Barty. Her heart kept beating and never stopped. Her face showed a sickly intoxication. Hearing Barty's words, it was already his eyes were confused, and he couldn't wait to respond. I do. Batty. I am willing to do anything for you. Jenny was confused in her eyes, completely sinking into such a domineering and extremely aggressive Batty. She leaned forward intoxicated, and wanted to kiss him again. Bada smiled and gently stopped Jenny's movements. Her eyes were still the gentleness she was familiar with, but what was revealed was not the love from the past, but the indifferent overbearing, just like a high emperor, showing her appreciative smile. Let go of Dr. Jenny. Jack screamed with a gun, shaking in the empty warehouse. His heart was trembling and scared. To be honest, in fact, no one has ever seen Batik's combat effectiveness. When he was in a coma, he showed gentleness and ease, which no one noticed except for Slade's abnormality. Once he hasn't concealed his acting now, the kind of stalwart body and the imposing momentum of breaking the sky is like a giant emperor, who sees the world as ants, and he will die when he stepped on it. No matter who it is, there is no way to ignore this cruel Kun King. He wants to dominate life, and he has the ability to dominate life. Notify Colonel Slade. Jack shouted again, feeling moist in the M16 gun magazine he was holding, and sweat appeared on his face. Facing the more calm and innocent Batty, his heart trembled and his voice screamed. Mason didn't let it go too much. He was so nervous that his throat dried up. He heard the reminder from his colleagues. He panicked and picked up the walkie-talkie from his waist, wanting to inform Colonel Slade. Barty gently let go of Jenny, who was reluctant to part with him. He stepped diagonally and left Jenny's side. Jack's black hole's muzzle moved as he walked. I told you to stop. Jack gritted his teeth, his sweaty palms kept rubbing the handle of the gun and the magazine, the panic in his heart made him hang. Batty was indifferent. He walked towards Jack, his stalwart body overwhelming the soldiers like a mighty mountain. No expression is to give others the greatest pressure. What? Jack stared, a string in his heart was crushed to pieces, and he roared with flames constantly erupting from the muzzle of the M16 machine gun. Boom boom. The bullets of orange copper spurted out from the muzzle of the black hole. Batty's eyes shrank, his face slightly stern, he vaguely saw the vague warhead, breaking through the sonic boom cloud at the front of the sonic boom. Pulling out a trajectory, rubbing red heat, and shooting it in front of his eyes. He still does not have the ability to fight against firearms. But with his hearing, he heard the sound of the hand pulling the trigger, the sound of the bullet being loaded in the machine gun, and the gun smoke bursting out of the firing pin in the barrel of the gun, so that Batty can know in his head which direction the bullet is coming from. Coming. The bullet is straight. All of this, for his super hearing, is clearer than his eyes. He can hear the voice and argue. Suddenly. Batty's figure suddenly pulled out an afterimage, flashing left and right, as if it was shuttled in the red bullet. In fact, he had expected the trajectory of the bullet a long time ago. The sound of pang 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 stirred the airflow in the warehouse, and accompanied by the figure of Batty, there was a feeling that was more eye-catching and loud than the sound of bullets. Jack became even more frightened. Batty seemed to be swimming in a sea of bullets, and none of the bullets could hit him. Obviously Jack could see the figure of Batty, but couldn't see the speed of the bullet. He chased after the figure of Batty, and the bullets ejected from his muzzle seemed to be unable to catch up with him. The bullet always brushed Batty's skin at a distance of a few centimeters, giving him a scorching sensation. Caca, ah! Jack pulled the trigger desperately, his M16 automatic rifle was shot by light bullets, he trembled continuously with the click of the trigger, and his eyes were wide in fear. He looked down at the M16 automatic rifle in horror. He couldn't believe that someone could shuttle through the sea of bullets without any problems. He deeply doubted what he was holding. Is it a gun? Is anyone faster than a bullet? Of course, it was not faster than bullets, but the path of each bullet was heard by Batty, and his eyes saw the direction of his muzzle. Batty suddenly appeared next to him. Jack looked up in horror, and what he saw in his eyes were those looking down on him like ants. Chapter 23, Betrayal. It was as if these eyes were looking down at him through a small pipe. Jack fetched the M9 pistol from his thigh in horror, struggling. The technique was quick and sophisticated, but it was too late. Boom! There was a loud noise. Batty lifted his right leg and swept to his waist like a trash kick. Jack let out a screaming scream, his waist touched the leg swept over by Batty, and the whole person's waist spine was completely broken, and it slapped crisply, like a rag, hung on Batty's calf to form a, was Batty swept out. He hit a wall more than 10 meters away, blood vessels burst, blood spattered, muscles burst, and the exploded bloodline splashed onto the wall, shockingly shocking. His face was contorted in horror, his eyes protruded, and his body twitched and slid off the wall. The cruel blood brought suffocating fear to the dead warehouse. It was like smashing a water-filled balloon against the wall, exploding blood-colored blood. Jenny covered her mouth, stared at her eyes, and screamed. She didn't expect this to happen. Another soldier, Mason, was stunned. His colleague flew in front of him, and the strong wind blew his face. Things developed so fast that his colleague turned into a puddle of mud, splashing all the blood on the wall. Mason subconsciously turned his head and looked at the wall, his colleague's terrified face, his eyes protruding hideously, and the large pool of blood on the wall was shocking him. He was suddenly a little grateful. Just now he thought that his colleagues had fired enough, but he didn't shoot. ZZ. Soldier, report. Report. What happened? In the intercom, Slade's voice was particularly harsh in the quiet and empty warehouse. Mason's body froze, and the hand holding the walkie-talkie trembled. His mouth was dry and there was no way to secrete a trace of saliva for him to swallow. The walkie-talkie I was holding was a hot gourd, like a grenade that I pulled away, and I couldn't wait to throw it away. His eyes looked at Batty next to him, with a trembling questioning meaning. Batty smiled indifferently, report truthfully, soldier. Ma Sen was shaking so much that he almost wanted to throw away the walkie-talkie. Facing Batty's merciless smile, he had to shake his hands and report with sweaty face. Go. Colonel, aliens, people, regain mobility, kick, die. Jack is. The Mason soldier finished talking tremblingly, and only a little saliva came out of his throat purring. There was silence on the walkie-talkie, after receiving this fact. In the intercom, Slade's voice burst from the bottom of his throat. Pamu Lodi. Ma Sen looked at Batty with trepidation, and didn't know how to reply to the chief. Batty nodded lightly, satisfied with Slade's anger. He looked down and saw the pistol on the thigh of the Mason soldier's green uniform. M9, 11 bullets. Batty drew the pistol from Ma Sen's thigh, pulled off the insurance, and studied it as if he was interested in firearms. Ma Sen was trembling with a stabbing back. He had an M16 automatic rifle hanging on his chest. The moment Batty looked down at the M9 pistol, he had an impulse to raise the M16 to shoot him. But he didn't dare, he was shocked. Jack fired 30 shots in a row, and 30 rounds were fired. The M16 has a rate of fire of 900 rounds per minute, a muzzle velocity of 975 meters per second, and an effective range of 550 meters. At the best range and maximum speed, Jack missed a shot and was swept away by the alien, kicking off his spine, and hanging on the wall to death. Firearms can't give Mason any confidence. Barty gently waved to the walkie-talkie, and Ma Sen understood, shaking the walkie-talkie and stretched out the walkie-talkie into Barty's hand. Barty turned on the intercom and said coldly, Slade, you have always been right. Although in my eyes, you are equally stupid. After Barty finished speaking, without warning, the M9 pistol ejected bullets. Boom, 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 boom. Mason also ushered in his fate, shooting 9 shots in the chest and heart, spraying blood, wailing and screaming for death, and fell to the ground. From the beginning of their chills towards BAD, this ending has been doomed. Slade gritted his teeth coldly as he listened to the screams of Mason's death. All of this is your plan. From the moment you wake up, you are already planning. Colonel Slade, you are too tender, and every thought of you is in my mind. Your will is not firm enough to thoroughly implement, guard, and imprison me on the -4th floor. Barty said, and then he raised the M9 pistol and pointed it at Jenny. Jenny was stunned, facing the pistol in Batty's hand, her head was blank, and she was stunned. This situation is too stunned, there is no mood, words can describe everything Jenny sees. The man he loves deeply. Batty, point the gun at yourself? Do you think you can escape? You can't break through the ground-equipped brigade, the brigade of thousands of people, you can't escape, Pamelo. Slade almost roared out this sentence. Boom. The sound coming out of the walkie-talkie was a gunshot. Under the delicate collarbone on Jenny's right, a blood hole was flowing red blood, staining her bright red dress with blood. Jenny replied from the shock, and the shot pulled her out of a blank state. Her face was pale and she couldn't believe it. Batty, aren't we in love? However, there was another gunshot, and a blood hole appeared above Jenny's heart. Her shoulders trembled, like a lonely and helpless blood lotus, trembling in the sun, and abandoned without a shelter. Jenny didn't feel the pain at all, it came from the sound of Barty's gunshot that swallowed her pain. Don't make love so great. Batty said without expression. He and Jenny's gunshots were all heard by Slade through the walkie-talkie. All of this is through my own efforts. Aren't you my slave? Then, please die for me. Batty's ruthless voice was shot through the last bullet. Jenny's eyes were absent, and the emotional stimulation splashed the blood in the bright red dress, causing her to fall to the ground. She was in a pool of sunlight and blood, her bright red dress was even more magical. So far, the M9 pistol has no bullets. Batty breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Slade was actually wrong. Batty had the confidence to break through the group of thousands of people, but he did not have the confidence to save Jenny. He is not an impenetrable body of steel, nor can he fly, bullets can still cause damage to him. He just initially similarly awakened the Krypton gene, as the lowest warrior gene, this power is strong enough. But compared to other high-level genes such as Superman, Fiora, and Zod, he is really weak. At least you can't even fly. If you bring a Jenny, it will only make Jenny die worse. A person's Batty is a god and a demon. But with Jenny, you can only bring one corpse. Pamela. Alien, you really are a cruel and tyrannical beast. In the intercom, Slade's voice was heard again. You who are imprisoned for me to study are not qualified to say this kind of talk. Batty's eyes flicked over Jenny's bright red dress, and he silently calculated the time it would take to get to the negative floor from below the ground, and Jenny could still bleed for a few minutes. In Jenny's value, he would not die. In the future, perhaps she will deeply hate Batty. But so what? If you don't even understand why I am shooting now, then deeply resent me for playing with your feelings. This is the case on Krypton. He betrayed everything to get what he wanted. Here, it is still. An unnamed fire broke out in Batty's heart, as if a cruel flame was burning in his heart, accompanied by his raging heart blood, burning him hot. He was angry at himself, and deeply suppressed his anger. It is useless to be angry only, to vent, to destroy. Batty was angry and calm in his heart. Anger burned his nerves, causing him to give birth to the idea of destroying everything here. After the sun was shining, his evolved brain began to gather for him, searching for measures to destroy this place. He said cruelly and coldly, Slade, I know that there is an army waiting for me on the ground, and I also know that you are at the gate of this warehouse. There are soldiers on the ground floor, waiting for me to go out and sweep me into a hornet's nest. You have always been wrong, I will not run towards the ground. Keep on guarding against me. Slade Wilson, if you fail to guard, you will all die. Batty's face was cold, and his cold and merciless eyes swept over Jenny. Jenny fell in a pool of blood, crawling on the ground unwillingly, her fingertips seemed to catch the small red box in front of her with a ring inside. The anger in his heart was more intense, his face was as cold as ice, he smashed the walkie-talkie, turned and walked towards the warehouse gate. Chapter 24 Major Atherton. Outside the door of the daylighting warehouse, the atmosphere is quiet, and needles can be heard. Dozens of soldiers were armed with M16 automatic rifles, divided into various positions, or used objects to cover, or held shields in the middle of the road with the team. The warehouse door was not empty, but there were small experiments made of glass or steel. The rooms are crisscrossed and elegant, and the soldiers are guarding the door deeply. There is only this entrance and exit here. There has never been an accident in the Underground Research Institute, but there has never been less garrison force here. The depressed atmosphere made Major Atherton sweat a lot on his forehead, and he did not dare to wipe it. He and Colonel Slade had fought the Vietnam War together. Even in the Vietnam War, Colonel Slade did not order him so carefully, in detail, with a trace of fear and anger, kill him, he will not die, and the entire Underground Research Institute will die. In this case, Slade had no longer cared for General Vic to ask Batty to live. His life was a disaster. The atmosphere became quieter and quieter. From just now, I heard the screams of Mason soldiers, the sound of M9 pistols, and Dr. Jenny's faint sad voice. There was no other sound. Major Atherton didn't dare to wipe his sweat, and calmed down gently, adjusting his heartbeat. In this silent, depressed space, the depressed heartbeat sounded like a signpost, indicating the location of everyone to Batty, and the super hearing heard everyone's depressed heartbeat beating crazily. The position of each person was clearly constructed in his mind. Under the depressive atmosphere, the flow of airflow, the airflow that collided with the object, various different types of flavors, a complete three-dimensional map was constructed in his mind. At this moment, he has super hearing, super smell, and super vision, all of which are controllable under his control. He is calm and angry. These two emotions are not contradictory, they will only make people more and more crazy, wanting to destroy. Batty opened a gap in the warehouse door. I don't know which soldier was nervous, or the fire broke out for a while, so he shot directly, and the bullet hit the metal door, knocking out a bit of Hanabi. Then the other soldiers seemed to have received the order, and the continuous gunfire sounded, shooting the metal door so that sparks burst out, flashing sparks like electric welding. Behind the door, Bad didn't stop the calculation for a moment in his mind, silently calculating the number of bullets, the number of people who could still shoot, and the location. Although he is strong now, even if it is a firearm, it is estimated that the bullet can only be shot into his muscles, not too deep. But there is no need to hard top the bullets, it is the right thing to keep the power to top the bullets to deal with the well-equipped army on the ground. He will go down to the -4th level to kill, and will go to the ground again, facing the missiles and tanks, and then leave here, so he won't waste any power. Stop! Major Etherton shouted and commanded, interacted with cover, and changed magazines. After this round of shooting, the metal door was pitted, and a lot of flat warheads fell from the ground. Suddenly, in that gap, an M16 gunhead emerged. Almost the next moment Major Atherton called to stop, he appeared in the gap in the door. The head of the M16's gun shook and began to emit flames. The soldiers were shocked to respond subconsciously. Something shocking happened. Boom! 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 13 guns exploded, scaring the soldier to throw off the M16 on his hand. It was the soldier who had not shot together just now. Godlike marksmanship, bullets in all directions, shot into the muzzle of their rifles, causing a bombing. Batty is the most elite soldier on Krypton, and this elite is not genetically carried. But everyone who fought with him, Batty remembers in his heart, regardless of psychology, language, behavior, or even subconscious small movements, all the surrounding environment, all of which are calculated to face fighters who are more powerful than other genes. Batty can outperform other fighters who carry talent in their genes. But genetic talent was originally a genius among geniuses, how could it possibly win? But in the end, he won. One can imagine his horror. Now he is awakened with super hearing, super vision, and super smell, which makes him more powerful than his increased power. Suddenly, a tyrannical, murderous, ruthless eye appeared in the gap, like a stare that suddenly appeared in the abyss, which made people suffocate with fear. Major Etherton happened to meet these eyes, his heart choked and he forgot to beat. He has experienced the blood of war, killed children, women, shot and buried innocent people in pits. Nothing scared him. He thought there was nothing in the world that scared him. However, at this moment, he was inexplicably afraid of this eyeball from the abyss. When these eyes disappeared, a chill appeared from the bottom of Major Atherton's heart, and his heart was chilled, and he realized that his hands were trembling. This is a monster. The door suddenly opened, and Batty's tall and majestic body appeared in front of them. In the slightly dark warehouse, his ruthless eyes swept over them like ants, possessing an inexplicable deterrent, frightening Etherton. The Major felt tight. Fire! He roared, shaking hands with fear, holding Yuan's automatic rifle, and sputtering flames from the muzzle. But in the previous round of lasing, the changer was just changing the magazines, and they were firing alternately. 13 of the rifles were shot and bombed by Batty, and the remaining 27 automatic rifles were strafed. Therefore, Paul Dye only needs to avoid the shooting from 27 M16 automatic rifles. Bad knew it well, he knew which direction he would shoot from, and he knew what posture he could use to avoid it. The first wave of bullets came frantically, the hot bullets grazed Batty's skin, and his hairs were curled up by the scorching heat. He smelled it slightly, and controlled his sense of smell to weaken. Batty's feet slammed into force, his body that hadn't moved for a long time, his heart twitching fiercely with a roaring pulse. 2 small pits appeared in the concrete underfoot, and 2 small cobweb pits were cracked by being trampled on. He started running from the right, and on the right was the closest cover, a small laboratory made of steel. Like a cheetah, he leaped, propped his hands on the ground, and rolled along his back. In the eyes of the soldiers, he avoided the barrage of 27 automatic rifles. It's really appalling. The bullet penetrated the air, leaving white trails across his eyes, dissipating so quickly that ordinary people could not see it. The bullet only moved in a straight line in the eyes of Batty. From the moment it left the muzzle, it was already destined for the root. The gunfire sounded more and more frantically. Major Atherton and the soldiers fell into their throats with shock, and kept shooting bullets. However, it was frightening that whether it was the bullet that blocked him from moving forward, or the chase. On the barrage, guessing that none of the bullets he had fired in advance of the action could be shot. The afterimage brought by the high-speed movement of Barty shocked them. His eyes were like blades and never stopped scanning them, making them feel the coldness of the knife standing on them in their throats, making them even more timid and strafing. He is not dead. We will die. Major Atherton understood what Colonel Slade meant in a moment, and became even more timid, as if a chill rose from his spine, freezing his head. The bang of the bullet hit the metal wall and sparks were heard. At a distance of nearly 50 meters, they poured out nearly 1,000 bullets, and none of them hit. The last few bullets hit the steel wall, sparking sparks, and falling to the ground crisply. Bad's figure has been submerged in the bunker. The scene was deadly silent. The soldiers were shocked and gasped. The smell of gunpowder became strong in an instant, and everyone was silent, and everyone was chilling. What monster are they going to deal with? Nearly 1,000 rounds have not hit a single shot. Is this still a human? Is this still a living thing? This is an alien monster. Chapter 25. It's just, they need to feel fear. What? At the moment when everyone was stunned, the screams of soldiers screamed, and another soldier was suddenly shot into the head by a bullet. The head was shot out of a big hole, and blood flowed out of the brain. Boom! 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 Continuous gunfire sounded, the light bulb on the ceiling was shot and exploded, and the broken glass fell from the air. Not only the lights, but also 7 surveillance cameras were shot by him one by one. The scene immediately became chaotic. This space was instantly dark. Batty seems to be the king of darkness who slaughters. He wandered in the dark, and his supervision allowed him to see the darkness as day. The steel-like hands protruded from the soldier's back, like giant tongs, directly smashing the necks of 2 soldiers with huge forceps. Quietly silent in the dark, smiling black hole-like eyes. The corners of his mouth were curved. Kill, start. Boom. Boom. The firearms lit up, and every soldier was taken away with extreme frequency. In just a few seconds, 7 soldiers were shot in the forehead and fell to the ground. There. The soldier responded in a panic to the position where the fire was lit up, but it seemed to be teleporting, but within a few seconds, a fire appeared hundreds of meters away in the other corner. Damn! He was too fast. Light. Don't hit your own person. In the darkness, Shins shot a person in the forehead with every bullet, causing the soldiers to panic. The firearms in their hands were actually useless, just to light up Batty's gaze. Through the awakened Krypton gene, the sight, hearing, smell, and brain are all developed to an astonishing level, and every bullet appears where it should appear. For Paul Dye, this battle was crushed from the very beginning. It's just, they need to feel fear. Calm down. Calm down. Turn on the emergency light. Look for cover. The 2 stick to their backs, Don't make a sneak attack." Major Etherton suppressed the panic and shouted and commanded. At last there was someone commanding in the dark, which made the soldiers' hearts brave. The battlefield was silent again. Major Etherton's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he found a soldier to stick to his back, as if he felt that there was someone behind him, and he could bring him a sense of security. Although his back clothes were tightly attached to his own sweat, it was greasy and greasy. He pressed his back against the soldier was like a pillar of steel, let him rely on a little peace of mind. He has never encountered such a terrifying opponent. What about the Vietnam War? Compared with this level, he would rather fight 10 more Vietnam Wars. Every soldier, including him, was sweating profusely, pressing down his panting breath, suppressing his fear. Suddenly, the emergency light above my head suddenly lit up. There was a bit of whiteness in their sight. Major Atherton saw a pair of Shura fields, and in front of him, there were already more than 20 soldiers' bodies, lying toppled in the ground. There are only 2 wounds. A soldier who was strangled with great force to flatten his neck, strangled to death, swelled into a purple face, protruding eyes and elongated tongue, and died terribly. And a shot in the forehead, bleeding out of the brain plasma, the soldier who couldn't look at him. Major Etherton took a cold breath. His legs softened and leaned on the soldier behind him. Sudden. Brushing the neat movements, all the remaining soldiers pointed their guns at him in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. "What are you doing?" Major Etherton was about to scold, and suddenly his neck froze. There was silence in the negative floor. The soldiers' hands holding guns were wet with sweat and the handles were wet. Everyone looked at their officer in horror, and the fingers on the trigger trembling with horror. The emergency light was very bright, and at least 40 corpses died at the scene. In the short 20 seconds that Batty came out and rushed, 40 lives had already died. It was so fast, it was frightening to harvest life like Shinigami. Major Etherton felt the hair on his back stand up, and the whole person was startled with goosebumps, and he swallowed scared saliva unconsciously, and the sweat on his face flowed down with the surge of his throat. His eyes were wide and stiff and frightened, more frightened than anyone else, as if thousands of steel needles were stuck on his back, they were about to be pierced down together. The atmosphere was as cold as falling into an ice cave, but everyone was sweating in panic. The sound of suppressed breathing and gasping is the only sound in this silent space. Bad is stalwart, towering like steel. Major Etherton's legs were weak, his sweaty face pressed against the majestic back of Batty, and a wild beast was stuck on his back. "Your name?" "Sir." Batty's ruthless and indifferent voice came from behind Major Atherton, and the soldiers around him shuddered subconsciously, and almost shot the Major along with him. Major Etherton and Batty clung to their backs, like lonely heroes surrounded by enemy guns on the battlefield. But there was no trace of the tragic atmosphere of the setting sun, only the trembling of the surrounding soldiers, and the worrying fear of Major Atherton on the back of Batty. The indifferent voice of the silence awakened Major Atherton from his paralyzed head. His back disturbed him like a scourge. After experiencing a short period of fear, he is also worthy of being a major who has been on the battlefield. Through his horrified eyeballs, he trembled in his heart and gave a whisper to the soldiers in front of him and gave orders. "I get down, you guys shoot. My name is..." Major Atherton bit his tongue. He didn't expect that his tongue was shaking, and he almost couldn't even speak. The bloody taste of the tongue stimulated his senses. Major Atherton's eyes condensed, he bent his knees and squatted down suddenly, trying to get away from Batty's back. The soldier in front of him stared at him tightly, with his finger on the trigger halfway down, ready to go. As long as Major Atherton lay down on the ground, the soldiers in front of him would shoot Batty to death. Suddenly there was a strong wind, and a big hand protruded like a dragon out of a cave, and the tiger's mouth cracked like a python, leaning towards the back of Major Atherton's neck, and violently pinched him. The back of his neck lifted him up. Major Elton suddenly felt the back of his neck tighten, and before he could get down on the ground, the back of his neck was clamped in a vice by Batty's big hands. A huge force came from the tiger's mouth, causing Major Atherton to feel that the bones of his neck were about to be pinched by iron clamps. Like a kitten, he groaned with blushing pain. Desperately shrinking his neck, praying for a little bit of pain. Major Atherton did not succeed in getting down, but was lifted up like a kitten by the aliens. The soldiers' breathing suddenly stagnated, and their ready-to-go fingers almost pulled the trigger and fired. Seeing that the officer was held captive, they were sweating and perplexed. "What is your name? I don't want to know." 110 soldiers, I killed 47, leaving 63 soldiers. I ask your name, just let you decide, half alive, half dead. Chapter 26 Slade's Conjecture. On the 4th floor, a small command and control room. On each floor, there is a monitoring command room under the charge of a major. As a colonel, Slade is the highest person in charge of the entire Underground Research Institute. ZZ. A messy electronic sound came from the walkie-talkie. Slade's face was pale, his finger bones pinched the intercom, pinching them pale. "Pam, you rot." As expected, this alien was an extremely dangerous beast, as he intuitively felt. Taking advantage of Jenny's feelings and letting us paralyze him is just to reduce my vigilance. Not hesitate to tell us a lot of scientific and technological knowledge, just to get the psychology of each of us. Jenny. Dean Borey. Own. Even General Vic was played by him between applause. Even if he was paralyzed in a wheelchair, he was still confident, pretending to be a breeze, just wanting to spend the rest of his life with Jenny. Constantly instilling the so-called Kryptonian culture into us, let us take it for granted. From beginning to end, all he wanted was to bask in the sun, activate his genes, and gain the ability to act. Boom. Slade's eyes burst into anger, his face was blue, and his angry fists slammed on the desktop. The elder of Bully and the soldiers in this monitoring command room shook and were startled. Close all passages, stairs, and connections to the ground on the ground floor, seal the ground floor, and release Vickers gas. Slade shouted coldly and commanded. This order caused the soldiers to be frightened and hesitated for a while. This order was really terrifying. A tablespoon of Vickers toxin volatilizes in the air, enough to kill all the people in 8 streets. You have seen the movie Break into the Dead Island, the movie with 20 green glass balls filled with VX toxin, you just know how terrible this thing is. This thing was released, and the entire negative layer was completely dead. If there is a leak in the seal, then the entire underground base, even the military base above, will be completely dead. Dean Borey's expression changed and he said in a panic, "No, Colonel, we can escape first. You see, Jenny is still there." Barty gets down from the elevator, we go up the stairs, and from the stairs, we go up the elevator. Take me, bring Jenny, General Vic won't want the results to disappear, there must be a genetic potion in the future, no matter how powerful Batty is, we can capture him. The elevator and the stairs are in 2 extreme directions respectively, so Dean Borey said it very logically. Jenny is indeed not dead, still has a breath. The warehouse monitoring showed that Jenny was holding the small red box with the ring in both hands, as if holding the treasure in her arms, curled up miserably and lonely in a pool of blood. On the monitoring side, you can also see her non-stop talking to herself, and her eyes turned out to be blood and tears. Major Larry on the side also looked terrified. "Colonel, there are many scientists and soldiers on the ground floor." Slade took a deep breath from his nose, as if he was awakened by the 2 of them, cancelling the order that might lead to the destruction of the entire military base. His mind was disturbed. He has been led by the Batty, has been calculated, and he has been vigilant, but he still allows the Batty to succeed, and will also set off a killing here. "Slade, we have to go quickly. Barty wants to come down and kill us. We can trap him in the -4th floor." Sooner or later he will be captured by us. The old man of Dienbury said hurriedly. The battle in the negative layer scared him, and the bullets could not be shot, but dozens of soldiers were killed in a few seconds. Before the surveillance was shot, everyone took a breath when they saw the actions of Batty. He panicked even more. To shut up. Slade sneered coldly. His gaze looked at the only remaining monitor on the negative floor. The warehouse was under Jenny's monitor, and during the battle in the hall, the only remaining monitor, this monitor seemed to have been deliberately left behind by Batty. He shot other surveillance cameras one by one, leaving only one to watch the panoramic view, as if to show his horror. Even if surrounded by all the soldiers, the steel-like posture made the soldiers not dare to move and let Slade see him killing step by step. Why did he come down to the negative fourth floor? Slade suppressed his inner anger, restored his former composure and calmness, his eyes gleaming. He wants to kill us. We imprisoned him, we studied him. Dienbury said without hesitation and fear, is this still necessary? Anyone who is imprisoned for a year or 3 months, has blood drawn, is asked to take out the knowledge in his head, and is controlled with no freedom, will have the urge to kill them. Slade glanced coldly at the old man of Dienbury, and he looked terrified. From the moment Batty was exposed to the sun and stood up, Slade knew that Batty was a very purposeful person and would not do useless things. Do we imprison him to do things, damn it? Damn it! But compared to freedom, what he can endure, the plan for a year and 3 months is for freedom, killing them is simply not worth mentioning. Of course, if Batty knew that he had deployed an elite brigade on the ground and knew that he could not escape, so he wanted to come down and slaughter himself and others, Slade could not tell. However, Slade didn't believe it, didn't believe that Batty endured for a year and 3 months, just to slaughter them. If it were himself, Slade would have to hit the ground, leave the underground base, and gain that 1/10,000th of freedom, no matter the chance was 1 in 10,000. So Slade believed that Batty would not be so stupid that his anger would kill his eyes, go down to the 4th floor, and let himself fall here, unless... Slade's inspiration suddenly flashed. Unless there is something in the negative 4th floor that can help him leave. Dienbury, Batty's spacecraft, is there anything that can help him get out of here? Slade's voice was horrified and cold, and he thought he was right. He and others have never really realized the true face of this alien, and the technology he possesses, including the Krypton, he said, everything is fake. Dienbury was frightened by Slade's voice, and then he shook his head desperately. His spaceship has been damaged to the point that none of it is intact. Colonel Slade, you also know what the spaceship contains. I really didn't think of anything that could be used. I'll go find it, or maybe make Batty scrupulous and not kill us. The old man of Dienbury looked anxious and walked out of the command room nervously. Dienbury hurriedly walked out of the command room. After being far away from the command room, he slowed down and put his hands into the pocket of the white coat with a solemn expression. Touching the cold touch of the key, he couldn't help but breathe slightly, his eyes flickering, struggling. He has a feeling. What Batty was looking for was this key. The old man of Dienbury was struggling. What he was struggling with was not to hand over, but to stay, whether he could save his life, and could he use this thing to pray that Batty would let him go? Is that so? Slade's eyes pondered deeply. He had also seen the rest of the spacecraft and restored some things, and he didn't feel that those broken things were worthy of Batty's acquisition. If the spacecraft has nothing to use, is he really cruel enough to slaughter people in the underground base? Slade's eyes flashed sharply. Seeing the panoramic surveillance on the 1st floor, Batty pinched Major Atherton like a kitten. Many soldiers surrounded him, and Slade pressed on the broadcast on the 1st floor. Follow the order, soldier. Shot. Chapter 27. Follow the order, soldier. Shot. Slade's ruthless voice came through the radio. The atmosphere that had been suppressed to the point of fear suddenly condensed, and the soldiers' pupils were struggling due to higher orders. but through the broadcast in Slade, the tone was once again tyrannical. Shot. The soldier pressed the trigger ferociously, and if the aliens did not die, they would die. The pressure on them was too much, and under Slade's tyrannical tone, his inner cord broke down. Batty turned his face to the panoramic camera, and a sneer smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Major Atherton, who was clamped by Barty, was even more frightened. The pain that Barty had caused him had already made him unhappy, and Slade's order made him fall into the bottom, and no one wanted to die. The soldiers didn't want to die, so they seized this opportunity to shoot. Major Atherton didn't want to die either, screaming at the back of his neck pinched by Batty. Do not. When his neck felt loose, he had been miserably beaten into a hornet's nest by his subordinate soldiers, and the bullets shot his bones soft, lying on the ground, and died miserably. Batty suddenly erupted with a huge air strike, and at the moment when he was surrounded by the bullet circle, the wind and the waves cut a violent road among tens of millions of bullets. The bullets poured out in front of him with the tongue of flames, slashing across his white fiber clothing, leaving sparks on the fiber clothing, and seeing the skin, it was still unable to hit. In this sea of bullets, Batty suddenly appeared in front of a soldier like a violent behemoth exploded from the flames of a volcanic eruption. In his dilated pupils of fear, Batty's fingers were inserted into his trigger. Julie squeezed, the entire automatic rifle was crushed, and the parts and the bullets that had not had time to fire fell to the ground, shocking him. He was also shot dead by a bullet from a colleague in fear and sluggishness. Batty grabbed his neckline, turned around and blocked the bullet coming from him with him. He stepped on with a violent force, and immediately reacted under his feet, and he stepped out of a large spider web pit. The marble-like stones splashed with gravel, and his stalwart body left a shadow on the spot. The bullet shot in the big pit of the spider web, and only a little dust was sputtered. Batty, swift as a violent beast, flashed in front of the nearest soldier and punched out in the chest. The soldier only felt dark in front of his eyes, and his chest suddenly seemed to be hit by an assault vehicle. An explosion burst out. The soldier's chest collapsed, his breastbones shattered into slag, and the whole person flew up amidst the fire of gunfire. In the end, the soldiers ran into a small glass-built laboratory, smashed the whole piece of glass into pieces, and crashed down with the glass, exposing the various instruments and tools in the laboratory. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Amidst the fiery and chaotic gunfire, Batty walked swiftly from side to side. In the eyes of the soldiers, avoiding the speed of the bullet, leaving a rapid afterimage to him, he slapped his head around 360 with a slap. 10 degrees, a rotation of death. The soldiers were even more frightened and panicked. This alien was like a demon and a beast, and he saw human life like grass, and killed people with a single punch. The bullet had no effect at all, and they completely collapsed. Batty grabbed two halves of the M16 automatic rifle in his hand. He stepped on the steel wall. The rifle's tongue erupted. When the bullets from the soldier's muzzle came after him, he slammed on the steel. He stepped on his wall to collapse deeply, and the unpleasant voice of Steel Iwu Bang erupted. Boom! Boom! With the tongue of the rifle in his hand, he stepped on the steel wall and jumped to the ceiling, like a bat running upside down on the ceiling for several steps, holding two M6 automatic rifles, and erupting. The rifle's tongue never stopped, and the soldier's bullets were too late to chase. His figure, he stepped on the ceiling again, stepped on the ceiling like it was shaky, crashed to the ground, and stepped on the ground continuously. When Batty fell to the ground, the guns in the soldier's hands fell to the ground one after another, wailing painfully. At this point, the battlefield was silent for an instant, and the intense gunpowder smoke and violent painful groans began to frighten. Just now, Slade gave the order to shoot. Until now, it has only been 25 seconds in total. All the soldiers no longer have the ability to hold the gun. Batty shot their hand muscles off, or shot directly to death, without breathing. The strong smell of gunpowder smoke brought deep fear to this environment. No matter how they did it, the soldiers couldn't beat the baddie. The longer the time, the more they felt the fear into their hearts. Even facing the baddie, they already trembled, and instinctively produced the tremor against the baddie. The horrified soldier, shivering with fear, sat on the ground, moving his desperately, trying to stay away from baddie. Baddie's body is majestic, and under the light of the light, it looks like a shinigami elongated, and the soldiers are terrified. He frowned and threw down the greasy M16 automatic rifle in his hand, which was the sweat stains left by the soldiers before. Baddie tore off the white fiber medical suit that was almost rags, and there were already many holes left by the bullet that Baddie had been able to avoid, and there were still some sparks, which were the bullets that he had just avoided. He wiped his hand with the white fiber uniform like a rag, and Baddie shook his hand to the side, revealing a strong, stalwart body with many scars and stab wounds. Under the light, it looked like a steel giant rising from the ground. The body is daunting. Especially the ruthless eyes that looked at them directly like beasts waiting to be slaughtered made the soldiers terrified. 63 soldiers, half alive and half dead. In the 25-second battle just now, 12 people have died, and you still need to die 19 people. Baddie was ruthless, and stepped on the thigh of the soldier who was holding his hand and howling, and broke his thigh. What? The soldiers were sweating coldly and exhaled in pain, adding a bit of horror to the silence of the gunpowder space. You are alive. Baddie ruled his life with a word. After breaking his leg, he left the soldier's side. The soldier didn't know whether he should be grateful or in pain, so he cried out on his thigh. Baddie went to the next soldier and kicked him into the air. He vomited blood in the air and splashed on the door of the warehouse, falling down, dying, unable to survive, and died. 18. Baddie said lightly, there are still 18 people who need to die. Everyone's liver and guts were cracked, cold sweat couldn't help streaming down from their faces and bodies, and even some people were already dripping wet under their crotch, scared to incontinence. A soldier raised his pistol with his other hand angrily, and shot him. Boom! Baddie flashed the bullet, his face was angry. When I am in charge of your lives, I can only survive if I receive my mercy. Baddie's face was cold and angry, and his eyes were cold and terrifying. He strode past the bullet and came to the soldier, grabbed his legs, and pulled him with great force, tearing him in half alive in his wailing sound. Baddie coldly tossed the two halves of the soldier's body aside to prevent the fallen internal organs from falling onto his body. Even so, there was still some blood falling on him, giving him a fierce and brutal feeling of a beast. The atmosphere froze like a suffocation. The wounded soldier dared not even utter a cry of pain, for fear of disturbing this brutal beast. 17. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Some soldiers cried out for mercy. Baddie was very satisfied, nodded, and trampled a soldier next to him to death. Blood spattered on the face of the soldier begging for mercy, making his face pale. Go and kneel in front of the warehouse. Baddie commanded ruthlessly. As a result, more than one soldier climbed and kneeled in front of the warehouse door. 41 soldiers reacted with fear on their faces. They climbed and kneeled in front of the warehouse door. Some of the slower climbers have been trampled to death by Baddie with no expression on his face. You have 41 people here. As I said, you can only live half of the 63 people, and only 31 people will survive. You choose 10 people to come out and die. Chapter 28. It was only 3 seconds late. 41 gunshots sounded. Because the M16 only had 30 rounds of ammunition, Baddie also replaced an additional magazine. 41 bullets each hit the knees of kneeling soldiers, causing them to howl in pain, some even crying. No mercy, no expression. Baddie's face swept across the soldiers in front of him indifferently, and finally his eyes inadvertently crossed half of the door open. The red figure in the warehouse was curling up on the ground. Baddie hoped that Jenny would be treated, so more wounded soldiers must be attracted to attract people from the ground base to the ground floor, rescue their soldiers and scientists, and then saw Jenny and rescued Jenny as well. Otherwise, these soldiers will not have a chance to survive. Soon, under the terror of the Palestinian territories, 41 soldiers selected 10 soldiers who they thought should die. The first one is a very outstanding soldier. According to how he howled before his death, his deeds and appearance are much better than others. He shouldn't die, so outstanding one shouldn't die. Perhaps because of this, he was pushed by the soldier. He came out and died. Before he died, he was still screaming, complaining, and cursing his colleagues who pushed him to death. The second place is the soldier they hate very much. The soldier who is a bit ridiculous to annoying, wants to cry and lie at the feet of Batty, is willing to lick his shoes, is willing to do anything, just hope not to die. Then, among the outstanding soldiers, they were pushed out by ordinary soldiers and killed one by Batty. The scene is ugly and disgusting, and human nature is such a thing. There was a clank bang. Batty threw the M16 automatic rifle in front of them. Condescendingly, he looked down at 30 soldiers who were crying in pain. They have lost what is a human heart, and personally pushed their colleagues out to die. This event will be their nightmare forever. For survival. You are alive. Saying coldly, Batty's tall body turned and left. The M16 automatic rifle was in front of them, and the strong back of Batty was gradually moving away. The soldiers had no courage to pick up the gun and shoot at that back. Not knowing whether it was guilt or pain, they cried louder and desperately. Batty walked to Major Atherton's side. He had been beaten into a hornet's nest by bullets, and blood flowed across the ground. Fortunately, one hand did not hurt much, and palm prints could still be clearly printed. Bad grabbed his hand, dragged his body up, dragged a bloody path, and brought him to the elevator, pressing his hand on the palm print to open the elevator door. Beep, Major Atherton, pass. The electronic sound plays. Barty threw down the body of Major Atherton, and the elevator door gradually rose from the 4th floor to the negative floor, and the elevator was thick and stable. From the moment of this steady pause, Barty already knew that the elevator weighs close to 20 tons, thickening the steel plate. The elevator door opened gradually, and the flight attendant inside stared at Batty in shock, as if he was walking out of a murderer in a sea of blood in the corpse mountain. The blood and corpses of the soldiers in the distance were all over the road. The flight attendants and soldiers moved quickly, and the guns hung on their chests immediately opened the insurance. With a click, the guns had been pointed at Batty. Their fingers were on the trigger, and they were about to fire. As a result, he could only squeeze the trigger, looking at Batty with shocked expression on his face. Batty quickly inserted one hand into the trigger position, and the motion of his fingers was crushed. With a huge pinch, the entire automatic rifle was crushed to pieces, and the rifle parts and the bullets that had not had time to fire fell to the ground. The crisp sound shocked him. What? The soldier's hand distorted with the great power of Batty, and his face suddenly paled with pain. Batty slashed with a knife in his hand and looked towards the soldier's neck. The flight attendant soldier's cervical vertebra was broken, twisting, and falling to one side. Bad took his hand and pressed it on the palm print selected on the floor, and clicked down the 4th floor. The elevator doors closed slowly, like a brutal behemoth closed in the dark. Colonel, Batty takes the elevator and is about to go down to the 4th floor. Soldiers reported. Slade looked at the elevator monitor with sharp eyes and deep doubts. The figure of Batty in the monitoring center stands tall and straight like a pine, standing in the elevator like the Optimus Prime, without fear of anything. Slade's eyes suddenly flashed through thoughts, and Batty's behavior made him deeply puzzled. It is definitely not a good idea to take the elevator down to the negative 4th floor, because the elevator can give him too many ways to target, and Batty would not have thought of it. But why did Batty do this? The more Slade thought about it now, the more he felt that Batty was a mystery, and the more he thought about it, the more he fell into anger. Anger that he would actually let Batty go up to the negative level, and even let him get in the sun. Captain Slade, you are so tender, every thought of you is in my mind. Your will is not firm enough to thoroughly implement, guard, and imprison me on the negative fourth floor. Batty's words made him suffocate himself more and more. Batty Ming Ming hadn't done anything to him now, but it gave Slade a suffocating feeling of being slowly held tightly around his neck, breathless. Colonel Slade. The major next to Slade called him. Slade suddenly woke up. He knew that he had begun to create doubts about Paul Dye in his head, which put pressure on himself. Because he was not careful, Paul Dye could really kill the negative fourth floor. By then, the entire negative fourth floor was probably no one can survive. Slade's eyes flashed sharply, and he ordered, close the elevator, release the poisonous gas, release the steel interlayer, and cut off the elevator passage on the second floor. Notify the ground base, enter the ground floor to rescue soldiers and scientists, and begin to blockade the floor at the same time. All the personnel on the fourth floor were evacuated from the stairs, trapping him to death here. The soldiers quickly followed Slade's orders in an orderly manner. But soon, an accident occurred. Colonel, the elevator has not reached the interval where the poisonous gas can be released. Barty opened the ceiling of the elevator and entered the elevator shaft. He disappeared from the monitoring screen. Negative second level monitoring, no trace. Negative 3 level monitoring, no trace. Negative 4 layer monitoring, no trace. The system center detected an abnormality in the elevator and stopped running. At the moment when the soldiers reported, there seemed to be a trembling sound of boom in the distance, as if someone was destroying something. It's Batty who is destroying the elevator. Slade's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, and his finger bones were white. This time, he still didn't guess what Batty wanted to do. Colonel, Batty appeared at the elevator entrance on the negative third floor. There were reports of soldiers nervously, seeing that Batty used brute force to rip out a hole in the steel at the elevator entrance, which made his mouth feel dry. Slade took a breath. This time he knew what Batty was going to do. This underground base has only 2 passages, elevators, and stairs. Destroy the elevator, and then go down the negative fourth floor from the negative third floor stairs, and never leave the negative fourth floor. At the negative fourth floor, no one can run away. All the people on the fourth floor have become the turtle in his urn. Slade took a deep breath, his eyes flashing fiercely. Ready to fight. Chapter 29. On the fourth floor, there is a small ordnance office to avoid accidents. The ordnance warehouse setup can arm hundreds of people with equipment. It's just that no one thought that it would really be used. There are all the soldiers of the entire negative fourth floor, and nearly 90 elite soldiers are quickly equipped, preparing to fight an asymmetrical war. The soldiers coming and going back and forth, the sound of rinsing and the sound of pulling the insurance are endless. The soldiers are getting ready to go, hurriedly packing up their equipment. This is impossible. The staircase portal uses a double layer of 10 cm composite alloy steel, and a total of 20 cm thick alloy steel doors, not to mention his 10 tons of power, even 20 tons of power, it is impossible to hard open. Dean Boley said in disbelief. Barty had already destroyed the elevator, and they escaped from the sky without a door. Only by defeating Barty on the stairs can they have a way out. What Elder Boley wanted more was to stay in the negative fourth floor, waiting for the ground troops to advance step by step, and pile up Batty, so that they could survive the catastrophe safely without going out. Slade inserted a camouflage-colored advancer saber into his belt, a Desert Eagle that had just begun to be developed in 1981. This powerful firearm has been his favorite. Putting the Desert Eagle and the advancer saber in his convenient position, Slade looked at the numerous standard firearms in front of him, M9 pistols, M16 automatic rifles, M4 carbines, RPG-7 rocket launchers, and MK grenades. Slade suddenly felt that the thermal weapons here might not kill Batty. He swept through the many guns. In the depths of the guns, a katana similar to Japan attracted his attention. With a move in his heart, he pinned the samurai sword behind his back. At the same time, he took out an M4 carbine from the gun warehouse, stuffed it into Dean Bori's arms, and said coldly, "Dean Bori, no matter how strong the steel and alloy door of the stairs is, it can only lock it firmly. Everywhere, I believe that Batty always has a way to open it. If you don't believe you can hide in the command room and see how he kills the people on the -3rd floor to reach the -4th floor." Dean Bori shut up his mouth, his mind flashed badly, and subconsciously took the M4 carbine. But with his own marksmanship, how could he beat Zongbadi? Even if he stood still, I am afraid that his hand would shake so much that he missed the shot. The elder of Dean Bori didn't believe that he stayed here all the time. The Paul die was able to explode nearly 20 centimeters of composite alloy steel, and 20 centimeters of alloy thick steel. How could it be broken by biology? The old man of Dean Bori hugged the M4 carbine and came to the monitoring command room uneasy. In the blink of an eye, I saw Batty's body like a devil, flashing through the surveillance like a phantom. In the -3rd floor, Batty didn't have any idea of keeping his hands alive. On the -1st floor, because of Jenny's existence, only a few would stay alive and drag her to someone else to rescue her. At the -3rd floor, it was completely a fierce beast, and when the figure flashed, it had already knocked a person into the air, and the bullet could not trace his figure. The entire -3rd floor, in just 1 minute, was already a sea of blood. And the researchers and soldiers were all dead. Even if he was hiding in a secret place, he was caught by the sound of breathing and heartbeat, and sent to the west. Seeing the soldiers on the surveillance system being brutally beaten by BAD, his fists hit his chest, and his eyes fell out from the pressure and splashed on the surveillance system. The elder of the Boli Academy turned pale in fright and his legs were sore. When he saw Batty enter a chemical laboratory, then came out, carrying a test tube of dark yellow liquid, and smashing it against the electronic lock of his own design, a large hole was corroded near the steel of the electronic lock. "It's impossible!" The old man of Dean Boli went black and almost fainted. The composite alloy steel was unable to corrode even the strongest corrosive chemicals. It was unexpectedly entered into the chemical laboratory by Batty, and the chemicals produced corroded his carefully designed electronic lock. The elder of the Academy of Bori was really angry. "I want to vomit." If you use software programming to unlock the electronic lock, Dean Boli is ashamed of his inferior skills, and praises that alien technology is worthy of being ahead of the Earth for many years. Now that Batty used chemicals so easily to pierce a hole, Dean Bori's heart is complicated and unspeakable. However, in a complex and unspeakable mood, Dean Bori also knew that such beasts as Batty really wanted to kill the people who studied and imprisoned him. Once the heart of fear of death arises, he will run for his life without choosing a path. In a hurry, Dean Bori chanted a few laps, ran out of the command room, went to Jenny's laboratory, and hid the tube of genetic serum first. Then he hid the key in another place, holding the M4 carbine, still panicking in his heart, hoping that Barty would see him and let him die because he knew the whereabouts of the two things. Batty erected his collar, and Ang Ting shrank his shoulders. His clothes rubbed his skin like sand. The camouflage military uniform was worn on him, which looked particularly sturdy, with indifference in Yang Ting. The deep scar made him cruel and tyrannical in his indifference. When he passed the changing room on this floor, he found that he had the right clothes to wear, so he put on a camouflage military uniform. There is no one life in the -3rd level except him. He hung an M9 pistol, a camouflage saber, and a few magazines in his belt. The standard M16 automatic rifle was held in his left hand. The stench of corrosive steel turned into light smoke and rose, and Batty frowned slightly. He has a super sense of smell. This corrosive chemical, which is stronger than aqua regia, made him smell very uncomfortable. After the effect of the corrosion dissipated a little, he stepped forward and squeezed open the nearly 10-ton portal with his fingers. "Don't pass the corpses of scientific researchers and soldiers in white coats on the blood path behind." The heavy mechanical twisting sound was pulled away by him, and Batty stepped into the bright white stairwell. He walked down indifferently. The steps were padded with white glue. Walking on it, there was an elastic feeling of stepping on the soft glue. His figure paused. Boom! Light smoke came out from the muzzle of the M16 automatic rifle, and the monitor made a sizzling sound of sparks. The glass on the surface shattered and fell onto the rubber-padded stairs without making any sound. Batty continued to go down. Turning to the rest platform in the middle of the stairs, Batty looked at the gate of the stairs made of composite gold, which was glowing with cold steel. Batty's eyes are merciless, but the corners of his mouth are pulling arcs. He was standing on the landing, and he could hear it, and the strong heartbeat passed into his ears. 90 soldiers waited for him to go out with guns on the other side of the door. Chapter 30 Trap. -4th floor. At the entrance of the stairs, the clean air conditioning of the air conditioning made the place a little quiet. Everyone was wearing a gas mask, trying to relax as much as possible, staring at the door of the stairs, the composite gold steel portal that was nearly 20 centimeters thick. 90 soldiers were divided into 18 teams by the Slade atmosphere, crisscrossing each other to cover each other. Some teams still have hidden traps, waiting for the traps that Batty must be close to solve. Even if he was fully prepared, Slade still didn't feel the slightest chance of winning. From his intuition, he felt that Batty was too dangerous. This danger does not refer to his strength, but that Batty has experienced many battles and is so experienced that he is terrified. Even though Slade has come all the way from the Vietnam War, masters all the gun technology and combat technology can be used to defeat several teams on the battlefield with one person, and wipe them out. This kind of almost non-human battle makes anyone all shocked. Even Slade was proud of himself. But Batty was directly on the negative floor, running to avoid the bullets, and the guns were all fired. In just 50 seconds, the record of killing nearly 80 soldiers was seen. Slade's record is pale and weak. Annihilating several squads, in that situation, he is still using the dense forest, exhausting all kinds of traps and ambushing methods, in order to barely win. Slade secretly said in his heart, his face was firm, his lips pressed tightly, and his sharp and cold eyes were revealed, knowing that he could no longer escape. Batty will not let anyone go. He didn't communicate much with Batty, but he intuitively felt Batty's brutality. Nothing will be spared. I only have to fight to the death. Slade bit, and the fierce light flickered, either he died, or the entire -4th floor was completely dead. The air conditioner made the place slightly cold and quiet, as if the cold air in the air could be seen fluttering. Sudden! A faint sound of steel collision came from the stairwell. Slade and the soldiers trembled, and their guns tightened. Batty took out a dark yellow test tube liquid from his left breast pocket and threw it to the code input area of the steel gate. The test tube was smashed by Batty, and the crisp sound of the glass mixed with the deep yellow liquid splashed onto the composite gold and steel portal. ZZ. A wave of corroding steel is deep and cold, carrying the smell of oxidation, and drifting towards the inside of the stairs. The strong smell of corrosion made Batty feel uncomfortable for a while. He put his fist and hand back under his nose, backed up a few steps, and narrowed his eyes to look at the steel portal. The steel portal is like paper being burned from the middle by fire, and a hole appears quickly from the corrosion of bubbles, and the electronic circuits that spread to the inside are completely corroded. It was only 4 or 5 seconds, and a large elliptical hole with a radius of more than 20 centimeters had appeared, and the corroded steel lava was flowing down like bubbles, which looked shocking. Through Weiwei's supervision looking down on the smelly oxidizing smoke, he saw outside the door, fully equipped soldiers with gas masks, waiting for him. Without hesitation, the moment he saw them, Batty's reaction speed was amazing. The M16 automatic rifle in his hand fired 2 consecutive bursts. The bullet passed through the large hole that was corroded. In Batty's sight, the bullet left 2 sonic boom tracks, hitting the heads of 2 soldiers wearing gas masks and heading them. N16. Slade's reaction was not slow. Almost when a big hole appeared in the composite golden steel door, he had already screamed, but it was still not fast enough for Batty's super senses, not fast enough for bullets, and the instantaneous death of 2 soldiers made Slade. The fierce light in the eyes tightened. As soon as the RPG missile was launched, it was launched toward the big hole of steel, and the tail flame blasted the black smoke of the carrier. Obviously, he did not intend to let the Batty come out. BAD could hear the trajectory of the missile just by sound. The RPG portable missile was not fast, and unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the cave. Boom! Batty's face was indifferent, holding an M16 automatic rifle in his hand, seemingly casually raised it, and the bullet fired at the RPG portable missile. There was another ping. After bursting softly, the missile turned out not to explode into a flame heat wave, but was hit by a bullet, and it spread out billowing green smoke. Chemical weapon. Poison gas. Batty's face was slightly awe-inspiring. He was not sure about the effect of the poisonous mist on him. But just as the green poisonous fog rushed to his feet quickly along the stairs, Batty's mind flashed through the big hole that had just been corroded and saw that the soldier was wearing a gas mask, and the skin on his hands was still exposed. This obviously proves that the poisonous mist will not take effect on skin contact. Do you need to breathe poisonous gas? Batty turned his mind slightly. Just by holding his breath, his powerful lung capacity was enough to hold him for half an hour. He pulled out the 2 smoke bombs hanging from his belt behind him and threw them out of the big corroding hole, but he was in the green poisonous mist rising to his feet. Holding his breath, he violently exerted force, and directly stepped on the soft rubber elastic board in 3 or 2 steps, with the impact of the downward force. Boom! A huge noise suddenly sounded, and the nearly 10-ton door was kicked by Batty, and the sound of powerful power filled this place. The cold air in the air, the green poisonous gas, and the smoke from the smoke bombs all shook slightly and stopped. It seems. A stalwart figure rises from the ground in the thick fog amidst the unpleasant background sound of steel chirping, seeming to be up to the sky. The spirit revealed by BAD's figure is indeed a shocking force. R8. Slade's heart tightened slightly, and then he drank sharply and ordered that he carefully configured the combat restrictions for Paldai. After Slade drank sharply, he took the initiative to leap to the side, and a bullet grazed his cheek, wiping a blood line, which was dangerous to avoid. If it is 1 second late, it will be the end of a headshot. Slade's pupils tightened, and cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back. When he watched the Battle of Batty, he guessed that Batty had the ability to hear and argue. He didn't expect that it was so accurate, and he almost hated him. Under the gun. BAD was slightly surprised that he was evaded by the sound of his gun. Obviously, he did not expect Slade to have such an excellent combat touch. Just when BAD wanted to pursue and shoot again, dozens of large cannon barrels with thick thighs appeared in the hands of the soldiers, shooting towards the figure of Batty in the thick fog. The sound of bang 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 sounded continuously. Dozens of cannon barrels shot out huge metal iron nets, covering the sky with no dead angles at 36 degrees, covering the figure of Batty. Batty's superacoustic activation immediately felt that the world was about to be surrounded and covered, and there was no gap in any place. There were too many iron nets. His eyes flickered slightly, his tall figure ran quickly, causing a whirlwind of smoke, and ran to a position with relatively few metal iron nets. He slid his hand against the metal iron net and grabbed it as if he was throwing his clothes. He whirled his hand and turned the metal iron net into a roll. Sudden. Batty's face changed, and a strong current of blue light spread from the metal iron net, making his body numb and slow. Only then did Slade fall to the ground, and seeing Batty hit his trap, he shouted furiously. Fire! Chapter 31 Ants. Drink! Batty gave a deep horror from his throat, gritted his teeth, cracked his pupils, and traces of blood appeared from the whites of his eyes. The deep scar on his face squirmed, his hideous face resembling an angry giant coming out of lava. The electric current from his hand paralyzed his body, and suddenly he thought of the fate of his first arrival on Earth, because the spacecraft exploded and landed in captivity. If it weren't for taking advantage of Jenny, she was willing to be paralyzed, forced to die, and won a chance to bask in the sun. I am afraid that she would still be treated as a living dead, squeezing the knowledge of her own head. This electric current paralyzed Batty's body, and the body was anesthetized by anesthetic at the beginning. There was a sense of similarities and differences, making Batty angry from the bottom of his heart. He was naked and terrifying. He bulged his strong muscles in an instant. The blood was surging in the pulse. The blue electric current flowed down from his hands and passed through his body. Flickering, suddenly he was paralyzed by Batty's powerful body chi and blood, and he could control his body's movements. This kind of electric current, if faced with ordinary people, would definitely be able to turn people into scorched corpses, but it would be unavoidable when faced with such a brutal body as Batty. At this time, thousands of bullets in Batty's eyes, rubbing fiery red heat and shooting towards him. For a time, there was a torrent of thousands of arrows that would shoot people like a hornet's nest. Batty's face was angry, and when he stepped on his feet, a white air current suddenly appeared on his body, and the air barrier seemed to be obstructing his actions. He took the arm of the metal iron net and slammed forward with the momentum of stepping forward. In an instant, he stepped on the ground like a colossus, stepping the ground out of large pits of cobwebs. When the bullets bang, 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 sounded endlessly, an air current exploded, and the violent air current blew away the smoke bombs. Batty seemed to be a ferocious behemoth coming out of the mist, exploding a powerful wave of air. His body passed through the bullet forest, using the muscles of his arms to block the bullets in the dangerous parts, and the bullets penetrated straight into his arms, only to penetrate the skin and enter the fibrous muscles by 1 or 2 centimeters. The strong muscles resist. No bullets can stop the amount of his frenzied violence. With a burst of bang, Batty's eyes appeared fiercely in front of a soldier. The soldier's pupils had time to react to the appearance of a huge figure in front of him. He was punched on the head by the Batty, and he directly punched the gas mask into his head. The brain exploded, flying out more than 10 meters, and his body was still free. Subconsciously convulsed and died. The metal mesh was like a quilt before his death, covering half of his body, only revealing the battered head. The bullet sound stopped suddenly. Slade fell underground, and the bodies of all the soldiers paused stiffly for a moment. The smell of gunpowder smoke rose from everyone's guns and spread instantly. Batty's right arm shook, and the numerous bullets clogging the pores like sesame seeds fell one after another under his shock. The crisp falling sound shocked them to the naked eye's degree. The bullet drilled through the holes 1 or 2 centimeters deep, and saw the white fibers and the flesh and blood, but a few drops of blood flowed from the fingers to the ground. Batty suddenly felt that granulation sprouted from the bullet hole, itching to make people want to buckle, and in front of them, his arm slowly healed to a degree that was visible to the naked eye. Good. Batty sneered at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that although he didn't have such a strong steel body as Superman, for him, bullets still couldn't hurt him. At the moment the bullet penetrated his arm, Batty obviously felt the burning momentum generated by the bullet's rotation, but his own cells had a force field. When they were attacked from outside, the cells in the arm naturally released the force field. When the individual cells are mixed and then combined into blood, and when they are combined to become muscles, the bullet is hardly worn down by its own muscles and loses its motility. Originally, he thought it was because of his genetic problems that he would be weaker than the average Kryptonian, so he had not dared to take the bullet to avoid injury. Take a look now. He is indeed weaker than the average Kryptonian. But even so, these guns can't hurt yourself. This is interesting. Seeing Batty's arm blocking the bullet, at the moment when they completely healed without injury before their eyes, the smell of gunpowder in this space was so strong that it was terrifying and suffocating. It turns out that the harm done by bullets to me is not as great as I thought. It's me who look down on myself too much." Batty laughed so that his mouth curved unusually wide and crazy. He suddenly threw the M16 automatic rifle, M8 pistol, and some magazines into the ground. He finally understood the battle of the Kryptonians. Taking these guns is simply a burden. The atmosphere suddenly became more subtle, the smell of gunpowder mixed with air conditioning, smoke, and a trace of poisonous fog that was blown out by the waves and blown by Batty, making many soldiers and Slade sweat dripping from behind. He has no weapons in his hands, but he brings greater fear to the surrounding soldiers. "What kind of monster are you? What kind of monster? Alien monster! Alien monster!" A soldier fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face. "I have never seen such a thing. What creature can withstand bullets? On Earth, without hesitation, even dinosaurs will be destroyed by bullets." With the dense and horrifying amount of bullets hitting Barty's arm just now, even the Tyrannosaurus Rex was enough to shoot crippled, seriously injured, and dying. "Batty! Shake his hand," the bullet dropped, and then he recovered. It is not yet an era when heroes and villains of later generations are born. Blocking bullets is as simple as eating. In this era, no one has heard of such a terrible thing that can block bullets. Batty's ability to withstand the power of bullets is unimaginable. He is already an invincible weapon in the world. No missile can be used to destroy the Batty. The guns held by the soldiers began to tremble, and the muscles that even bullets could not penetrate. What kind of monster is this? Does this still need to hit? Slade stared at Batty, unbelievable. Human thermal weapons really didn't have any effect on him. The bullets under the feet of Batty only shot out a few drops of Batty's blood, which seemed particularly ironic. His instinct made the body hairs stand up. The body is not taut, the heart speeds up, the pulse speeds up, the adrenal glands rise to a terrifying level, and the body will explode. I give you real fear. I like that the world fears me, and looks up to me. An upturned smile was drawn from the corner of Batty's mouth, and his eyes were still smiling in the cold. It's like, I'm so happy to squeeze the ants to death. As soon as he stepped, a large spider web pit appeared on the ground, and it instantly appeared in front of a soldier who was sitting on the ground in shock. With his right hand raised, the tiger's mouth clamped his neck and lifted him up. Devil! In the horrified eyes of everyone, lights shone from behind the soldier who was lifted in despair. The shadow covered Batty's face, and he could vaguely see Batty smiling extremely cruelly, revealing his neat white teeth, and his demon-like figure was tall and shook the sky. He pinched the soldier's neck with one hand, held it high, and squeezed it hard. Chapter 32 Slade. The faint smell of air conditioning and the smell of everyone occupying the space is suffocating. The incandescent light was shining brightly, and the soldier who was stunned for a moment was startled, and he looked up at the giant-like Batty in horror with eyeballs. Batty stood upright, raising the soldier with one hand, with a tyrannical look like a demon smile. With the light shining on, the picture freezes at this moment. He is the terrifying demon who has set aside the ground. What? The scene changed from static to dynamic again. The frightened soldier raised his eyes, and subconsciously made a sound of fear. Countless gunfire sounded continuously in this suffocating space. The bullets and arrows were all showing up in front of Batty. Batty grinned, and no longer resisted with the dead soldiers' corpses, but raised his chest and extended his arms, letting the thousands of bullets pour down. Each bullet is like a needle, slightly stinging his nerves and making him feel his own existence. Batty's mouth was unusually wide with a smile, showing his teeth, and his eyes were cold with a crazy smile. Batty stepped forward again, facing the bullets from the sky of fear. He probed and greeted him, and several bullets shot in the palm of his hand, as if they were pierced in by several needles. Say it hurts, it doesn't hurt much. The trouble is even worse. It just happened to be able to trigger the bloody madness that Batty hadn't had for a long time, making his blood boil for a moment. The ground cracked more severely than any time before. The spider web pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and the tiny dust was lifted up by him. The palm of his hand facing the bullet was pressed on the forehead of a nearby soldier. What? The remaining warm bullet burned the soldier's skin, making his eyes almost bulge out of fear. Then he died. His death was worse than anyone else, and he was abruptly squeezed to death by Batty. Especially in Batty, his mouth was unusually wide with a smile, revealing his neat white teeth, and the cold eyes with a crazy smile, which made the soldiers feel chills in their hearts. Slade bit his tongue, and the smell of blood awakened his cold heart. In the afterimage, he saw Batty grinning, his eyes cold and crazy with his fingers catching bullets. Paul Die has a power of 15 tons. This power does not mean that the maximum power is 15 tons, but that it is conventionally 15 tons. Once it broke out, the power of 15 tons was displayed through Batty's physical skills, which was enough to exceed 100 tons. It was also the first time that Batty had exploded this kind of invigorating power in the sea of bullets, even though the flesh of his fingers was rubbed by the bullets so that bones could be seen. The bullet rubbed crazily with red diamonds. Even if the two fingers of Batty were like steel, they were rubbed by the supersonic rotational kinetic energy and the skin and flesh began to fly a little bit. Finally, they saw the white and deep finger bones, and the bullet was just like that. Stopped at the fingertips of Batty's bones. But after all, he caught the bullet with his fingers in the friction of the supersonic bullet. Then the flesh and blood that was rubbed off by the fingers is recovering from the itching. All this slowed down in Slade's eyes, because the body was shaking with terror, and the adrenal glands surged countlessly to see this frightening scene. The gunfire became more tragic and tragic. The traps Slade intends to set up with soldiers' lives may cause trouble to Barty, sound waves, strong currents, poisonous gas, etc., but they are only troublesome. In this space, gunpowder, screams of fear from time to time, the corpse splashed up, stuck to the distant wall, turned into mud, or the head was directly blown up, or the corpse was directly blown. The foot swept off the spine. This is a mime by a person of Batty. In his world, there is no other sound, only himself is a colored existence. This time, Paul Die didn't use guns, didn't use his head to calculate any position, angle, airflow, psychology, and didn't use super hearing to avoid bullets. It is a battle that stretches the muscles and flesh of the body. Call. Batty let out a soft and comfortable exhalation. No need to fight with your brain. So cool. No wonder Superman has the most powerful brain in the world, but he has no brains to fight all kinds of alien monsters, because the feeling of not having a brain is actually quite cool. There was no screaming, no crying. Except for Slade, all soldiers have died. It is not an exaggeration to describe this scene with a sea of blood. After Bad screamed, the blood on his body seemed to have been exhausted just now. The smile on his face and the cold and crazy eyes were returning to indifferent, looking down on the world, indifferent. He didn't care how many lives died in his own hands, nor did he care about the blood flowing under his feet and getting the soles of his shoes wet. He is aloof, maybe sometimes he doesn't care about himself. There was a clank. The sound of sharp sword unsheathed. You can't escape, Pamelo, you can only be buried in this underground base. Slade's eyes trembled and shrank a little, and the fierce light radiated from his eyes. Only when he exuded the most fierce aura and hinted that he was fierce and cruel, could he stand up and attack Batty at close range with his sword. Only in this way can I have the courage to approach this tyrannical alien. Slade's spine was very straight, and the katana in his right hand was shining with the light, exuding a tempered texture of cold light. This is a sharp sword that has been tempered and tempered, giving Slade a bit of confidence to split the body of Batty. The sword was in hand, but the first attack was the sound of gunfire. Slade's right sword hung on the ground, charging all the way, and the tip of the sword struck a spark on the ground. Suddenly a touch of whiteness appeared on his left hand. Desert Eagle. The muzzle shot out a bullet in anger. He knew that guns would not be able to deal with Batty, and he could not even be injured. He only needs one chance. The opportunity is here. Batty stretched out his right hand, palm facing the muzzle of the desert eagle. He suddenly liked the feeling of being punctured by needles, a little numb, which made him feel how powerful he was, and at the same time, the slight pain made him feel how weak I am. Each bullet of the desert eagle was followed by a bullet, and then pushed forward strongly, and the 7 bullets went straight into the palm of Batty's palm, which could reach the inner bones. This needle caused a bit of pain to Batty, spread to the nerves, and was pushed out by his granulation. He was still expressionless, still watching Slade rush to him indifferently. Slade abruptly abandoned the desert eagle in his left hand, and put his hand on the katana that was dragging. His spine suddenly took off like a dragon, his strength rushed all the way, pouring from the soles of his feet, and blood gathered from his heart. His fingers were hard and white, and he used all his strength to pinch the hilt of the sword, like a dragon. His veins burst out from his neck. He gathered all the strength and courage of his body, staring at a blow from his angry eyes. There is no fancy swordsmanship, only one blow. The katana flicked from bottom to top. The knife light flashed. Like the moonlight in the clear night sky, the silver light of Gukwan swayed, shaking Warren's sight. Also flashed Hwa Batty's sight. For a moment, Batty's pupil moved slightly. Then he made an unusual behavior. Batty lowered his head lightly, grinned, and his neat white teeth bit the blade that was slashing towards his neck. The collision between the teeth and the blade made an echoing hum. Slade's face flushed, his teeth clenched, and large blue veins appeared on his arms and neck too hard, which was terrifying. Seeing Batty biting the blade, his eyeballs protruding too hard were extremely wide. Chapter 33 Soldier Slade dies. The scene is a bit weird. Slade blushed, and the blue veins on his neck climbed up like a dragon, the finger bones turned white with force, and there was no way to swing a single blade with all his strength. Batty bit the blade, like a corrugated candy, couldn't bear to bite it. His eyes looked at Slade coldly. From the moment he entered this underground research base, the trouble Slade caused him was that it made him hard, almost unable to get the sun. Subconscious intuition, let yourself be paralyzed to get out of the White Room, guarding everywhere. Slade can be said that he will not lose when facing any human being. But in the end, it was still Batty's superior move, taking advantage of his existing shortcomings. Slade's shortcoming is that he is just a dog of General Vic, and he needs to act according to General Vic's wishes. Suddenly, Slade's blushing strength weakened, and a camouflage advancer saber appeared in his hand, thrusting it straight toward Batty's chest. Batty glanced at him faintly, and patted him with his hands. This Slade used all his strength again to create a trick, and the advancer's saber that escaped the sight of Batty was shot and dropped to the ground by Batty. Slade's wrist was down, and he twisted strangely. The wrist has been slapped off by Batty. Batty indifferently then pushed a palm on his chest. Puff! Slade suddenly collapsed, his internal organs shattered, and a large mouthful of blood was vomited. As if he was hit by a train head-on, he vomited blood all the way to form a blood mist, flew back all the way and hit the steel wall, and finally slid down to the ground. Sitting on the ground, his face was painful, and the corners of his eyes were bloodshot and staring at Batty. The samurai sword that Batty was biting on spit aside, looking at Slade with a sense of wonder. Slade received a palm from him, but it was only seriously injured and not dead. This is really surprising. Batty's current strength, with only half of his strength, without any skill, no one can stand it. Just now, he had used nearly 70% of his power, and Slade did not die immediately. It was the most powerful in the human body, and it was able to exercise to this degree. On the human level, it was already very perverted. Of course, in the future, there will also be a guy dressed in bats who will exercise the human body to the limit of the limit. If it's not that the scene is not suitable, I really want to take you as a subordinate, you are undoubtedly a very good person. Batty sighed slightly and said that Slade is indeed a very good subordinate. If there is such a subordinate, it must be able to help him conquer the planet and deal with many things in the future. But now it is a pity that such a talent will die in his own hands. Slade gritted his teeth and endured the pain from the broken internal organs and the collapse of the breastbone. The cornea of his eyes appeared blood red, and his eyes were staring, very hideous. Exactly, what can help you get out of here on the 4th floor? Slade's teeth were full of blood, and he said hoarsely, now every time he said something, he felt a huge pain in his chest, which was terribly uncomfortable. Batty was slightly awe-inspiring, admiring in his heart, Slade was indeed a very good person. Knowing that he did not simply want to bloodbath the Underground Research Institute, but on the 4th floor. There was something that could help him break through the blockade of the ground army. Batty didn't have enough water to do things. Even if he had to face a dead person, he never thought about telling his true behavior. No, I just want to kill you. Batty Dan said, so, you should be on the road. After speaking, Batty drew a camouflage saber from his waist. Slade stared at Batty with blood-filled eyes. He didn't believe what he said, and suddenly tilted his head subconsciously by instinct. I saw a green knife light across the space. Slade tilted his head and still couldn't avoid the light of the knife, and the camouflage saber inserted straight into his right eye, causing him to grit his teeth and roared in pain. There is no painful nerve connection in the eyeball. Slade's pain was psychological, coupled with the internal injuries caused by the tilting of his head and the broken internal organs, which made him miserable. Batty was taken aback for a moment. Obviously he hadn't thought that Slade's will to survive was so strong, and he subconsciously avoided this throwing knife. If you are not someone else's dog and there are rules to restrict you, I am afraid that even I will be wary of you. Barty wandered to Slade, grabbed Slade's hand, and dragged him forward like this. There are still 2 areas on the -4th floor, which need his palm prints to open the door. Slade was dragged by Batty, his ribs were all misaligned, and he inserted directly into the internal organs. His will was strong enough, and he gritted his teeth without humming. If you can't escape, you will be buried in this underground base. You will be dissected and used. Every inch of your body will be studied. Cough. Slade vomited a big mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth unwillingly, and attacked his head with waves of pain. The excessive blood loss made him start groggy, only to threaten to say a few words. Batty hummed twice and nodded in agreement. After all, people who are about to die, there is no need to say so much saliva. After printing Slade's blood-colored palm on the door and opening the doors of 2 areas, Slade, who was no longer useful, was picked up by Barty and smashed against the wall. Boom! Slade's body smashed against the cold steel wall, spattering a large pile of blood, and he, who was already groggy, was directly unconscious and his head hung underground. The blood-stained military uniform was bloody and cruel. So far, as a soldier, Slade has reached his final journey, composing a heroic tragic song. Batty stopped slightly, super hearing heard his heart gradually faint. Finally bang! The heartbeat disappeared. Batty's face was indifferent, and he walked away. The -4th floor is not big, or, in fact, the entire Underground Research Institute is not big. With Batty's super hearing, it is enough to hear the heartbeats of people on each floor. It is also easy to target. He finally found his goal. In the office of the elder of the bully, he found the old elder of the bully. By the way, on the road where Batty passed by, I encountered many scientific researchers wearing white coats, and they were shot to death by Batty one by one. To deal with these unarmed scientific researchers, Batty didn't bother to deal with them by hand. The sound of gunshots followed his footsteps all the way to the door of the office. Batty opened the door and closed the door politely to prevent the bloody smell from coming in. The old man of Dean Bully hid under his desk, shivering, and his heart rose to his throat as he listened to the sound of Batty's gradual approach and the sound of opening and closing doors. He closed his eyes and kept making crosses on his chest, muttering words in his mouth, hoping that God Jesus would bless him. Batty was passing by and couldn't see himself. At this moment, any gods and demons, as long as he can save his life, he is willing to bow down. Batty pulled away the chair and put the gun that smelled of gunpowder on the desk. He tapped the desk with his hand. "Come out, Dean Borey." Chapter 34 Dean Borey. Dean Borey's body trembled, and he couldn't hide under his desk anymore. "Yes, it's you, Barty." His thin face showed a stern smile, and he came out trembling from under his desk, with an M4 carbine still hanging on his chest. Seeing Batty looking at him indifferently, Dean Borey suddenly felt that the M4 carbine on his chest was extremely hot, and quickly picked up the strap of the gun over his head, and put it on the table to explain, "This is for. Bully you," and the elder said a few for. In the end, he didn't have the courage to say in front of Batty that it was to prevent him. He knew that guns had no effect on Paldi. From the negative level to the -4th level, at least more than 500 corpses died. This killing made the elders of the Bully Academy fearful. He himself considered himself just a scientific researcher, a scientist. How dare he contend with this kind of killing stars? Batty sees people very accurately. Dean Borey is vain, greedy, afraid of death, and quite ruthless, and has been using Jenny to get his brain knowledge long ago. Since getting along with Jenny, Batty has to know that Dean Borey has several important research results, and the world-renowned research published in the world is still taken from Jenny. Fortunately, he received a good student, a student who was devoted to research and didn't want to deal with any chores, fame, honor, and only wanted to research. He provided Jenny with a perfect research environment, and Jenny didn't mind whose name the research results would bear. Being able to let her explore the mysteries of life is the greatest pleasure, and the rest is not mentioned. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Dean Borey doesn't have the current scenery at all. For Jenny, Dean Borey is like her housekeeper father, handling all kinds of messy chores for her, allowing her to concentrate on research. Thinking of this, Batty's indifferent gaze couldn't help being slightly gentle, and Jenny was sitting on her lap, talking to herself about her past. "Dean Borey, you are Jenny's teacher, I will not kill you," Batty said lightly. Dean Borey, who was nervous and sweating in his heart, widened his eyes, and was taken aback for a moment. Obviously he couldn't believe that this kind of surprise would fall on him. Except for the second floor of the Underground Research Institute, the rest are dead, crippled and disabled. On the negative floor, except for some of the 31 disabled who wailed and pushed their comrades out to die, and Jenny, the rest were all dead. The -3 is dead. At the -4th floor, Dean Borey didn't know, and he was really frightened. But he still knew that to get here, Slade would need Slade's palm prints to open the door. I am afraid that Slade is also ill-advised. Batty killed all the way, like a god of death, and had already scared Dean Borey into a horror. There was no fluke, and he only hoped that he would have the last fight, and hoped that he could survive from Batik's hands. Now suddenly he was told by Batty not to kill him, and he could not help but get lucky. Thank God, thank God, thank Jenny. You mean, really? At this time, Dean Borey's usual neat mouth stammered, which is even more happy than he won the Nobel Prize. After all, the Nobel Prize can give him a reputation, but Batty dominates his life and death. Batty nodded and said, "You are Jenny's teacher, and she actually treats you like a father. In the future, you will take good care of her for me. She wants to study, she studies, she wants to find me revenge, she finds me. Just stay alive." Dean Borey was stunned. He didn't expect that his life was returned by Jenny's affection. Sudden. He has a sharp body. He finally understood why Jenny would be shot by Batty with a gun and shoot himself without dying, but just curled up in tears. That was to sever the relationship between him and Jenny and avoid the suspicion that Jenny would receive later. Even the 31 disabled soldiers were beaten and disabled by Batty for Jenny's salvation. and his own life, because it had a little effect on Jenny, so he wouldn't be killed by Barty. The old man of Dean Bully felt a little grateful in his heart, fortunate that Batty had feelings for Jenny, and also fortunate that he did not treat Batty so harshly. Even so, Batty had no flaws in his emotions and reasons, and Dean Bully was still grateful in his heart and deeply worried. What if one is a lie? What if he just came to the negative fourth floor to get something that could help him, as Slade said? Can I survive after I get it? He was willing to believe in his heart, and he was deeply entangled in doubt. At the same time, I am also here to get my things back, Dean Bully, you should know what I'm talking about. Batty's voice was slow and not anxious, and after entrusting Jenny to Dean Bully, he revealed his true purpose. Dean Bully jumped in his heart and said, "Is that the key?" B.A. lightly nodded and said, "That key is very important. Maybe I can't get out of this underground base even if I die, but I must die in the same way as it. I have to trouble Dean Bully to return it to my hands. This key must be retrieved. It contains the artificial intelligence that Batty deliberately obtained on Krypton, which can help him truly conquer the Earth and also help him adjust his genes in the future. In the future, a series of plans, including dealing with the Jor-El family, the future Superman Clark, and extracting the life code from his body, perfecting oneself, are the top priorities. Without this artificial intelligence, a series of compliments about Barty's own genes would be difficult to achieve. What's more, in only 20 or 30 years, the Earth will usher in a great era of active superheroes, with all the gods, men, and demons, and any villain is doomed to hardships and hardships. Especially Batty, he is destined to take the road of a supervillain confronted by heroes all over the world. Enemy with the whole world, he had already expected it. Therefore, no matter what, the key must be returned to one's own hands. Dean Bully's expression was a bit hesitant. He is so imaginary, he is greedy for life and fear of death, but it is precisely because he is greedy for life and fear of death that he knows that this key is the key to whether he can survive. He couldn't tell the truth about what Batty said. Even if Jenny was really not dead, Dean Bully could not analyze what Batty wanted to do after seeing all this. Batty killed all the way in this way, already killing Dean Bully's mood. He looked towards Batty slightly, Batty still looked indifferent, and the faint gaze in his eyes seemed to be waiting for him to reply, and he was affirmative and indisputable. Dean Bully felt a chill. If he didn't hand over the key, would it be a death result? Seeing Batty's indifferent appearance, Dean Bully really didn't want to guess or die. He is willing to believe what Batty said. But there is still a sorrow, I will bring it to you. After Dean Bully finished speaking, he stepped out from the side of the desk. Batty was no longer indifferent, with a slight smile on his face, he also stood up, pushing the chair back a bit with his knees. The sound of the chair pushing frightened Dean Bully. Dean Bully shook his body slightly, thinking that Batty had something to do when he got up. Looking at Batty, he seemed to just want to follow him to get the key. His heart was slightly relieved, but he was still tight. His hands were in his white coat. He clenched his fist tightly in the side pocket, and couldn't help saying, "You sit here for a while, I'll get it to you." When he said this sentence, he lifted his heart to his throat. Dean Bully suppressed the frightened heartbeat that wanted to jump away from Batty. His body was stiff, and he couldn't help but think darkly, if he really doesn't kill me, I will get the key back to him. If I die, don't even think about getting the key. The underground research room said it was big or small, and it was not so easy for you to find a column smaller than the tail finger if you wanted to hide it. It also takes time to dig the ground 3 feet. Especially in the absence of perspective, it is even more difficult to find. Okay. Batty smiled slightly, pulled the chair again, and sat down. Dean Bully breathed a sigh of relief, his fist in his pocket loosened, and when he opened the office door, he found that the palm of his hand was wet. Chapter 35 What Batty said must be true, he will not die. Dean Bully closed the office door, and slowly let out a depressed, scared breath from his throat. He is afraid of death. People are very fragile, and they have nothing when they die. He is alive now, he has everything, reputation, and money. When others talk about himself, he will show a look of admiration, talk about the Nobel Prize in Biology he won, various contributions to biology, admiration, and worship. It makes people dizzy. Although most of Jenny's research is done, it is him who enjoys the honor. That's enough. The office door is closed, as if closing a world, isolating death. Of course this is an illusion. The thin face of the old man of Dean Boley was tight, his teeth were tightly clenched, his pupils were frayed and focused, and he fell into a struggle with his thoughts. When I started to walk, I smelled a strong bloody smell from the tip of my nose, and saw that the forehead in front was pierced by a bullet and fell to the ground, with the frightened middle-aged woman Wendy in her eyes. She was the one who died closest to the office. Even though the old man of Dean Borey hid his head under the desk, he could still hear Wendy's desperate scream outside. No. You can't kill me, Jenny and I are good friends, and Jenny also asked me to attend her wedding. No. The first time you saw my expression, you were doomed to death. When Batty said these words, Dean Borey heard clearly under his desk. The first time Batty spoke with Jenny, the expression and mental state of Wendy, a middle-aged woman, did not regard Batty as an intelligent life, but as a biological sample, similar to a frog to study. Batty has always collected the expressions of the people around him, with deep memories in his head. How could he let anyone go? In Chapter 7, there are few words to describe. Dean Boley was full of pores, and when he saw Wendy, he couldn't help thinking of Batty's indifferent expression, and shot Wendy indifferently. He stepped on the blood flowing on the ground with his leather shoes, and the more he walked, the stronger the bloody smell of his nose, the more he saw that his colleagues on the road died underground, and the flowing blood stained the ground. This cruel sight made Dean Boley couldn't help being frightened. He has dissected the human body and has not reacted to the corpse in the past. Now seeing familiar people lying on the ground one by one, the red and white liquid flowing out of the bullet hole in the forehead, and the horrified eyes, all seemed to make him see his fate and choke his heartbeat. Walking out of the office, there have been corpses along the way, this white cold steel underground research institute, it seems that only the old man of Dean Borey is left. Deep Kuang, icy, cold like a morgue. The sound of treading shoes echoed in this quiet research institute, and there was an inexplicable chilly atmosphere. It's like a deserted walkway in a horror movie. Walking along the corridor, there was a weird atmosphere that made Dean Boley couldn't help speeding up his pace, his face was tense and sweaty. After 2 fork roads, he came to the white room. He didn't go in, but at the other corner, behind a metal pipe with a thick arm, I inserted my finger into it, rubbed his finger red, and didn't feel the skin off, and desperately pushed out the key. The key is not tightly stored, but if you don't know it, you would never have thought that there will be a key hidden behind a fixed pipe that you walk through. Elder Boley's red-haired fingers held the key tightly. Suddenly the sweat on his face increased, and his eyes were erratic. Dean Borey was not sure whether he would survive after handing in the key, and Paul Dye was not worthy of belief. He was so nervous that his lips trembled and his eyes fluttered, still not making up his mind, so he walked back subconsciously. When he reached a fork in the road, Dean Borey's eyes became even more fluttering. The fear of death brought to him by Barty made him subconsciously want to escape, and it would be death when he returned. Then from the other side, running up the stairs, can he be saved? He does not know. But he was so scared that he wanted to escape from Batty. Following the instinct of the body, he did not choose the way back to the office, but another way to the stairs. In the office, Bad, who closed his eyes intently, suddenly opened his eyes. He heard from super hearing that Dean Boley went to the white room, and then walked back, choosing the way to the stairs. Batty stood up, took the pistol from the desk, and pulled it up. Turn around and open the office door. Batty suddenly stopped, put the pistol back on the desk, and sat back in the chair. Dean Bully's instinctive fear drove him to want to escape from Batty. Even if he flees so far in a little bit, it is enough to make people feel at ease. Fear occupied his brain, and now he only wanted to run away in a panic, and he had no rational thinking at all. Until he saw Slade's body lying on one side of the wall. Dean Bully couldn't stop shaking with fright, and when he recovered, he realized that he hadn't been far away from the office much. The base of the Underground Research Institute was originally not big, but not too small. If you want to escape, it is a really close route. It stretches the stairs for a few floors until you reach the first floor, which is quite close. But he was shocked looking at Slade's death, and then he slapped himself twice in a cold sweat. Papa! Is this looking for death? Dean Bully slapped himself vigorously, angry at his stupidity. I can run. Can an old man run past Batik? Batty was in the office, and he didn't see himself coming back and catching up. That was the real dead end, and no one could save himself. Dean Bully slapped himself twice, and his head became flexible. He found that he could only beg Barty to grant him alive, begging Barty to really have feelings for Jenny and give Jenny to himself. After all, isn't Jenny also dead? And I didn't have been so difficult in the past. With such an example of Jenny's survival, I can't say that I won't die. Didn't Batty also say it? Will not kill myself. Dean Bully thought about it this way, and found that there was a real possibility that he would not die. If he ran away with Batty's key, it might be the real death. Otherwise, I can tell Barty where the gene serum is to increase my chances of survival. After Dean Bully thought about it, he glanced at Slade's corpse and then walked back to the office. This time, he was confident that he would not end like Slade. I didn't feel sorry for Batty, didn't stop Batty from basking in the sun, and brought together Batty and Jenny. Jenny was deliberately saved by Barty, and as a role similar to Jenny's father, he was entrusted to take care of Jenny. How could he die? After thinking about it, Dean Bully realized that he was really like the noble man in the life of Batty. Whether it was basking in the sun or matching the two, there was a shadow of himself helping him. What Batty said must be true, and he will not die. Boom. Chapter 36 Artificial Intelligence. The old Dean Bully is dead. He held the key tightly in his hand as a life-saving talisman when he opened the office door. Batty stood up from the chair, turned around and saw the key, then his right hand swept the pistol from the tabletop. Boom. Batty walked at an oblique step, and the M9 pistol in his hand swayed from side to side, like a fog. He used the gun body to stick the blood and brain paste on the gun body, but did not fall on the body. Batty's left hand turned to the key held tightly in front of his chest. Dean Bully held the key tightly in his hand, and he could not help being held high by Batty's key. Immediately, the elder of the Bully Academy fell to the ground with consternation, and the key in his hand was also pulled out by the BAD. Until he died, I didn't know why Batty was so decisive and killed him without hesitation. The key is really too important to Batty. The artificial intelligence in it directly surpasses the hundreds of years on this planet. Once lost, there is almost no way to achieve his goal in decades. Inside there is also the Krypton gene technology data he recorded. If Dean Bully can extract it effectively, it will be enough to accumulate the Earth's science and technology that spans hundreds of years in just 5 years. Enough for the Earth to take off from the solar system. Rubbing the key that still had Dean Bully when slightly, Batty breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His indifferent eyes couldn't help but a little joy, and the corners of his mouth made an arc. Throwing the M9 pistol with a little blood and brain directly on the corpse of the elder Bully, he opened the door and stepped out of the office. Turn a few tunnels. Batty came to an evolution measurement room, which was originally used to evolve and calculate the laser radio frequency response, the calculation of the physical particle variable response, and the error of the missile channel. Simply put, Paul Dye needs to use backward computers from the 1981s. In this era, there is not even a Windows operating system, and I don't know which genius has compiled a set of operating systems. It is easy to operate this military's high-speed computing computer, which is full of loopholes in the eyes of Batty. It is like shit. Batty frowned and disassembled the host directly, and the CPU used 2 wires to connect the port contacts of the key. The calculation speed is 80 million per second. Batty's face suddenly looked a little ugly. This was not a normal scum, it was a super scum. In 2010, ordinary civilian computer CPU main frequency operation speed is between 250 million and 350 million times per second. In contrast, the current military's most technologically advanced computer is still inferior to civilian home computers after 2010. This shows that the development of science and technology is really like flying. In the future, on June 18, 2012, the International Supercomputer Organization announced the latest list of the world's top 500 supercomputers. The continuous operation test of the American supercomputer Sequoia reached 16,324 trillion operations per second, and its peak operation speed was as high as 20,132 million per second. 100 million times, this is a bit of the world's highest technology. As for the computer in front of Batty, if it were not for its own artificial intelligence that could be programmed by itself, Batty estimated that he would really have to rush into the elite troops on the ground. Seeing that he could barely use the control and status bus to connect his own key, Batty was relieved again, almost thinking that the technology was too scumbag to activate his own artificial intelligence. Beep. This mechanical sound was relatively loud, and Bad's face was relieved. Seeing a black program box appear on the dark and grey screen with a little arc, Batty's heart was enthusiastic, almost wanting to make a fist and beat the sky with excitement and vent his excitement. Even killing all the way down, there is no such a moment of excitement. He was in the sun, that was a moment worthy of excitement. This moment, more worthy of excitement, made him look forward to the future. Batty's eyes were shining, and he pulled a chair with his hand, sat down, and flicked out phantoms in front of the computer, knocking down the programs that he had already prepared. After the program to be opened was completed, Batty pressed enter, and the host immediately buzzed loudly. The silent room suddenly sounded the sound of mechanical loading, overclocking at a speed that surpassed its own calculation speed, as if the mechanical parts inside were shaking with the last bit of strength. Hearing the sound, Bad was frightened. He was really afraid that this so-called high-tech would suddenly smoke and burn. The computer screen keeps flickering, loads automatically, creates a series of software, the background is directly controlled, the entire operating system is smashed, and a new system is rebuilt. This was just a few seconds later, the screen picture suddenly changed, and the whine of mechanical load overclocking also slowly stopped. Success! Batty was overjoyed in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't overclocked the computer to explode, and his heart was finally settled. Beep, the first stage artificial intelligence wakes up. Please enter the password. Password. Batty's face fell slightly into the memory, and for a while, he felt a lot of feelings about this code. This artificial intelligence is made by Hacker and Batty. Hacker produces technology, and Batty produces ingenuity. He especially remembered the password set at that time. Even if it was a talent with super IQ like Hacker, he guessed for 3 days and 3 nights, calculated various permutations and combinations, and listed the possibility test of 10 gigabit. Be willing to go down. The corners of Batty's slightly raised mouth converged, and the focus of his pupils gathered from the memory of the god, and he became resolute and indifferent, and said the password. Zed has a mole on his butt. The password is correct. Is this kind of password created by humans? It's a pity that Hacker didn't know it from beginning to end, and couldn't guess it. Otherwise, even if Hacker's fist was weak, he would want to fight Batty. After the password is correct, the screen does not show completion. Enter the password for the next login. Batty pondered for a while, then came up with a password that no earthly man could guess, and entered it to log in next time. The password is confirmed, and the artificial intelligence is liberated. Suddenly, an elegant and noble woman appeared on the screen. "Hello, my master, Hira is for you." She smiled on the screen, graceful and luxurious, just like a lady, but how much electronic sound destroyed this temperament? "Hello, Hira. It's been a long time." Batty's mouth arched with an unusually big smile. He snapped his fingers, and his mood was obviously so good that he continued, "The underground base is blacked out. Control all the electronic network facilities. Follow your instructions, master." Hira smiled and nodded, but was sluggish for 3 seconds before saying, "Control is complete." 3 seconds. The Batty has already completely controlled the underground base and all the electronic network facilities on the ground. If it weren't for this computer's computing speed was only 80 million per second, otherwise it could be faster. Artificial intelligence is rolling in the face of today's technology. Batty looked fierce and sneered in an instant, just when he was about to give orders to Hira. Hira said one step in advance, "Master, there is an outside communication access request to make a call, and it traces that the target is at 38°91 north latitude and 77°01 west longitude in Washington, D.C. Batty raised his eyebrows slightly. "Connect to the call." A gloomy voice came out. "It's me, General Vic." Chapter 37. The monitoring of the Underground Research Institute is connected to the ground base. Similarly, this also gives Batty the opportunity to use artificial intelligence to control their electronic networks, weapons, and so on. Only when he just ordered Hira to control the ground military base and Underground Research Institute, General Vic sent a message requesting a call. Is it a coincidence, or is it known in time? Or was there something I didn't notice, and was discovered by General Vic? Batty thought about it carefully. After executing Slade, he basically broke down the monitoring of the -4 layer, and it did not exist and could be monitored by ground bases. In this era of technology, it is impossible to detect the existence of artificial intelligence here so quickly. Slade? Dean Borey. Batty did not immediately answer, and General Vic's voice came out again. Batty sneered, "So it should be a coincidence. They are dead." Batty said coldly, and using Hira to call out all the monitoring of the Underground Research Institute, he found that there were already soldiers on the ground advancing step by step and descended to the second floor. The soldiers' equipment is more exaggerated and the firepower is more powerful. Obviously, it is already known what happened in the Underground Research Institute, the killing caused by Batty. He called up the surveillance on Jenny again. When he was fighting Slade, the elite soldiers on the ground had already entered the negative floor, found 31 soldiers and Jenny survived, and saved them. Go to the medical building on the ground. Seeing this, Bad narrowed his eyes slightly. "Pam, you rot." General Vic's voice sank. Batty responded indifferently. General Vic now had nothing to do with him. At best, he could only send soldiers in and die. Batty was also waiting for him to call the soldiers down to the underground base, directly turning on the poison gas, and poisoning them. It's useless to wear a gas mask, there are still secondary poisons that can take effect quickly on skin contact. This underground research has all 3 types of poisonous gas. The 3rd-level hydrogen cyanide gas is poisoned by breathing, the 2nd-level skin contact is the king of poisons, dichloroethyl sulfide, and the 1st-level nerve gas VX neurotoxin. This poisonous gas Batty suspects that it won't last long, so I don't dare to open it. Pamela, you can endure until this moment. You won't be a fool. Let's cooperate. General Vic's tone was filled with suppressed anger. His confidant Slade died, Dean Borey died, and at least more than 300 people died in the Underground Research Institute. Even if he was a general, it would be difficult for Kabuto to survive this kind of thing. And once his real purpose research here is exposed, even if he is facing the situation, it will be very troublesome. But something has happened, and it is inevitable. More importantly, can we recover the loss? Tell me. Batty responded indifferently without taking it seriously. He called up the topographic map on the ground and observed it, and he was ready to plan his route to leave here. This military base is located in Nevada, not far from Utah. Barty looked at the map, swept straight to the right, swept across the state of Lola, and finally looked at Kansas. Carl L. Clark, Superman of the L family, now have you come to Earth? Batty's eyes flickered with cold light. I can give you whatever you want, become a researcher under my command, help me study genetic engineering, strengthen my armed forces, and you will get more than you think. General Vic said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter what he loses. Slade and Dean Borey are just pawns in his hand. Anyone who has utility value can replace it. The value of Batty is unmatched by them. If you can really get the help of Batty, it would be better than 100 elders of the Bully Academy. Okay, you come here now, let's talk. Unexpectedly, Batty directly agreed, but the promise was too quick and there was no sincerity. General Vic could almost imagine that as soon as he appeared in front of Paldi, he would definitely be beaten to death by him, and there was no chance to discuss it. General Vic heard what Batty said and was silent for a while, suffocating anger in his chest, coldly yelling, Pamelo! Do you think you can run? What is in my General Vic's hands will always only be in my hands. Above your head, there are well-equipped 15,000 soldiers, large-caliber heavy machine gun firepower more powerful than automatic rifles, BGM-109B Tomahawk missiles, enough to bomb you to pieces. Your so-called power is not worth mentioning. General Vic had a sullen expression and was angry at Batty's ignorance. Batty sneered, General Vic, you should be fortunate not to be at this military base, otherwise you will end up just like them. General Vic's accumulated anger burst out and growled deeply from his throat. Pamelo, you choose to live or die. General Vic's low voice was like a roaring beast. His achievements in this underground research room, everything, were all destroyed by the Batty. If he could not get the greater value of the Batty, then he would rather get him. Corpse. General Vic, you will be glad that you are not here today in the future. Batty said coldly. General Vic gave an angry horror from the tip of his nose and hung up the communication. Ground Military Base. Command Center, here is in charge of Cargill Commodore. Although Cargill Commodore has a higher rank than Slade, in the eyes of General Vic, it is a bit worse than Slade. This can be known since he hasn't stepped into an important underground research institute. Cargill Commodore complains about this, but Slade is better than him in all aspects except for his rank. No matter his appearance, height, command, combat, firearms, all are better than him, which makes it even more so. He was not convinced. Sometimes even Slade was in the Underground Research Institute and was able to order military bases on the ground, making Cargill Commodore like his string doll, which made people angry. Therefore, when Slade had something to do in the Underground Research Institute, allowing the aliens to escape and fighting underneath, Cargill Commodore felt a little cheerful in his heart. Your Slade also has today. But as Batty killed too many people, his heart gradually chilled down. The responsibility is too great, and he inevitably has to carry some pots. Damn Slade! Cargill Commodore cursed, 300 or 400 people died. This pot is too big and he can't afford it. Therefore, he notified General Vic a moment ago and counted Slay in front of General Vic German incompetence. Cargill Commodore, General Vic's call. Soldiers reported. Cargill Commodore looked terrified, and when he answered the landline call, he heard General Vic's suppressed gritted anger. Cargill. Kill the alien, use any means, heavy machine gun, missile, even if it blows him to pieces. I don't want to hear your failure, Slade has failed and died inside. Cargill Commodore's pupil shrank, and Slade was dead. Yes, General. Cargill Commodore stayed for a while before coming back to his senses and accepting Slade's death. Underground Research Institute. Batty's eyes were fierce. Through Hera's control, he had heard the command of General Vic to the ground base. He sneered at the corner of his mouth and gave orders to Hira. Turn on the negative layer, the second layer, and the negative third layer of the poisonous dichloroethyl sulfide. Hira, list the ground military base facilities. Control all signal networks. Open the missile well. BGM-109G Tomahawk land-launched cruise missiles, MIM-104 Patriot surface-to-air missiles, short-range missiles, medium-range missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, surface-to-air missiles, all aimed at ground military bases. Calculating the scope of the missile's explosion, exploded all the places except the medical building and the apron. Chapter 38. The ground of the Underground Research Institute is a white laboratory building that rises from the ground. The building is not high. It has 3 floors and is covered with a large amount of high-strength composite glass on the slope. The building is white and slightly Madara remnant, which looks like a certain period of time. It settles down and is refurbished by composite glass, combining the old with the new. The experiment here is just average, and it feels like a pile of materials and equipment in an underground research institute, but because of the existence of the Underground Research Institute, the traffic has become the highest. Normally, the entry is tight and it is the highest level place of the entire military base. Nowadays, swords are raging, the sun is scorching the ground, and the distorted heat rises from the ground. A sense of imminent danger radiates from this tight laboratory building. The 7th Battalion carries Vulcan heavy machine guns mixed with GAU-8A aircraft cannons around the White Archive building. It has a total height of 20 frames and a revolver rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, making it a terrifying killing machine. He used armor-piercing shells to destroy the T-72 and M48 tanks, and the black and thick revolving machine gun was controlled by soldiers standing by with solemn faces. 13 BGM-71 pottery-type anti-tank missiles mounted on the ground are tilting the launch pad. Once the target appears, the missile that can tear the tank will be ejected, treating him as a tank. There are hundreds of manual FGM-143 Javelin missiles, which are carried by soldiers guarding everywhere, and can be launched at any time. In addition, there is a large equivalent of C4 explosives set in the White Archive building, which is at the only exit of the Underground Research Institute. Soldiers have automatic rifles and grenades at short range. The medium-range heavy-fire revolver Vulcan cannon, a little farther, 6 M1A1 Abrams main battle tanks, the muzzle is deeply aimed at the White Archive building. A little farther, there are more than 20 soldiers with Bullet Light 50M82A1 sniper rifles lying upstairs. The 12.7mm Sniper King, even if the Bardi can barely resist the bullets of the M16 automatic rifle, there is no way to stop this huge. The killer was shot, basically it can be said that it exploded half of the body, so he couldn't die. A total of only 2,000 elite armed forces here have enclosed the White Archives in an airtight manner. Once Batty appears, he will be baptized with crazy ammunition, and even a hornet's nest can't describe it as tragic. In addition, nearly 10,000 soldiers are on emergency standby and will continue to support the battlefield. Every soldier smelled the wind and rain of war in the air. It's hard to imagine that such elite troops and war equipment are just for destroying one person. All the weapons of war here, facing a person, even with a dozen tons of power, the rifle cannot shoot into the flesh of the body, it will be hated. The power of the equipment here is no longer the battle in the alleys of the Underground Research Institute, but the real crushing and elimination of opponents with huge power. General Vic was not joking. If Batty rushed forward, there would really be a dead end. Here is a rain of bullets that is really severely treated. Ground Military Base Command Room. The deployment of Vulcan heavy machine guns in the 7th Brigade is complete. The vehicle-mounted BGM-71 pottery missile anti-tank missile has been fixed at a fixed point. The adjustment of the M1A1 Abrams main battle tank is complete. The sniper is in place. The assault unit encountered a poison gas attack from the Underground Research Institute. The negative layer, the negative second layer, and the negative third layer all released poisonous gas. According to the monitoring, and the soldier's body can initially appear red Madara after the poisoned skin. It is an improvement of the Underground Research Institute. Efficiently volatile dichloroethyl sulfide, which is mustard gas. The soldiers continuously report deployment. Kargil Commodore made a decisive decision: let the assault troops retreat, put down the manual barrier, and let the heavy fire squad wear gas suits and gas masks to advance step by step. Don't worry. Inventory records can protect against second-level poisonous gas. There are 100 sets of gas masks. The Heavy Fire Force received the order and is expected to enter the Underground Research Institute within 3 minutes. The soldier reported. Kargil Commodore was silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with thought. Kargil Commodore is half a head shorter than Slade, and his appearance is a bit thin. Although he is worse than Slade, he can sit in the Commodore position, and it will never be worse. The most impressive, the only thing, is his eyes. They are always meditating and thinking, and they are quite wise. Can 100 teams carrying heavy firepower machine guns shoot aliens into a sieve in this kind of street fighting environment? No, it can't. In the underground research room, Slade, nearly 300 people were wiped out. Among them, there were more than 200 elite soldiers. Even Slade died below. He was very dissatisfied with Slade, dissatisfied with his mouth, and dissatisfied with his heart, but he had to be sure that the fact was that Slade was better than him in all aspects, and was not outstanding by 1 or 2 points. It was a helpless and desperate excellence. It's like a scumbag: even if you study hard and get the same score as Swiba, you can't compare to him. The same 100 points, you are the limit. The reason why he gets 100 points is just because the superficial upper limit is 100 points. Some people are born with a talent that should be so good by nature, and others can only set off his excellence. However, in Kargil Commodore's mind, he couldn't surpass the hero. Slade died in the Underground Research Institute. This kind of thing is chilling. He and Slade came over on the battlefield in Vietnam, compared them, and were despised without hesitation. If one day I die in someone else's hands, it will not be careless or accidental, but he is stronger than me. Kargil Commodore squinted his wise eyes and gritted his teeth. It was not until now that Slade had died, he was convinced. Remind me if you die. Kargil Commodore regretted the death of the distinguished person, and then his face was tight and his eyes were bright. Slade, what you failed to do, let me do it. Let me kill this alien. A cluster of inner fire ignited from his heart, as if returning to the time when he was hunting and killing people with Slade in the Vietnam War. It's just that I lost at the beginning. And now? Kargil Commodore has a cold face, his eyes are torch. And his voice is cold. Heavy Fire Squad is suspended from entering the Underground Research Institute. Close all the vents of the Underground Research Institute. If they can't be closed, they will be blocked. Every 2 minutes, send a soldier wearing a gas suit to throw incendiary bombs at the Underground Research Institute. Kargil Commodore issued an order that this unfair war will not be in a narrow place like the Underground Research Institute, because with the lessons learned, the most powerful men in the army like Slade will die in that place. Commodore didn't think he would win if he sent troops down. Large troops on the ground, missiles, tanks, more than 10,000 soldiers, powerful arms sweeping, and unmatched firepower are his advantages. The Underground Research Institute has always had only one entrance and exit. Just after Kargil Commodore placed the order, a soldier stared at the screen, screaming in disbelief, "Kargil Commodore, the missile pit is automatically opened." What did you say? Kargil Commodore had a chill. Chapter 39 Don't come back. A soldier stared at the screen, screaming in disbelief, "Kargil Commodore, the missile pit is automatically opened." What did you say? Kargil Commodore's heart was cold, his hands and feet were cold, and the ambition of just giving orders, the flame in his heart that was comparable to Slade, went out instantly. There are 17 missiles in the missile well, and there are 5 that are always ready to be launched. That is to say, there are 5 missile warheads with equivalents of 30 tons, 70 tons, 300 tons, 6,000 tons, and 10,000 tons under their control. To put it briefly, the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima, Japan is approximately equal to 13,000 tons of TNT equivalent. 5 missiles filled with ordinary explosives equivalent to about 16,000 tons can completely cause a horrific situation greater than that of Hiroshima. The kind that can completely destroy this military base of more than 10,000 people, very thoroughly. The monitoring of the Underground Research Institute is disconnected. The missile well control program does not respond. Multiple BGM-109G Tomahawk land-launched cruise missiles, MIM-104 Patriot surface-to-air missiles, short-range missiles, medium-range missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, surface-to-air missiles, the control program did not respond. Some of the vehicle-mounted network control missiles did not respond. Kegel Commodore's pupils dilated, and at this moment no wisdom was used, the spine chill rose to the upper head, and his body stiffened. The missiles in the missile pit and the vehicle-mounted missiles have completely deprived the control of all missiles that can be controlled by electronic networks. Once the missiles here explode, the military base can be regarded as level. Kegel Commodore, someone hacked into our control system internally. Some soldiers yelled and started to scream, they were typing on the keyboard, but they could not control anything. Kegel Commodore even started to sweat on the solace of his boots, and exclaimed, "Can you take back control? There is no way, the other party is silent, we can't even find any traces, the other party's computer level is better than any person today, we can't move at all." A professional computer soldier yelled in disbelief. This was not like a computer crush, it was more like a supernatural event. He didn't find any traces. Kegel Commodore's face was ugly, his hands clenched his fists tightly, palms full of sweat. This is a kind of despair, a kind of powerlessness. He suddenly thought of Slade's death, wondering if Slade had faced this kind of despair, this kind of crushing despair. Under the missile, is it covered with eggs? At this moment, the tactics of attracting the baddie out, sweeping firepower, and stabilizing like a dog are useless. Once the missile is launched, it will be over. Cut off all currents, shut down the power reactor, and prevent the missile shaft from launching. Kegel Commodore's eyes were wide with horror, white bloodshot eyes rose, and his mentality collapsed and roared loudly, as if this could bring him a trace of courage. In the final analysis, computers use electricity. Without electricity, there is no root. He thought with a broken mentality. Soon, the humming machine in the command room wailed, and the lights gradually dimmed, making the soldiers and Kegel Commodore feel lucky and inexplicably panic in their hearts. Every soldier in the dark looked at each other and worried. The power of 16,000-ton missiles has long been seen in Hiroshima and Nagasaki since World War II. No one is afraid of this kind of weapon that destroys the world without seeing it. Despite the power outage, Kegel Commodore didn't relax at all. He kept tugging his heart tightly, and breathing started to be a little difficult, and he had to breathe in big mouthfuls. Is this method really useful? It's useless. Sudden. The connection of the light kaka-kaka on the top of the head sounded, the mechanical sound of the computer's operation began to hum, and the screen showed the program being loaded. Every important place has a backup power source, missile wells, underground research rooms, and ground military bases. In order to avoid damage or attack in one place, power can be supplied from 2 other places. The restoration this time is the use of the power supply of the Underground Research Institute. The bright light did not illuminate people's hearts, but instead reflected the blank and bewildered faces of every soldier who looked at each other. Kegel Commodore paled, and his body couldn't help shaking. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from the ground trembling on the solace of the feet, and some slight dust vibrated from the ground, and the dust was jumping. Everyone felt that the ground was abnormal, and it seemed that a wild beast would break through the ground and come out. What happened? Earthquake. Yes, yes. The missile is launched. Some soldiers were nervous and could not speak. At the missile well. A 30-ton missile rumblingly jets its tail flame, shaking the air, and ejecting a hot tail flame from the missile shaft, which is soaring into the sky with great momentum. The soldiers in the experimental building surrounded by the ground all looked at the missile soaring into the sky, their eyes a little confused. The rumbling noise in their ears made each of them hum and couldn't help thinking. Is there any enemy that needs a silo to launch missiles? Has the enemy arrived? Kegel Commodore's face was pale, cold sweat dripped down from his forehead densely. His legs were sore and weak, he staggered out of the door of the command room, just to see the 30-ton equivalent, 10-meter-long Patriot 4 missile rumbling and rising with tail flames. The scorching tail flame seemed to burn on him through the sun, making his face full of sweat. Behind Kegel Commodore, a group of soldiers followed. They stayed there and it didn't work. Batty cut off their communication, computer control, and now they can't do anything. That is the Patriot 4 ballistic missile. A soldier gave the name of the missile. It turned out to be a ballistic missile. Some soldiers were fortunate that it was a ballistic missile. A group of soldiers, including Kegel Commodore, breathed a sigh of relief. At least the missile did not explode over their heads immediately. The so-called ballistic missile is a missile that flies according to a predetermined procedure under the thrust of the rocket engine, and then continues to fly according to the free projectile trajectory after shutting down. In other words, the missile will always fly in one direction. As for where they flew to, it exploded, and looking at the direction, they could feel where it was, but they couldn't do anything. Fortunately that their lives were not in danger, they became silent again. Not knowing where the missile would fly, no matter where it was, they might be over. Amen. The religious soldier painted a cross on his chest, praying for the dying life. The atmosphere silently mourned in the atmosphere of sorrow and loss of life. Quietly, even if life is about to be lost, they can't do anything, which makes some of them tears in their eyes. This atmosphere did not last long before it was broken. What happened to the missile? Suddenly a soldier exclaimed. Seeing that the ballistic missile turned a super big turn in the blue sky, slowly changed its forward trajectory, leaving a large white circle in the blue and clean sky, and shot back towards the military base. The soldiers were frightened, and all the tears in their eyes fluttered away. All the mourning disappeared, and all that was left was stunned. How can this be? This missile does not fly according to common sense. Why turn? Will make a big turn? Why would you switch back? How is this going? Ballistic missiles simply don't have this kind of scheduled flight procedure. How could it turn? This unscientific. This group of soldiers went crazy with horror. Although they said that the missile flew to other places, they didn't want to wait for others, but they didn't want you to fly back. It is always better to die others than to die yourself. They just mourned for others so sadly, don't fly back. It's over. Kegel Commodore was really sweating. Amidst the horrified and frightened gazes of tens of thousands of people with their heads up and their mouths open, the Patriot 4 ballistic missile fired back straight into a 7-story soldiers' dormitory building. Insert from the roof into the wall. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a moment of silence. Chapter 40 Boom 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 boom. If the Patriot 4 ballistic missile has emotions, it will definitely be very proud. It is now truly eye-catching. Among the horrified and frightened gazes of 17,000 people with their heads up and their mouths open, they plunged into the 7-story soldiers' dormitory building. At this moment, time seemed to be used to lift everyone's hearts to their throats, so dumb, their eyes staring terribly. The sky, the ground, and the airflow seemed to lift their hearts to their throats for a long time, and the world was silent for a moment. An unexpected explosion appeared in front of them. The 7-story soldiers' dormitory first cracked, and then the cement on the wall smashed into dust. This process was too fast for human eyes to receive. Everyone first saw the 7-story soldier dormitory building suddenly turned into a sky full of dust and rolled up, and then the heat energy of the 30 tons of gunpowder explosion inside converged into an irregular fireball, which rose upwards, mixed with dust and rolled up. The irregular fireball burned all the dust, and then the kinetic energy was extrapolated. The remaining relatively large pieces of surviving stone, metal, and steel, and the soil on the ground splashed wildly outward, forming a squally shock wave, impacting the dust outwards. The strong sound shook the world and exploded into everyone's heads. Everyone felt the ground trembled under their feet, and the ground was about to be overturned. After seeing this scene, the sound was delayed a little bit, accompanied by the shock wave of the squally wind, blowing towards them, blowing the hats and clothes of many soldiers. It has to be close to the body. The excessively strong light and shocking sound effect made the soldiers squinted their eyes, resisting the light with their hands, and the raging sand and black smoke shook their hearts. Because the soldiers' dormitory is far away from the military base, so many soldiers have been fortunate enough to watch this scene from beginning to end. Many soldiers are speechless. The crowd was frightened, dull and frightened, and their ears roared and became deaf for a while. What's going on here? My home's missile fired back at my home? The sleeping place was gone, and the explosion flame disappeared, leaving a huge thick black smoke rising to the sky. In the huge black pit, there was no sign that a 7-story dormitory was once here. What happened? Enemy attack. That group of Soviet bears are going to war. This is our own missile. The soldiers were really panicked and looked at each other. They all saw that it was a missile launched by their own base, and they unexpectedly turned an unscientific bend, bombed the soldiers' dormitory building, and blew up a big hole, even the nearby buildings. Because of the turbulent terrain, it was tilted, split, and turned into ruins. The major, lieutenant colonel, and colonel led the team to find the cause, and finally found the cause in a group of soldiers who should be in the command post, and the Kaggle Commodore whose face was so hard to see. The network facilities of the base have been hacked. Those who heard the news on the spot were struck by lightning. This thing is too big, too terrible, and too trivial. How can the facilities of a military base be controlled so easily? The loss of the 10,000-ton missile in the control room made them think of the tragedies like the 2 islands of Japan. Subconsciously, their necks stiffly turned and looked in the direction of the missile well. The missile with the least yield just now, there are dozens of times, hundreds of times, and the 10,000-ton missile is gaining momentum. As if to confirm their bad predictions. Boom rumble. The ground began to tremble again, and the dust quivered and jumped. The 70-ton Annihilator 3 missile blasted into the sky in front of them with a red-white tail flame. The panic caused by the 30-ton missile just now has not subsided. This fired another 70-ton Destroyer 3, causing the soldier with the gun to hang down, his mouth opened, and his eyes protruding. There was a thud in my heart. This missile. In the case of the crowd's eye-catching, leaving a white track in the sky, and then starting to turn. Kaggle Commodore was so gutted, he yelled hoarsely, "Run away!" Everyone left the base. All the soldiers fled the base. Kaggle Commodore roared red with anger, as if trying to force the blood out of his face. He was shocked and angry now, his roaring throat tried his best, and his throat was about to explode. This alien wants to destroy 17,000 soldiers here. He also has the ability to destroy this base, or in other words, can destroy this base easily. Livestock. Kaggle Commodore cracked his teeth, his eyes were red with anger, and his hot throat roared deeply, like the most angry beast with red eyes desperately. 17,000 lives, his own soldiers, will be destroyed by him in this way. Such sacrifices are meaningless. Kaggle Commodore's teeth were crushed, and his gums were bleeding from the bite of anger, and it flowed from the corners of his mouth. Kaggle Commodore's voice was loud, he roared with the strength of his throat, and the intention of the voice spread to the heads of all the soldiers. In an instant, the entire military base was bombed, and every soldier showed fear and disbelief. Your own missiles are going to be launched to fight your own soldiers? Is the sir crazy? Run away! Sir, what the hell are you doing? Why use missiles to attack the base? Born of ABCH, FK. Go away! The soldiers exploded in horror, swearing that the officer was not a thing. Blow the battle horn to gather them, bring the most sophisticated equipment, missiles, and tanks. Instead of fighting the enemy, their own missiles will drop from the sky and blow up the soldiers gathered here. How irritating it is, FG. While cursing, the soldiers flee from here in fear. The 70-ton Destroyer 3 missile above the head, such as the Damocles sword, is ready to fall. The reaction was quick, and the vehicle, a jeep or a missile transporter, no matter what, a car that ran faster than legs, was immediately full of people, and the drivers were rushing into chaos, regardless of whether other people were dead or alive. Those who didn't grab the car, ran away, panicked, and looked at the back in the sky with fear from time to time. They had already turned a big turn and were shooting down here. However, just as the soldiers were about to flee the military base suddenly, boom 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 boom, the endless stream of missiles suddenly launched a tail flame. This is not the Damocles sword in the sky, but a vehicle-mounted missile driven by a soldier. In an instant, there were more than 70 vehicle-mounted surface-to-surface missiles, and the surface-to-air missiles were shot at crowded places. The panicked soldiers were blown up, howling and screaming, and flying with severed limbs. The missile transporter exploded and the jeep exploded, blowing up many people. The military base instantly turned into ruins, as tragic as the Shura field, black smoke, severed limbs, and bloody, stimulating everyone's sense of smell and vision to go crazy. Nearly thousands of people were deafened by missiles at close range. The tragedy of the war once again saw a Madara, missile impact, fragments, making nearly 1,000 soldiers wailing. Hundreds of people have died in just an instant. A soldier took Kargil Commodore's arm and tried to pull him away, but was thrown away in anger. I want to kill him. The 70-ton Destroyer 3 missile also descended from the White Laboratory building and exploded into the sky. Chapter 41. It's time to leave here. Boom boom. The Underground Research Institute has a continuous amplitude, and even on the negative 4th floor, a strong shock can be felt. BA shot a 70-ton missile directly at the White Laboratory building on the ground, blasting the soldiers surrounding the laboratory into the sky. In addition to the mass launch of vehicle-mounted missiles, more than 1,700 people have been killed on the ground and more than 2,000 injured. More people have escaped from military bases. After all, the next round will be 300-ton missile bombing, and no one wants to die. The experiment building and the explosion of C4 made the stable Underground Research Institute feel a strong amplitude. Fortunately, the Underground Research Institute has 2 floors of metal reinforcement, which can easily defend against such external shocks, but the exit may be affected. Blocked. Batty's face was calm, and he looked at the map of the Nevada region that was brought up with unmoved thought. Among them, there are nearly 132 military bases. This number is very frantic. Just one state of Nevada has so many military bases. But considering that the Cold War is still not over, and the United States and the Soviet Union are vying for the status of world hegemony, this number may not be large. Because the United States has established as many as 5,000 military bases around the world, the 132 military bases are not too many strictly speaking. Rather, the 132 military bases are most likely to be guarding Area 51 loyally under the pretext of the Cold War. The military base above Batty's head can be described as the outermost, small military base, not far from Utah and Idaho. Batty's eyes were like torches, and he looked at the map calmly, planning how to escape from here in his heart. It is true that there were too many missile pits and military bases in Nevada during this period, partly because it was preparing for the Cold War against the Soviet Union, and partly because it meant to guard Area 51. But for Paul Dye, this is even worse. Even if we control nearly 16,000 ton missiles and blow up this military base, it will not help. There is a military base 500 kilometers away that is larger than this one. The worst thing is that the military base has the latest fighters, F-15 Eagle fighter, F-16 Fighting Falcon. The military base above the head of Batty has only helicopters. Even if Batty left in a helicopter, within half an hour, there would be a fighter jet driving from 500 kilometers away and hitting him with missiles. Batty didn't mind the staged aerial trapeze riding on a fighter jet like a movie and directly hitting the pilot. The cabin, took the pilot out and smashed it. But there are too many uncertain factors. After all, I can't fly. There are not many opportunities at an altitude of several kilometers. Barty pondered. Hira, cruise missiles of 10,000 tons and 6,000 tons, were launched toward a military base 500 kilometers away, aimed at their tarmac, and blew up all the fighter jets. Master, when we launched the first missile, other military bases had detected that the missile was out of control. At a distance of 500 kilometers, there was a 90% chance that it would be intercepted and detonated in the air. Hira replied. Batty nodded. It's okay, time is short, continue to bomb the base with 300 tons of missiles, and then launch 10,000 tons and 6,000 tons toward the base 500 kilometers away, launching in different directions, blocking a little time. Okay, Master, in 1 minute and 20 seconds, the 300-ton missiles will explode on the ground military base, and the 6,000 ton and 10,000 ton missiles will respectively head towards the military base 500 miles away in 2 minutes. Fighter depot launch, Hira responded. With a sigh, Batty called up his planned route again after confirming that it was correct, then turned it off, then stood up and left the screen. He needs to do one last thing. Clear the traces left by yourself. Krypton's genes are too powerful, and Paul Dye will not let humans use their genes to do anything. Just before she went out in the sun, Jenny had successfully produced genetic serum. Although I don't know how effective the gene serum is, it is better to prevent this kind of use of the Krypton gene. Any experiment records recorded on the computer body has ordered Hira to delete. After monitoring the walking route of the old man of the Bully Academy, Batty can store the position of the tube of serum based on his own speculation and calculations by Hira, which is about the same. Nowhere. The corridor was deep and bloody, and Batty returned to the white room where he was imprisoned indifferently. He looked at the single-sided mirror slightly. There was still a white environment inside. The shackles and fetters that imprisoned him had already been withdrawn. This room is also going to be used as a genetic experiment, but unfortunately, it is useless now. Walked through the white room, this room that once made me immobile. In the end, he still won. The corners of Batty's mouth sneered. The people involved in the experiment on him were almost dead. He deliberately let go of Jenny. Slade died, the old man of Deanbury died, and the middle-aged woman died. Things, similar to the people who viewed him with the anatomy of a frog, Batty remembered every one of them. It used to show how gentle and accepting attitude towards them. Every researcher who studied the Batty on the negative 4th floor, he remembered the name, and sent them up to see God one by one. As for General Vic, Paul Dye believes that he will die soon. When he walked to Jenny's laboratory, Batty's eyes flashed with gentleness. Here, maybe only Jenny really wants to be nice to him. However, if he hadn't captured Jenny's heart, I'm afraid he would still be a research object here. Thinking of this, Batty's gentle expression turned back to cold eyes again. The genetic serum placed in the laboratory has disappeared, and it has been privately collected by Deanbury. A half-cage big, weird-shaped, full of tumors, a white mouse? Papa papa papa. Batty frowned and looked at the tumor mouse that was snapping the tempered glass frantically, because it was too narrow in the tempered glass and looked crazy. This guy seems to be upgraded. Is it a mouse tested with genetic serum? Batty shook his head slightly, and ignored the tumor mouse. Judging from this effect, the gene serum completely failed. This little white mouse will not extract any krypton gene. After taking a look at this laboratory, Batty left. In the end, Dean Boley took the gene serum and disappeared under surveillance. By the time it appeared, Batty found the serum under the black plastic bag in the discarded trash can in the laboratory, accompanied by a violent shock. This shock dropped some quicksand from the cracks in the steel composite structure of the underground research institute. This is a 300-ton missile that exploded. Batty felt a tremor under his feet, and his heart moved, and he immediately stepped back to the evolution room. Master, the 6,000-ton and 10,000-ton missiles have been set up, and the launch will begin soon, Hira reported. Okay, take a break. Hira. After Batty finished speaking, he pulled out the key, took a rope and hung it around his neck. His eyes gleamed. It's time to leave here. Chapter 42. On the ground military base, the gunpowder has begun, and there is no war. The scorching sun, the distorted air on the ground, the rising black smoke, the broken vehicles, the black scorched limbs scattered, and the constant wailing and painful sounds rising and falling one after another. After the last missile landed here, after the 300-ton missile fell, the wailing sound became the loudest sound here. The military base is in ruins, and the smell of burnt black smoke is the doomsday scenery here. The white laboratory building is the exit of the underground research institute. There is a big pit here. A 70-ton missile was exploded nearby. The white laboratory building was blown to pieces, and there were large black pits on the ground. The pits collapsed and the rubble was chaotic. Ling blocked the exit. The gravel was slightly sensational and vibrating, after the third sound. There was a bang. The gravel exploded, the mud splashed, and a tall black shadow jumped out, more than 10 meters above the ground, and the sun shone on his back, making his stalwart figure tall and slender. Batty fell heavily on the scorched ground, his shoes sank into the ground for a few minutes, his knees bent slightly to relieve the impact, and his spine was as straight as the sky, and his indifferent eyes swept across this doomsday scene, wailing and wailing painful ruins. He was like a passerby who came to the ruins, passing by with his irrelevant cold eyes. The sun shone on him again. The krypton gene that had been awakened in Batty's body was like an empty pot, uncovering the lid, and pouring down countless sun water. He raised his head slightly, facing the sun, his whole body was warm as if he was in a hot spring, and he was extremely hungry, eating soft food that can fill his stomach, a little bit to make his body stronger and stronger. I can feel that the sun rays on every floor enter the skin, pores, and the deepest cells, absorbing the sunlight perfectly, and the cytoplasm strengthens my body. Every strand of it brings comfort and strength to him. The change. Batty squinted his eyes slightly, facing the direct sunlight, his eyes were slightly tingling and tingling. He can expect that as long as he is exposed to the sun for a period of time, he will be able to easily obtain microscopic vision, fluoroscopy vision, the body stores almost the same energy, and finally can stimulate the hot site. This will not be very difficult, it needs to be accumulated. There was a faint halo on Bad's face again, and under the scorching sun ruins, gun smoke, severed limbs, and slightly distorted air, it seemed to give birth to a sense of sacredness. He smiled indifferently, like a god and a saint, not like everyone else in the world, wearing a military uniform that stood tall and drew him back to the world. Stopped to enjoy the sun for only 2 seconds, and the wailing around him woke him up with this comfortable mental feeling. He began to walk to the tarmac, ignoring all the howls and screams on the side of the road. Help me, my leg was crushed by the car. My hand is broken, save me. Help, help. No. Don't go, come back, I will order you to come back as an officer. Come back and run away. Soldiers who can call here are all crippled, with broken hands and feet, being smashed by a car and unable to get up, buried in a pile of rocks, and howling in pain. Those who have the ability to move have already been driving vehicles or fleeing this military base desperately with their legs. 1 or 2 minutes is enough time for the soldiers who want to survive, desperately rushing to escape here with their tongues out. But there are more than 7,000 soldiers who died here. Suddenly, on the way of Paldi's advance, a bloody, dirty, black and thin bone, hard to the bones, so hard that the finger bones were white, as if there was a terrible resentment, the anger caused this hand to stretch out from the car that was overturned, and caught Pakistan Emperor's boots. He didn't want to catch the face of the boot, but was unable to lift it higher and grabbed Batty's ankle. This hand grasped the upper of Batty's boots, the finger bones were very hard, and the blue veins on the back of the hand were clearly convex even under the cover of the blood-black dirt. However, Batty didn't even look at it. He still walked in his direction. His hard fingers couldn't stop Batty from moving forward, and he kicked him away. The hand fell on the scorched black ground, and the angry fingers penetrated deeply into the ground and made fists. Kargil Commodore lifted his head from the mud, his face was scorched by the thick blood-sticking mud, his eyes bursting with anger, blood shot from the white of his eyes, his face was angry and hideously distorted. "You! It's you!" Kargil Commodore gritted his teeth, and his face was full of hideous blood and black mud. A jeep broke his lower body, blood was flowing, and the bones were hidden. Kargil Commodore came here after a 70-ton missile landed on the White Laboratory building, exploding the laboratory building, causing chaos and big pits, and blocking the exit of the underground research institute with gravel. He was resentful and blushing with anger and came here to drive a heavy revolver machine gun, aiming at the exit, ready to see Batty shooting for the first time. But it is a pity that sometimes the sky is unsatisfactory. When the artificial intelligence Hira accidentally exploded a vehicle-mounted ground missile next to his vehicle, it directly overturned the vehicle he was driving. The vehicle was directly exposed to the missile explosion. The vehicle exploded with him, and he landed on the ground. The body smashed tightly on his lower body, smashing half of his body, and Bai Sensen's spine was exposed. In fact, he was right. After the 70-ton missile blew up the White Laboratory building, and the vehicle-mounted missile was launched almost again, he came here to prepare to ambush the Batty. Because he could see that the missile was controlled. Starting from the time when the flight procedure of the missile was rewritten and turned, the missile in the missile well would not land again in the White Laboratory building, because the Palestinians would come out from here, and one bomb would be enough. There is no need to continue bombing here. So he came here to ambush, but it is a pity that Hira needs to clear the field for his master 2 waves, and he came here after the first wave to meet the second wave of vehicle-mounted missiles. Or it should be blamed, there are too many missiles. A vehicle-mounted surface-to-surface missile overturned his vehicle and crushed him to death. When Batty came out of the Underground Research Institute, he was already in a state of dying. He saw that Batty suddenly jumped out, and then took a look back. However, Batty didn't know who this was, only when he wanted to be rescued. The soldier kicked his hand away, ignoring the passing. The world is so cruel. Kargil Commodore was like a small stone on the path of Batty, and was kicked away. No matter how great his anger and unwillingness, he could not stop Batty's footsteps. Batty didn't even know who he was. He sullened his face and used his last breath to confirm that this was the person who caused the destruction of the military base. The snake danced, and the back of Batty gradually faded away in front of him. No matter how unwilling he is, no matter how angry he is, it will not help. In the end, his hideous and distorted face took shape, his eyes protruding, and he died. And at the moment, Batty paused. To his left is the apron. To his right is the medical building. Chapter 43. Batty paused. There is a scorching smell from the wind. Among the ruins, he is the only one standing here. His eyes are no longer cold, they are slightly condensed, like warm. Batty's left hand touched back slightly, and Jenny's gene serum was inserted in the left back belt. The test tube felt cold to the touch. Under the sun, the blood-colored liquid swayed, glowing like a ruby. This is the genetic serum made by Jenny just to want him to stand up. To say that it is a gene serum is actually an exaggeration. Batty has read Jenny's experiment records and knows what Jenny's intentions are. This tube of gene serum does not give a person a very strong power, but stimulates nerve action potentials, with the intention of restoring the ability to act. This tube of gene serum is more of a passionate contribution to Barty. In the cold steel white room, the skin is warm to the touch. He looked at the medical building, his eyes were a bit far-reaching, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It is also difficult for people to understand Batty's ideas. At this moment, boom! In the distance, a strong light burst out in the sky, a huge light spot burst out, and then a fireball mixed with black smoke appeared in the sky. The violent explosion blasted the white clouds in the sky far away, circle after circle, seemingly stabbing a hole, revealing the blue sky. The sound of the explosion and shock spread for dozens of miles, the sky-shaking air wave surged, and the shock waves from the sky rippled across the ground, and the rolled-up sand and dust rolled into waves and flew. Roll! What? The loud roar and air waves made the already heavily injured soldiers scream even more tragically. Their ears were full of explosive noises, deafening, and some of the severely injured were so shocked that they died from internal bleeding, and their brains suffocated to death. Batty stood in the violent wind, the sound of thunder in his ears. The wind and waves came violently, blowing his clothes tightly into hunting noises. He seems to be standing on the top of a mountain, being blown by the wind without falling down, holding the supreme faith and determination, lonely and stalwart overlooking the medical building, with inexplicable thoughts. This is a 6,000-ton cruise missile that was detonated. The military base 500 kilometers away had already sensed the threat of cruise missiles, and could not contact this military base, and decisively intercepted it and detonated it in the sky. At the same time, there is another direction, and there is a cruise missile with the equivalent of 10,000 tons. No surprises. There was a louder explosion sound, and the 10,000-ton cruise missile in the east turned into a group of white burning flashes in the sky. The flash inside was close to a high temperature of more than 6,000 degrees. Ordinary people would look directly at this strong light. Blind, people and things under the influence of the extreme center of the explosion will fall apart like atoms separate. Fortunately, the 10,000-ton cruise missile exploded several kilometers above the sky. Even so, even more powerful air waves erupted from the air, and the air wave and dust tsunami waved on the flat ground, and the grey dust was surging up all over the sky. The yellow sand was flying all over the sky, and the desperate neighing continued. Under this explosion, Batty stepped out against Kwangsha. His face resolutely turned into icy cold, and the strong wind clung to his clothes, sketching out his ruthless and stalwart body. He stepped to the left, facing the wild sand that was like a knife in his face. When it came to the apron, the wind and sand had almost stopped. There is still a helicopter left here. When missiles bombed military bases, it was not that there were no soldiers to grab the helicopters, and they wanted to quickly leave from the air. But when a helicopter that started flying was shot and exploded by a vehicle-mounted missile, everyone felt grieved. Then when a helicopter was shot and exploded again, everyone knew that it was not a fluke. Whoever died, they eventually ran away from this direction, giving up the option of helicopter. This is the right option. The soldiers who run away from the tarmac with their feet are among the few soldiers who can survive more. The rest is a Boeing A-63 Apache helicopter. He needs to fly this helicopter to the border of Nevada, Utah, Idaho, and the 3 states. If it goes well, he can drive this Apache helicopter gunship and leave directly, go to a hidden place, directly handle the helicopter and start his journey. If it doesn't go well, he will also find a way to leave for himself. By then he can jump into the Snake River. With the length of several areas that the Snake River passes, no one can find him. At that time, you will be able to disembark from Utah, cross the Colorado state, and reach Kansas. I just don't know whether Carl L. was sent by his father at this time. For the L family, Barty has a big account to settle with him. Batty looked at the helicopter with his head up, his body still straight, but he appeared to be somewhat silent. His body was stiff, not shaking in the breeze, but he felt like he wanted to turn around and struggled inside. But his action was swift, without hesitation, and boarded the helicopter. Batty dropped his hands and feet, opened the cabin door, sat in the captain's seat on the right, and held the total pitch control lever in his left hand to maximize the same angle of the blades, and when the rotor's rising force reached the strongest, hold the steering stick with your right hand and turn on the throttle. This set was operated quickly, and his face was calm, as if someone was driving him. In fact, he was just driving himself. The blades began to rotate slowly, and then accelerated. The propeller stirred up the yellow sand on the ground, forming a sand pillar that pierced the sky, accompanied by the loud noise of the propeller. The heavy Apache gunship shook slightly, and was lifted directly off the ground by the propellers, rolled up, and stirred the ground into yellow sand into a salon roll. Bad manipulated the joystick, his cold eyes flashed softly and looked towards the medical building, then raised the helicopter's maximum speed, lowered his head like a dragonfly, and rushed towards the south, leaving behind a dusty spot. The military base has fallen into ruins, and the medical building stands tall in the swaying black smoke and yellow sand, utterly lonely and utterly abandoned. Nevada is the driest state in the United States. More than half of the regions have a desert-type climate. 27 minutes after the helicopter flew to the south, the ground is still unchanging hills and gobi, to a touch of green ray of light. Seeing the forest also means not far from the water source. At this time, an F-15 Eagle fighter was soaring in the sky, screaming into the air from behind. Batty's eyes condensed, but he was relieved. It seems that it was the right choice to not bring her out. Chapter 44 Helicopter vs Fighter. A-63 Apache gunship, soldier, please stop your flight and land on the ground for inspection. Inside the helicopter, the sound of communication sounded. The green forest was in front of his eyes, but Batty did not answer, and the helicopter continued to move towards the Snake River. It is now about 1,500 meters in the air, and it is still about 18 kilometers from the Snake River. The A-63 Apache gunship has an M230 300mm chain gun in the nose and two anti-armor missiles hung on the short wings of the fuselage. This Apache gunship is not yet the A-64, which is the world's #1 gunship comprehensive ranking list in later generations, but is just its front version. Weapons and equipment are also much less. The only ones that can match fighters are two anti-armor missiles. The chain gun is facing the Eagle fighter. It is estimated that it will not be good, and it will be normal to shoot into the air. A-63 Apache gunship, maximum flying speed, 265 km per hour. F-15 Eagle fighter, maximum flight speed, 1,482 km per hour. The speed difference is 7 times. At this speed, the Eagle fighter can turn dozens of times around him. The M61A1 cannon smashes the Apache gunship into a sieve, and the helicopter has no way to do it. Not to mention that the Eagle fighter also has a large number of AIM-7 Sparrow air-to-air missiles, AIM-120 advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles, and AIM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. Batty frowned and kept calculating in his heart, watching the Eagle fighter on the radar chasing him at a speed of 1,028 per hour, his eyes flickering. The F-15 Eagle fighter jet screamed from behind like a sharp knife, leaving a white trail in the air on its tail. In the blink of an eye, the Eagle fighter jet rushed to the sky above the Apache gunship, passed him, swooped in a large circle in the sky in front, and rushed over facing the Apache gunship, even more connected. Communication warning. Warning, A-63 Apache gunship, report your soldier number and stop on the ground for inspection, otherwise I will shoot down. The voice from the communication sternly scolded the command. Obviously, I felt the abnormality of the helicopter. Bad glanced over the green forest in front of him, and fixed his gaze on the Eagle fighter. Batty decisively pulled the back and tilted the joystick, adjusted the total pitch joystick blades, and fired the chain gun. The Apache gunship lifted its head slightly like a dragonfly and flew diagonally. The 300mm chain gun under the nose turned wildly and burst out with huge noises, and the tongue of flames spit out wildly in the sky. The fighter pilot is obviously very sophisticated. He stuck the angle above the helicopter's 300mm chain gun. The moment the helicopter raised its head, he lifted the fighter's body, and the flares of the 300mm chain gun fired from its bottom. Pass. At the same time, he did not hesitate. The revolving tube of the M61A1 Vulcan airborne cannon on the Eagle fighter turned and burst into flames. More than 5,000 rounds per minute of the cannon flares passed through the nose of the helicopter, the first few shots. The bullets barely grazed the helicopter, and the bullets shot continuously to the ground, shooting a long line of destruction to the greenery of the forest, splashing mud, green flickering, and trees falling. The forest was shot out a path of destruction in an instant. Batty felt a slight shock in the fuselage, and the nose of the helicopter was grazed by bullets, and several deep, hot iron marks were drawn. Fortunately, Batty had already calculated the flight trajectory of the fighter jet when shooting. Avoid it, otherwise this round of shooting will explode the helicopter. In this round of shooting, no one can ask for a bargain, but it is to let the fighters determine that the helicopter piloted by Batty is the enemy, and Batty has no intention of concealing it. When he arrives in the forest, he can already accomplish what he planned, and there is no need to talk nonsense. The Eagle fighter ascended and disappeared in front of him, and Batty's eyes flashed. He directly opened the door of the cockpit, and the high-altitude wind swept in frantically. After the helicopter was swayed by the airflow, he was able to control the flight safely. The engine sound of the Eagle fighter was louder than the high winds in the sky, and the trajectory of the flight pointed the way in the ears of Batty, which was clearer than the eyes. The Eagle fighter rose up, flipped like a swallow in the sky, and flew directly behind the head of the helicopter. The M61A1 Vulcan cannon turned again, spewing flames, and shot past all the way, splashing the dirt, trees, and green leaves on the ground. The spray splashed all over, and it shot out a path of destruction where the trees were dumped. However, when he turned over and wanted to shoot straight, Batty had already controlled the upward and oblique flight to avoid. After several consecutive shootings of this conventional fighter jet, several destruction routes from the ground were unable to hit the helicopter. The Eagle fighter obviously changed its strategy, and instead of firing with aerial cannons, it flew a little farther. Batty seemed to know what the fighter jet was going to do, and controlled the helicopter with all his strength, ascending at a maximum speed of 16 meters per second, which was incomparable with fighter jets. No matter what the gap is like the sky, being able to dodge the firing of the launch cannon has already shocked the pilot of the Eagle fighter. What do helicopters use to fight fighter jets? There are basically two different models. Fighters have always been the masters of air combat. They fly high, fly fast, move quickly, have good maneuverability, advanced detection equipment, and complete weapons. They are born for air combat. Gunship helicopters are designed for attacking ground targets, and the armored units that attack clusters are their specialty. Their speed, altitude, and maneuverability are not as good as fighter jets, and they are far inferior. Therefore, Batty did not intend to actually use helicopters to fight Eagle fighters. The Eagle fighter turned a big bend, and once again high above the back of the helicopter, two missiles with tail flames were launched from the fuselage, spraying out toward the rising helicopter. Batty's eyes flashed sharply. He used his hands and feet together. He was manipulating the accelerator, the cyclic pitch control lever, the collective pitch control lever, and the foot rudder, continuously moving quickly and quickly. The helicopter suddenly turned out to be like a flying bird that stopped quickly, flying backwards, revealing its belly. The 300mm chain gun was fired continuously, and then two more missiles on the wing were fired towards the sky above the Eagle fighter. which seemed to be turned off and deviated from the target. The chain gun accurately exploded the flying missile in the air. This series of actions directly shocked the pilot of the Eagle fighter and called God. Who can control a helicopter like a bird? And the chain gun directly exploded 2 air-to-air missiles. This accuracy is too shocking. Moreover, the 2 missiles launched are not considered to be empty in the strategic sense. The pilot of the Eagle fighter thinks that the missile just wants to get himself down from high altitude and accept the firing of the chain gun. Of course, this is impossible to shoot. How can a fighter jet be simply shot by a helicopter? However, this continuous Apache gunship could not do things that shocked him. As a pilot, he knows the difficulty. It is impossible. Oh my God! Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? The Eagle fighter was forced down by the missile overhead, turned a corner easily, avoided the helicopter's chain gun firing, and flew towards the bottom of the helicopter. The pilot of the Eagle fighter kept yelling, screaming to God in shock. This kind of operation is simply impossible to achieve with a helicopter. How could it be possible to operate it? Just when the Hawk fighter pilot was shocked, suddenly, a black shadow fell on the nose of the Eagle fighter, causing the entire Eagle fighter to shake. The Eagle fighter pilot pulled the joystick vigorously to control the balance of the aircraft. I saw a tall figure blocking the sunlight, standing tall like a demon god. The pilot stared in shock through the transparent cabin. This is impossible. Chapter 45 What you give will surely make a glorious future. The wind is a knife. Countless frantic knives rushed in all directions against his face, his clothes were blown by the wind, and the airflow shook his hair randomly. In the eyes of the fighter pilot, his figure is infinitely tall, like a mountain that overwhelms his sight. Batty's spine is always proud, and his eyes are staring at anyone without emotion, which will give people a kind of trembling fear. This is impossible. The pilot of the Eagle fighter was frightened and his breathing was stagnant. This was simply impossible. Who can jump from a helicopter to a fighter jet at an altitude of close to 2 kilometers? The distance between the two is at least 30 meters. Not to mention whether you will be blown away directly by the air when you jump down. The speed of the Eagle fighter alone is enough to knock a person into meat sauce. How can it be possible to stand on the nose of the aircraft? Startle. Batty exhaled a deep breath from his throat. The impact force at the moment when he jumped down, the kinetic energy combined with the forward speed of the Eagle fighter, was affected by gravity, plus his own deliberate control, even if it was him. I also feel numb in the body, every pore is pricked with goosebumps, and the blue veins in the body will explode and PK out general pain. Just stepped on the Eagle fighter's nose to dent a little, so that he resisted the gust of wind, so that the wind and the impact of the Eagle fighter would not rush him into the air. The gust of wind blew his hair up, and the pain was far from enough to make him show a painful expression. The sun was shining all the time, making him recover almost instantly, his eyes staring at the cockpit indifferently and mercilessly. Seeing the pilot's pupils shrinking and he was about to subconsciously control the joystick to prepare to raise the fighter jet, Batty clenched his right hand, suddenly gathered strong muscle power, and hit the cockpit glass. Batty's original strength is about 15 tons. Through the control of the body's muscles, the strength of the superimposed punches can be used to exert 10 times the strength. This is not a strange thing. The greater the muscle strength, the greater the power of the exercise superimposed will only be more terrifying. Even if he is standing on the nose of the aircraft and wants to stabilize himself from falling, he can still play close to 100 tons of power. Bang! This kind of force was punched out by a fist, directly punching a fist through the glass shield, and a hole was suddenly pierced in the fighter glass shield, and the crack spread along the glass. The flying glass shards directly splashed on the driver's face, making his eyes narrowed in horror, and his heart suddenly became frightened. Is this still a human? Punch through the cockpit glass. He was shocked in his heart, but his movements were not slow. He pulled down the joystick directly, his horrified body hunched in the cockpit, and subconsciously wanted to stay away, staring at the fist that pierced the cockpit glass. Boom! The roaring engine sound exploded with immensely huge thrust, the blue flames at the tail rose sharply, and the Eagle fighter jets quickly soared into the sky at a 90-degree angle. Batty snorted and turned his fist into a palm. His 5 fingers were like steel. Grabbing the edge of the cockpit glass hole and being carried by the Eagle fighter into the sky. He hung his entire body with one arm outside the Eagle fighter, swaying extremely dangerously, and the violent air wave became more violent, stabbing and surging, and chaotic swords generally smashed the face of Batty. His eyes were firm and fearless, facing the stabbing wind, there was no wave of sway or fear. Now at an altitude of about 2,500 meters, even if he fell from here, he would probably die because it was too high. His body sank a little bit outside the Eagle fighter. The 5 steel fingers gradually sank. After being subjected to the external force of the air current and the force of the Eagle fighter itself, his fingers tore the cockpit glass a little bit. The fingers cut the glass directly, grabbing the tree like the sharp claws of a beast, and scraping out large pieces of bark. The cockpit glass on the left was directly torn down by his steel fingers, which were firmly clasped and pulled straight to the steel guard. The glass shattered and fell in the sky, and under the sun, the glare of the glass shone dazzling light. The pilot in the cockpit was already horrified with horror, and the airflow hit his face, making his face pale in fright. At 2,500 meters, there is no cockpit glass protection. When the aircraft is rapidly ascending, descending, or turning, the pilot will experience more than 2 gravitational accelerations, compressing the body's arteries, causing the body's blood and heart load to increase. Simply put, without a protective cover, ordinary people simply can't stand the high-altitude flight at too high speed and will die. After the fighter jet rushed up, the pilot's face was pale and saw that Batty tore the cockpit glass, and quickly turned and dived down, his body leaning tightly against the glass cover on the other side. At the moment when the fighter turned around, Batty put his hands together and clasped the steel guard even more firmly. The downward thrust of the Eagle fighter was not very violent. Obviously, it was also related to the damage of the glass. The pilot inside could not withstand the strong sprint. But fancy can still be thrown away. In the momentum of the downward thrust, in order to get rid of the Batty, the Eagle fighter made another 3 or 4 turns in a continuous downward thrust, rolling like an agile swallow. In the face of the strong wind, Batty's muscles were strong, his fingers were like steel, and he was firmly clasped on the Eagle fighter. No matter how he swung it, there was no way to get rid of him. This stimulating and fluttering flight actually made Batty feel the blood surge, the blood boiled, the sky and the earth were all flying freely, so that he could not wait for the sky to roar. Batty grinned. With this exciting flight, he felt a sense of freedom and joy, and the thought of being able to soar in the sky and looking down on the earth in the future made him excited, and his blood rose. At the slow moment of a forward thrust, he seized the opportunity, turned over neatly, jumped onto the fighter's head, returned to the position where he landed, and tore the remaining cockpit glass. His big hand plunged directly into the cockpit and forcibly pulled the pilot out. Fear climbed onto the driver's face, and being blown by the knife-like wind further aroused his panic, and he kept crying for mercy. Batty let go of him and let him fly freely with the wind. He turned around and stepped on a forward-rushing Eagle fighter, standing tall in the sky, with his head raised to face the white clouds and blue sky of the forest. Under the sun, the blood was evaporating and passionate blood surged. In the days of Krypton conspiracy, people who have failed, people who have been used, came to the earth and was imprisoned for a year and 3 months. His eyes flashed past everything. At this moment, he is the real freedom, with the ability to conquer everything. At this moment, the blood in his body seemed to be burning, boiling hot, burning his will and body. Batty held his chest high, facing the bitter wind, tearing his military uniform with both hands, exhausting all his strength, blushing and roaring to the sky, roaring out the anger that he once buried. A tear was blown away by the wind from the corner of his eye, shining in the sun. Chapter 46 Distortion. Military Base. General Vic took heavy steps, passing by the broken jeep, the scorched pit, the smell of burning oil and the sultry heat to heat his skin, making his hazy face hot. Quite a few soldiers are carrying a scorched or broken body on a stretcher. There is still life groaning. This is exactly the scene of a post-war disaster. But at the same time, General Vic also knew that his general road had come to an end. 2 soldiers from a military base 500 miles away passed by carrying a stretcher. General Vic stopped with a gloomy face. Behind him was a blonde, blue-eyed Colonel Violet who looked like a porcelain doll and had no expression on his face. General Vic's complexion became even more ugly. On the stretcher, Cargill Commodore's body was broken in 2, and he saw the lumbar spine and the bones. His face was twisted and hideous, and he did not look at him. The stretcher goes away. General Vic retracted his gaze. In addition to the heavy haze, there was a trace of anger in his gaze. It's the wrath of Batty out of his control, the incompetence of the angry subordinates. It's the angry alien who doesn't know what's good or bad, letting his first gains fall short. As for the death of the soldier, there is nothing to be angry about. It is right to sacrifice for the country. A correspondent soldier caught up in the footsteps of General Vic, saluted, and reported, "General, there is the whereabouts of Batty." General Vic's hazy face was fierce, and his eyes were full of anger and cold. The soldiers continued to report, "Batty flew Apache helicopters and Eagle fighters to fight near the Snake River and shot down the Eagle fighters." When the soldiers rushed over, they only searched for the remains of helicopters and fighter jets. It is tentatively suspected that Batty fled to the upper reaches of the Snake River. "We are searching." General Vic gave a calm and angry command, "Search all the way." The soldier responded and left. General Vic raised his head and looked around the military base, the scorched and broken buildings, the dying and howling soldiers, and his heart became more and more angry. This base is finished, and his general road may not be kept. Almost 8,000 soldiers died. It would be too much trouble if no one had any objections during the Cold War with the Soviet Union, but died in the hands of aliens who deliberately concealed it. General Vic could only use the mistakes in the study of human soldiers to evade responsibility, and he could not say that Batty was an alien. Only in this way can everyone feel valuable and he can continue to be a general. Of course, it is inevitable to give some practical techniques. General Vic's eyes lit up. Among the ruins, the only medical building that could be regarded as a complete building came into his eyes, and he walked over. The smell of heavy formalin, Lysol water, and disinfectant potion came over, making his nose unable to adapt for a while, itching and uncomfortable. Wounded soldiers entered and exited the medical building, or were seriously injured and dying and were carried in. But this is obviously not enough. There are too many wounded. The slightly wounded are all conveniently treated with cloth on both sides of the door. Soldiers from other bases came to help and brought a large number of medical doctors. Only then can the wounded be treated. Appropriate. The busyness and sorrow at the scene made people feel like they had arrived at the wounded treatment camp after the war. General Vic's face changed abruptly when he saw it, and it became even more gloomy. Violet followed him into the medical building, still expressionless. The medical building is no more than a 3-story small building. On the 3rd floor, Jenny stared blankly, the whites of her eyes were bloodshot spreading to her pupils, dry and painful, especially terrifying. She had cried until no tears came out, and she was desperate. But her hand was still holding the small red box tightly, her finger bones were white, and the blue veins protruding from the snow-white skin, the grip was very tight and tight. "Even if you have surgery, take out the heart-wrenching bullet. This red box has never been opened. I don't know if this box contains a ring, or Batty's heart, or her expectations, or despair." General Vic came here, looking at Jenny's appearance, his anger exploded in his heart, wishing to strangle Jenny alive. Jenny was able to escape from this base, and Jenny deserved the most credit. If Jenny, a stupid woman, fell in love with Batty and was used by Batty to take him up to the sun, how could Batty escape? All this, Jenny has to bear 90% of the responsibility. As for the others, General Vic didn't guess at all. Batty forbeared for a year and 3 months, and learned all their personalities, psychology, behaviors, and habits before they could be free. It's not just because of Jenny's love that you can do all of this. It is also because each of them has their own shortcomings and limitations, they can be used by the Batty. But General Vic doesn't care about this. He is the superior, and there is reason to blame all the inferiors, saying that you are wrong, that is, you are wrong. General Vic's heart rose with anger to the sky, his fingers moved a few times, and he wanted to take the gun at the waist and shoot Jenny directly to death. But he can't afford to suffer such a loss anymore. Jenny's biological knowledge is so important that he can endure this anger and suppress his anger abruptly. Batty also saw this point of General Vic, and did not take Jenny away, because taking Jenny away, fighting in the air, dead forever. Jenny is a very important scientific researcher for General Vic. To a certain extent, it is more important than Slade and Dean Borey, so General Vic can suppress this anger and cannot lose it again. Something of value too. Compared to the value Jenny had created and the value to be created in the future, his anger was not worth mentioning, and General Vic deeply suppressed his anger. He appeared in front of Jenny with a cold face and an angry and horrified voice pressed from his throat. Batty deceived you, deceived everyone. Jenny's bloodshot pupils had a trace of expression when she heard Batty's name, her tightly pressed lips were painful, and her white finger bones were tightly gripped by the red box. He has been using you. General Vic's voice was terribly dark. The pain in Jenny's eyes was even more painful, and the bloodshot eyes in the whites of her eyes were about to burst out. Use your love for him. Jenny's hands trembled and she gritted her teeth grimly. Use your love to escape here. Jenny's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. You are nothing but an object to him. You can throw it away after you use it. General Vic's words pierced into Jenny's deepest pain. And recalled that Batty's indifferent muzzle was shot at him, and Jenny's body couldn't help trembling. You shut up. Jenny bounced off the bed suddenly, screaming and gritted her teeth, in pain. General Vic stared at her coldly. Isn't it? He destroys everything about me, destroys your love. Do you still want to be with him? Jenny was taken aback, staring at General Vic with bloodshot eyes. Thinking, how can I not think, she loves Batty the most. General Vic's words were like a drop of ink falling into the clear water, which instantly polluted and distorted Jenny's love. We will catch him, but we need your help. He is your favorite biological specimen, how can you make him escape? He can only be in a cage, don't you want him? Her eyes widened, her face slowly twisted crazily, she inserted her fingers into the bullet wound under the collarbone, deep into the flesh, blood flowed out from the wound, and the bandaged gauze was dyed red. The pain caused her brain unprecedented stimulation of sobriety and distortion. Batty. Her face was crazy, her eyes were cold, blood was left from the wound, and she was unwilling to complain. General Vic looked at Jenny with a cold face, and narrowed her eyes. Get up, you need to see what a ruthless alien beast he is. Jenny's crazy face was extremely angry, and her eyes were cold and she shouted, shut up. After speaking, she put her bare foot down on the icy ground, and went out with General Vic's back. Chapter 47. Jenny followed General Vic back out of the medical building. Her face was pale and cold, her eyes widened, and the whites of her eyes were bloodshot, which was terrible. On both sides are the wounded who are supporting them, or the wounded who are too serious to walk, and the hospital bed pushes the walking wounded. At this time, General Vic will stick to the wall with Jenny and Violet and let them go first. Pass. The smell of formalin disinfectant and the scorched black smell entered their noses all the time, and their ears were wailing and urgent rescue sounds. The tragedy on Earth can describe this situation. General Vic was walking forward and went out of the medical building. There were still a large number of wounded on the left and right outside the door. The air here is more muddy, burnt oil, gunpowder smoke, mixed with the smell of Malfoy disinfection potion, unpleasant to make the nose itchy. There is a feeling of nausea. General Vic said in a deep voice, "Look, this is what the beast did." When General Vic scolded Barty beasts, Jenny was furious. "Shut up, I don't allow you to scold my Barty." General Vic was stunned by Jenny, and the anger that had just been suppressed came to his face again. Few people dare to talk to themselves like this. He snorted coldly, then turned his head and stared at Jenny coldly. Unexpectedly, Jenny's left middle finger pressed into the bullet hole wound under the right collarbone, blood spread out, bleeding beads on the gauze. Jenny grinned and said, "I don't allow you to scold Batty. Human beings are dead and less important than him." Every time Jenny heard the name of Batty, Jenny's heart was cut, and the pain that could not be described was in the depths. Only the pain that stimulates the body can make her conscious. But when she pressed her finger into the wound that was beaten by Batty, bleeding beads oozes, it reminded her of Batty's muzzle at her. She wandered forever in the abyss of heart-cutting, physical pain, and painful memories. Regardless of physical or psychological, it is despair. General Vic looked at her crazy appearance, and his anger stopped abruptly. She was crazy. It doesn't make any sense to care about such people. But whether it is crazy or normal, it is enough to create value for yourself. The soldiers here, even if they are all dead, what do you mean? Jenny grinned and sucked the blood from her middle finger. The blood smeared her white teeth and pale lips, looking coquettish and crazy. General Vic felt a little chill in his heart, turned his face calmly, and continued walking. This crazy woman. Go to the Underground Research Institute, bring all your research materials, we leave here. General Vic said. There is too much exposure here and it is no longer suitable for research. Even if it is suitable, it may not be under his control in the future, so studying here is by no means a good place. Jenny walked with General Vic, and saw many wounded along the way, tilting her head from time to time, her cold face showing a smile, and from time to time she pressed her left middle finger against the wound under the right collarbone. Her eyes were bloodshot. Big. Except for the second floor of the Underground Research Institute, there are no survivors on the other floors, with Jenny being an exception. When I came all the way to the fourth floor of the Underground Research Institute, the bloody smell in the basement research room is more intense, and the gunpowder and bloody smell will last for a long time, which is disgusting. General Vic couldn't help covering his nose. A soldier carried a stretcher and passed Slade's body past them. General Vic regretted the loss of a loyal dog for himself. Slade had followed him for a long time, and his ability was strong enough. Unfortunately, he died stupidly, and he did not have a loyal duty to guard the Underground Research Institute. Let Batty escape. This made General Vic feel angry while regretting it. What a waste. Wait a moment. Jenny stretched out her right hand and intercepted the soldier on the stretcher. She stared at Slade with bloodshot eyes. Slade collapsed in his chest, his right eye no longer had a saber in it, his eyeball fell out, bleeding was not much, but his hollow eyes made people look even more terrifying. General Vic frowned. What? He hasn't had a heartbeat for 30 minutes. Jenny pressed her finger to Slade's aorta, and she stared at her bloodshot eyes for a while and said, even if breathing stops and there is no heartbeat, it cannot prove that a person is completely dead. Jenny grinned and said with a crazy look on her face, give him to me, and I will transform him into a deadly weapon on Earth. He's not dead yet. General Vic was surprised. Jenny stood up, her face returned to coldness. I don't know, I feel he still has brain waves. Let's see willpower. Let's go and get the information. Jenny's temperament changed too quickly, so she left as she said, and saved her if she didn't die. General Vic paused, and said, save him if you don't die. After all, Slade is his admiral confidant, No matter how loyal he is outstanding, and of course he is saved first if he is not dead. However, Jenny didn't listen to his orders at all, and said coldly, "If I don't die, I'll hold it for a while, and if I die, I will throw it away. This is just like buying a bun on the street, it's not tasty, and it's thrown away." General Vic's tone was choked, and there was a fire in his heart about to explode. He really wanted to blow Jenny's head with a gun, but considering that Jenny was needed to make reinforced soldiers, and Jenny was already blackened, it looked like that. Already crazy, not afraid of death at all, he suppressed the flame in his heart again. Anyway, Slade is also in a dead state, and Jenny's importance is higher. General Vic pressed his anger again, turned and walked towards the inner laboratory. When he came to Jenny's laboratory, the mouse with tumors had died. After checking all the data, he cleared all the information about his genes and destroyed the blood samples. Jenny smiled very happily. "You really have an extraordinary knowledge of biological genetics. Now thinking about it, you have been misleading me." Jenny smiled, her bloodshot eyes were very dry, and tears of blood shed. General Vic had a calm face, obviously displeased. With blood and tears, Jenny stared her eyes, seeing General Vic with a chill in her heart, and then she knocked her head with her hand. "It's all here." "Where's this thing?" General Vic's face was a little better, and he looked at the kind of white mouse that was covered with tumors. Jenny sneered, "Throw it away, he won't leave anything so obvious." Jenny knew what happened to the mouse that had been beaten with the genetic serum she made. The mice in Jenny's laboratory were not caused by the power mutation of the gene serum, but the drug's effect was too strong. Muscle tumor in mice. In the final analysis, that little white mouse has no possibility of evolution, nor is it a genetic mutation. Rather, it is overgrown with tumors, and while the efficacy of the medicine is still there, the body jumps wildly and the nerves in the body are out of balance. It can no longer help it. Control. After the effect of the drug is over, the natural mice will be proliferated until the unnatural tumor is crushed to death. To put it simply, this is a mouse with a tumor. It has nothing to do with any gene mutation, and it is impossible to become a Kryptonian gene. Jenny's experiment was a success for her, because Palti can connect the action potentials of the nervous system with this pipe, so that her limbs can move. It's just that the elder of the Bully Academy saw the mouse go crazy uncontrollably and mistakenly thought it was strengthening the strength in the body, and Jenny had no intention of creating any genetic serum that strengthened the body. Batty's cytoplasm can absorb heat energy. She researched a catalyst that uses infrared radiation in one night to make Batty's cytoplasm absorb enough heat to melt cell genes and preserve the infrared heat energy in it. This can no longer be regarded as a genetic serum. The cellular genes in it have actually been destroyed by the catalyst, turning it into a liquid similar to maintaining heat. Even if I took this tube of gene serum to re-examine it, the Krypton gene of Batik would not come out. Even if ordinary people drink it, they will not possess the Krypton gene or gain very strong power. Instead, they will jump wildly in their limbs, just like they have hyperactivity. The more they drink, the more tumors grow and the faster they die. This it is something that only Batty can drink. This thing is more about drugs that Jenny wants to stand up, but used to stimulate the nervous system of the limbs and stimulate action potentials. Of course, in fact, diluting it several hundred times, then adjusting it again with ordinary human genes, and giving it to ordinary people, can improve the ability of ordinary people's motor nerve response. This is also the reason why Batty took away the gene serum. As for the guinea pig, he knew what was going on at a glance. General Vic frowned. "This little white mouse looks very powerful. No, biological genes are rigorous, we should dissect it to see." Jenny suddenly said again, catching the tumor mouse with one hand and starting to study. Boom! Soon after the test was completed, she directly smashed the tumor mouse against the wall, splashing black blood, coldly picked up a white towel and wiped her hand. How could he leave the sample so stupidly? "I'm too naive. She walked out of the laboratory, her lips curled up with an unsmiling smile, her bloodshot eyes. Go, transform the strongest weapon in the world. Chapter 48 Gotham. Why is Gotham so bad? It is always dark and misty, full of sin and ugliness under the city, suppressing everyone's nerves. It's a devil. A demon called Barbados summoned by Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson was the ancestor of Bruce Wayne, and many demons were imprisoned by him in the underground of Gotham City before the end of the War of Independence. The long-term existence of Barbados has had an important impact on the development and citizens of Gotham City, leading to and exacerbating a series of bizarre events. It is difficult to say whether it led to the birth of Batman, or Batman is the protagonist of the destiny, born in Gotham, the sin capital. At night, the night is very late. As always, Gotham's nights are very dark. By the side of Gotham Harbor, the dimly yellow harbor chandeliers were shaking, and the salty sea breeze blew the dark harbor with the sound of waves to hunt, and two groups of people's clothes sounded. There were 7 or 8 people in the group. The leader was a tall, sturdy man in a jacket, smoking cheap cigarettes, and an unabashedly scornful Russian man on his face. The salty sea breeze could not move his strong body, with cigarettes on his lips. Beating, he squinted. Is there no one in Falcone? The unweaned kid also pulls out to work. The words of the Russian man caused laughter from the people behind him, such as "Little devil, go back and take milk. You should be shaking in your mother's arms. Little devil, you look like a gay. Do you send it?" Suddenly, the opposite side was violent and pressed his hand to the waist of the suit. The leader was a 17-year-old boy, and a group of people in flat suits at the back, in sharp contrast with the opposite, looked neat and powerful, and frowned at the vulgar group of rough men with a calm face and frown. The young man pursed his lips and glared at the leader on the opposite side with anger, which made the Russian guy on the other side laugh. At the side of the young man, the middle-aged and elderly housekeeper in a slender suit slightly bent over to face the young man and said, "Master, don't be angry. Everyone knows that Hank is a guy with a bad mouth and a hairy body. Don't worry about him." Hearing the words of the butler next to him, the few people behind Hank, the Russian Hank who were on the opposite side, didn't mind at all. They laughed, changed their subjects, and kept teasing the leader of their team. The boy saw that the other side hadn't cared about himself. The boy was secretly grateful to the butler, and the corners of his mouth pulled out an arc nervously and nodded to the butler, and his heart eased a little. "Shut up, you scum!" Hank threw the cigarette butt in the ground and was blown away by the sea breeze, sparks flickering. When he called to shut up, everyone behind him shut up. Someone behind him sensibly found a greasy black oil barrel and placed it in the middle of the two groups of people. The oil drum was swayed by the sea breeze, and knocked on the ground. For a while, only the solemn atmosphere and the rushing sea breeze were left here, and the sound of the waves slapped into the ears, making the atmosphere even more tense. The sky also seemed to be darker, only the dim and swaying street lamplights slapped their faces from time to time. "Trade it, the sea breeze in Gotham is not easy to blow." The corner of Hank's mouth showed sarcasm. And someone from behind handed a suitcase into his hand. The butler beside the boy also taught him a handheld black box. The handheld black box sank, and the boy lifted his lips tightly. "Go, master, it's okay." The butler's slight words made the boy's heart feel a little more at ease again. The boy nodded, trembling slightly, and moved forward. At the same time, Hank's strong body and the young man walked out to the middle oil barrel. The people behind both sides are on alert, staring at each other closely. The atmosphere is subtle as if a spark can detonate. Hank put the suitcase on the side of the oil drum and lit the cheap cigarettes again, and the corners of his mouth curled up and said, "Boy, you have the courage. What's your name?" Facing Hank's tall body, the teenager swallowed, looked at him, boldly said his name, Mario Falcone. When it comes to Falcone's surname, the young man's confident chest is firmer and he is more confident in the name. Hank was slightly stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the teenager was called Falcone. He also thought that if the teenager was pulled out for exercise, he would be someone close to Falcone's confidant and planned to cultivate something. Unexpectedly, it was to train the next generation of underworld patriarchs. The two exchanged boxes and opened them on the greasy oil drum, with the boxes leaning against them. Hank opened the box and saw the neat dollar bills. He inserted his thumb into the dollar bills, picked up the bills, smiled at the corners of his mouth, obviously satisfied, and looked up. I saw Mario Falcone piercing a bag of white powder with a serious expression on his fingers, dipping a little white powder to the tip of his nose, sniffing, and then dipping it on his tongue to taste. Hank looked at Mario Falcone's serious appearance, and said with a dumb smile, "I have traded with you twice, and Hank's character is still trustworthy." Mario Falcone nodded silently, did not speak, and continued to intervene in other checks. Until the end he raised his head and nodded to Hank, indicating that there was nothing wrong, and Hank sneered again. "If there are no accidents, this transaction will be completed like this." Become the good character of Hank's third successful transaction. But everything is afraid of an accident. Wow! Suddenly, the waves crashed loudly. At the edge of the concrete where the waves hit, one of his hands was placed on the shore, and both hands pulled hard. Suddenly a figure was in the darkness, like a sudden emergence from the abyss, splashing water. He is naked, his hair sticking to his face, and the sea water flowing down his strong body. The scars on his face and body prove that he has fought. There is a test tube filled with red liquid on his chest and a metal smaller than his tail finger. Cylinder. This is Batty. He swam from the Snake River in Nevada all the way up to Idaho. After avoiding the search by General Vic, he crossed Utah from Idaho to Colorado and then to Kansas. Without any accident, Barty found the small town of Smallville and the Kent couple's farm. They were kind and hospitable, and they also hosted Barty for a whole day. But Batty did not see the existence of Superman. In other words, Kal-El hasn't reached the Earth yet. Batty calculated the time and found that it would take about half a year or a year for Kal-El to arrive on the Earth. Batty decisively left Smallville. He couldn't have been squatting in Kansas and waiting for Superman for a year or a half. There were other things that he needed to arrange. So he left Kansas again, passed through Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, traveled through most of the United States, and came to Delaware. All the way was a mess. After coming out of the Underground Research Institute, his free temperament was liberated, and seeing that he was about to reach the metropolis, he jumped off the Delaware Bay on a whim, directly planning to swim directly to the metropolis. He didn't have any identity documents, so in order to avoid trouble, he chose to take a trip. Who knew that while swimming in a straight line, he came to Gotham City, which is separated by a Delaware Bay. Chapter 49. What the hell is this? The sea breeze roared in the dark night, and the waves shook the waves and splashed. Batty landed on the shore, his figure shook, he immediately shook the dripping water on his body, running his hands along the drenching hair, and turning the shoulder-length hair back with his hands, revealing a tough face with clear water chestnuts. The scar on his face gave him an unruly and arrogant attitude of indifference. The water droplets that shook apart Batty's body, forming a little mist, followed the sea breeze, and blew onto Hanka's face, causing his stunned look to recover. There is no way to not be stunned. Just after the transaction with Falcone was completed, such a person suddenly appeared without wearing any clothes. Yes, there are no clothes at all, and no underwear on. A slender and sturdy body that looks like a Greek beauty, with Madara knife marks on the body. It is simply a work of art, like a sculpture walked down from the battlefield. Hank was blown to his face by the sea breeze with water mist, and he recovered, then turned to look at the middle-aged and elderly housekeeper on the opposite side. The one who can make up his mind on the other side will not be Mario, a little guy who has been brought out to practice and exercise experience. If he hadn't had a strong character and a young man, this guy would have been blacked out long ago. Of course, there are some reasons why the underworld family like Falcone can't afford it, but Hank will not admit it. The one who can make up his mind is the middle-aged and elderly housekeeper who is watching with concern. Hank relaxed a little. It wasn't that the black ate the black, but how could the black ate the black crawl out of the sea and shoot a gun directly? The two groups of people looked at Batty with their eyes. Batty didn't have a trace of shame, his spine stood upright, and he showed everything that could not be described and described. What's all the fuss about showing the individual? His eyes swept across Hank and others, Mario Falcone, his suit subordinates and butler behind him, and finally the glance of his glance returned to the black and greasy oil barrel, the two boxes. He kept his sight on the box containing US dollars. He was also in need of US dollars now. Whether it was to carry out his tyranny or his career, the role of having a sum of money was not indispensable. Bad's eyes stayed for a while, and he began to see through his eyes, and counted out the amount of 1 million US dollars. He was not satisfied with this amount, but it was still possible as a fund to start a business initially. The perspective of sight shows that Paul Dye spans most of the territory of the United States. Within a few months, Tenton's ability to bask in the sun will accumulate enough, and it will be there. Seeing Barty's sight, Hanka was upset. "You, a pervert without clothes, nodded to your own dollar, what do you mean as something in your bag?" He took out a Colt Python revolver directly from his waist, pointed at Batty, and said with a sneer, "What are you looking at?" BD. Hanka's behavior directly caused the atmosphere to become tense, and his men also took out guns one after another, pointing at the Batty, pistols, AK rifles and so on. This series of actions also made Mario nervous, and they pulled out their guns, some pointing at Batty and some pointing in Hank's direction. The middle-aged and elderly housekeeper was secretly surprised. He didn't expect these thick bears to even carry rifles, but fortunately, there are RPG rocket launchers and grenades behind him. In general, he won't suffer. But the young master's skin and flesh are precious, how could there be a loss here? Any skin abrased by a stray bullet is a loss. The middle-aged and elderly housekeeper didn't wait for Barty to speak, so he took a step forward and warned Hanka a bit, "Hank, our transaction is complete." The completion of the transaction means that Hank will not care about the mess, whether it is he robbed others, others robbed him, or killed people, so as to avoid accidents for his young master. After talking to Hank, the butler bowed slightly to his master Mario and said, "Master, it's time to go home." Mario Falcone obviously hadn't experienced this kind of thing. He was taken aback for a moment, glanced at the naked bat, and he couldn't bear it, but he still listened to the housekeeper's words, took the box, and turned back to the housekeeper. "By your side." Hank didn't stop it either. Indeed, as the butler said, the transaction was completed, and the remaining Hank wanted to kill, or it had nothing to do with them. Hank spit on his feet and scorned, "When did the Falcone family in Gotham be so sloppy?" The butler replied with a gentleman's smile, "Recently, there was a troublesome policeman at the Gotham police station. The master said that there are some unnecessary troubles. If you can touch it, you can touch it." Hank made a cut, lifted the hammer with his thumb, and said with a grinning face, "Then before leaving, be a witness to my murder." The butler was a bit stunned. He just wanted to leave early because he didn't want the young master to see him. He didn't expect Hank to shoot so decisively. However, seeing Hank killing people is a trivial matter for the Falcone family. It is not a trouble. At most, it will be questioned by the police, but he is worried that Master Mario saw this kind of scene for the first time. Excessive. Boom. Batty has been watching them perform in silence. He least likes to be nosy, and he doesn't like others to take care of his nostalgia. Gotham, Falcone. After listening to their conversation, Barty knew that he had swum to Gotham. After the sound of the gunshot, Batty watched the bullets flying through the air with indifferent eyes, turning blazing red toward his heart. He gently lifted his right hand, and his middle finger nail just scratched the edge of the bullet. The bullet revolved, like a red razor, scraping the nail scraps of Barty's middle finger little by little, generating sparks, flew out of the original trajectory diagonally, and flew out from Barty's left hand. I saw that the nails that were originally longer than the nail flesh were scraped off by a bullet. Although some nail chips were open and looked rough, it didn't hurt. As long as you come a few more times and have more angles, you can trim them like nails. The pliers are so beautiful. Before that, he had thought about using a chainsaw to prepare his nails, but he didn't think that the effect of bullets might be better. Batty nodded, quite satisfied. Hank, Mario, the butler, and two groups of people were immediately frightened and dumbfounded by the actions of the Barty. Scratching bullets with nails? They only saw Hank fire a shot. The sound was loud, even if the sea breeze was blowing. It could not stop the sound. Then Batty covered his chest with his right hand, and a continuous inch of sparks were drawn from his middle finger nails, and the bullet was bounced out and fell into the sea. Hank glared his eyes and opened his mouth. After a long time, he realized that he took a look at his Colt Python revolver, the 9mm caliber revolver. The brushed stainless steel type is perfectly smooth and looks like a mirror. The polished type, beauty and power merge. This pistol is definitely one of the best revolvers in the world. But now, the result of the launch makes everyone's head crash. What the hell is this? Chapter 50. The nails are trimmed. The sea breeze was blowing saltily on everyone's faces, the hunting clothes were constantly slapped against them, and the dim light was swaying, bringing a bit of consternation to this strange and quiet scene. What the hell is this? Hank glanced at the Colt Python revolver in his hand, incredulously surprised. This scene is really a bit of a shock. Since the appearance of firearms and bullets, I have never heard of anyone who can scrape sparks with nails. I must be dazzled. Hank, are you cocky? The lady in the red light district squeezed you dry. Hank, your marksmanship shoots air. Hank's men questioned Hank in surprise, and subconsciously thought it was Hank's problem. It was Hank who shot crookedly, exerting too much effort on the ladies, causing kidney deficiency, eyes and cockfighting, shaking hands and shooting crookedly. As for the sparks, it was because of the dazzling of others. When facing things beyond common sense, people will always subconsciously look for a reasonable explanation point. Shut up, you idiots! Hank scolded angrily. Didn't he know his marksmanship? Even if he used too much force on the wife, he wouldn't even miss a fixed point target. Things are a bit weird, and the sea breeze is a little bit oozing. The butler concealed his master Mario and stepped back, staring at Batty. The look in his eyes was shocked and disbelieving, and some even suspected that they were dim-eyed. What the hell are you? Hank glared his eyes fiercely, his fierce expression suppressed his inner shock, and the Colt Python revolver stretched out a bit again and pointed at Batty. Boom! He shot again, gun smoke came out of the barrel, the wheel clicked, and time seemed to make people feel slow, and the bullet was pushed out with the thrust of the explosion. This time, they stared their eyes and looked at Batty attentively. I saw Batty slowly stretched his hand forward, and the bullet happened to meet the nail on the other side of the upper middle finger again. The bullet revolved with a hot red light, leaving a trail in the air, and again a little bit of rotation hit the middle fingernail of Batty. A little bit of nail dust was scraped off by the bullet's rotation, accompanied by a flash of fire. This is almost like the sparks produced by sawing steel with a chainsaw. Finally, the bullet was guided by the power of Batty's fingers, leaning to one side, making a slight bang, and falling into the sea, and his nails were also scraped by the bullet to form sharp corners. Batty nodded, very satisfied. In this way, to finish a nail trimming, it takes about 4 bullets, on the left and right sides, and then cut off the spires, and smooth the rough edges to perfection. This time, all the people here have seen Batty's nail-cutting skill with bullets. The two groups of people took a breath of cold neatly, and absurd thoughts could not help but rise in their hearts. What's this possible? I can be sure that I am not dazzled this time. He really caught the bullet with his nails. It's impossible, it's impossible. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was frightened, and they couldn't help but look at each other, looking at Batty as if looking at an alien. Of course, from a fundamental point of view, Batty is an alien. The whistling of the sea breeze cooled them to their bones, making their bones soft. The butler hurriedly covered his young master again and backed away, with a look of horror in his eyes. He had never seen anyone able to block a bullet. I scraped the bullet with my nails. This is damn scary, it's not in the human range at all. Hank Xiang's body trembled, and he took a step back in shock, his pupils were all startled. Really? Can you block bullets? This daunting Russian man couldn't help feeling chills in his heart, especially when he took the initiative to shoot such a monster that could scrape bullets with his nails. Hank was blown away by the sea breeze, and got goosebumps on his body. He had never felt the chill of the Gotham sea breeze at this moment. After all, Hank has experienced too many vicissitudes of life. This can't scare me, you can't scare me. Although he was a little soft and trembling. But after another thought, he had already offended this monster, so he couldn't just wait and die. He gritted his teeth, his expression changed from fierce to fierce, and his eyes were fierce. He raised the Colt Python revolver, which had been hanging down gradually, and shot out several bullets in a row. Fire! Hank roared fiercely. As the leader of a gang, he obviously also has considerable leadership skills. Although his subordinates often ridicule each other, this is just a ridicule of commonplace. When there is a crisis, his leadership will naturally emerge, and his subordinates will naturally obey him. His subordinates only hesitated for a while, their expressions suddenly changed from shocked to fierce, and they shot directly. Boom boom boom. In the cold night and the sea breeze, the sound of gun smoke suddenly rose. The barrage poured down instantly. Bad smiled slightly, and his right hand moved at swift speed, transforming into a phantom. When the bullet arrived, he greeted him with his nail. The clear metal cutting sound suddenly sounded with gunshots, sparks splashed in front of Batty, and each bullet trimmed his firm nails. Countless sparks splashed and flew in front of Batty, as if forming a shield, and bullets could not enter him at all. Every sound of cutting sparks brought great fear to the shooter. What monster are you? Their eyes are getting bigger and bigger, their hearts are getting colder and colder, and they can't help but scream. The AK-47's gunfire was loud and continuous, and their hearts sank more and more. After repairing the nails of his right hand, Batty glanced slightly, feeling good, then stretched out his left hand and continued to brush the sparks. The sound of sawing steel is harsher than the sound of bullets, making people uncomfortable, and the sparks of bullets are simply desperate. Until both fingernails were repaired, Batty stood still, took a dozen bullets in one hand, and protected the test tube. After preventing the bullets from breaking, he stayed still, and withstood at least 200 bullets. After the baptism, the gunfire gradually stopped. Everyone knew that the person in front of him was immune to death. Not only receiving bullets, but completely invulnerable steel body, it is useless to shoot anywhere. The smell of a lot of gunpowder smoke rose instantly, and it was thickly blown by Hi-Fi. Everyone looked at each other, their faces overwhelmed with horror. Batty twisted a slightly hot bullet in his hand and flicked his finger. The bullet flew into the oil drum with a screaming sound. Boom! Just like a bullet shooting, the oil barrel was strangely bent and sunken in an instant, and was carried away by the impact of the bullet, flying to a distance of more than 10 meters. The suitcase containing the money on the oil drum hadn't fallen to the ground, it was then ejected by a bullet from Batty, and the box was closed accurately, and the box fell to the ground with a snap. After demonstrating his power, Batty's eyes swept across each of them aggressively, sweeping them panicked. I need a few dogs to do things for me.